Chapter 3070. Supreme Venerable Heaven Firmament's attacks were overbearing as he unleashed one attack after another. Ordinary Great Venerates would have long since been overwhelmed. However, when they ran into a demonic genius like Lin Fei, even after attacking him for a while, they were actually unable to take him down. Supreme Venerable Heaven Firmament, who had never taken an ordinary Great Venerable seriously, was starting to feel embarrassed. I don't believe that I can't hold a Great Venerable like you down. The Heavenly Feather race was a special existence. They did not train their bodies, but the wings on their backs were abnormally sharp and frightening. Their speed was also top-notch. Once they were targeted by an expert from the Heavenly Feather race, 8 out of 10 people would find it hard to escape. Supreme Venerable Kongwen, who had been blocking Lin Fei, also had a slight change in his expression as he cursed in his heart. How did this guy cultivate? His strength has actually increased. He's as steady as Mount Tai under Supreme Venerable Heaven Firmament's repeated attacks. I have a lot of resources from the Temporal Temple to help me improve my strength. What the hell? Supreme Venerable Kongwen felt that he had underestimated Lin Fei after losing to him previously. After returning, he doubled his cultivation and wanted to find Lin Fei again to fight him. He wanted to prove to himself that his title as the #1 expert below the ultimate god realm was just an empty shell. Supreme Venerable Kongwen didn't seem to care much about the title of the #1 expert below the ultimate god realm, but it was still uncomfortable to have it snatched away by an outsider. He had long thought of suppressing Lin Fei. Not everyone could be the #1 expert below the ultimate god realm. He won't be able to hold on much longer. Lin Fei definitely wouldn't be able to hold on under the attacks of the two of them. When the space couldn't stop Lin Fei, Supreme Venerable Kongwen used an even more powerful killer move. The space kept collapsing as waves of energy hit Lin Fei's body. Apart from that, he also used the power of time to restrain Lin Fei's movement speed. I'm in position. Lin Fei quickly moved left and right as the wandering Yuan demons rushed over. Come out. Lin Fei endured Supreme Venerable Heaven Firmament's attack and smashed a palace with a punch. In an instant, the palace turned into ruins. How could a palace withstand such a violent attack from 3 different powers? A tall figure rushed out, black mist lingering in the sky. It was the 3rd powerful divine Venerable Yuanimo. Didn't you guys want to play? Then let's all have fun. Lin Fei turned around and smiled at them before running away. If he wanted to find the sacred heaven set and weapons, he would have to throw the entire Vajra sect into chaos. Behind him, there was the Heavenly Feather race and the Temporal Temple's Supreme Paragon Kongwen. None of them were easy to deal with, especially Supreme Paragon Kongwen, who knew that he had to distance himself from them. What a shameless fellow! As soon as the Divine Monarch Primal Demon appeared, both Grand Monarch Heaven Vast and Grand Monarch Kongwen cursed. They were not afraid of ordinary essence demons, but divine venerable essence demons were not easy to deal with. With one more divine venerable essence demon, it would be hard for them not to struggle. Kongwen, hurry up and restrain Lin Fei. I'm going to use my killer move. Great Sovereign Firmament didn't want to waste any more time. If he allowed Lin Fei to continue, he'd probably have to expend a lot of effort. They did not know the exact location of the Divine Lord Primordial Demon. It was thought-provoking for this guy to find them so quickly. If there were a few more of them, they would have to turn around and run. Time stop. Supreme Paragon Kongwen shouted loudly. An ancient hand seal appeared and enveloped the sky above Lin Fei. Hua hua hua. Lin Fei's entire body was enveloped by a powerful force. His speed suddenly slowed down. Double Dragon Slash. Supreme Paragon Firmament caught up and attacked with 2 whirlwinds. A pair of wings flew out from his back and turned into a whirlwind dragon. Lin Fei encountered a tyrannical attack. Under the attack of the whirlwind wings, Proud Heaven's body fortification was continuously collapsing and cutting his body. Fortunately, with the 3-layered power, his resistance was increased by more than 10 times, allowing him to withstand this wave of attack. The Divine Venerable Essence Demon seemed to have remembered Lin Fei. 2 beams of light shot out from its emotionless eyes and landed on Lin Fei's body with 2 whooshing sounds. Lin Fei's entire body was blasted away, and the time force on his body was also blasted away. Lin Fei's fleshly body exploded in midair. After condensing, he continued to run. Chase. Supreme Paragon Firmament chased after him once again. Supreme Paragon Firmament suffered an even greater blow. That fellow was so resilient. The Divine Venerable Essence Demon attacked Lin Fei and changed its target. It forced Supreme Paragon Firmament and Supreme Paragon Firmament to block the attack. Lin Fei charged forward and sent ordinary Essence Demons flying. Those that were slightly stronger were also sent flying. Under the three-layered power, the Essence Demons really couldn't block Lin Fei's footsteps. Lin Fei flew while paying attention to what was happening behind him. The Divine Venerable Essence Demon is really powerful. It was clearly a pure attack just now. Killing with a gaze is indeed different. My proud heaven couldn't withstand that kind of impact. The Vajra sect really has a strong foundation. Such an instinctive attack could be so powerful. If it was when it was alive, it would be even more terrifying and invincible. One Divine Venerable Essence Demon isn't enough. I have to get the other two out. Lin Fei was most at ease because they didn't know that the body-tempering sect's holy item was in the Vajra sect. He could play with them without any restraints, and they could only be led by the nose. Lin Fei kept charging into the palace and exiting from the other side. Supreme Paragon Firmament and Supreme Paragon Firmament had cursed him countless times. Each time, the Essence Demons would attack, and the Divine Venerable Essence Demon would follow closely behind. They were all regretting not using their killing moves to deal with Lin Fei from the start. Now, Lin Fei was as slippery as a loach and not easy to deal with. He was too resilient, and they couldn't take him down immediately. With the Divine Venerable Essence Demon behind them, they felt great pressure. Brother Firmament, as long as we keep chasing after Lin Fei, the number of Essence Demons will increase, and he won't be able to handle it. We still have a chance. I'm guessing that he might not have come to the Vajra sect for the treasure, but for something important. Supreme Paragon Firmament had been thinking about why Lin Fei was here. Something important? Supreme Paragon Firmament's eyes lit up. That's right. This fellow is really bad. Now that he said it, he understood the reason. But Lin Fei was being chased by 3 people. With the Divine Venerable Essence Demon in front of him, he was also under great pressure. He even encountered the attacks of the Divine Venerable Essence Demon a few times. Each time, he could only resist. The 2 of them are determined to kill me. They must have guessed something. After enduring another attack from the Divine Venerable Essence Demon, he looked at the 2 fellows following closely behind him and realized what they wanted to do. It's not my style to be chased all the time. I have to teach them a lesson first. Lin Fei was about to reach the position of the 2nd Divine Venerable Essence Demon. Shadow Stealth. With a swoosh, Lin Fei disappeared stealthily. This was a top-notch technique of the Umbra continent. As soon as he disappeared, the expressions of Supreme Paragon Firmament and Supreme Paragon Firmament changed slightly. Be careful, he's behind you. Supreme Paragon Firmament reminded Supreme Paragon Firmament. Lin Fei flashed in front of Supreme Paragon Firmament and punched him. The 3 divine weapons of massacre also appeared and blocked in front of Supreme Paragon Firmament. Bush, bush, bush. An existence that resembled flowing water appeared in front of Supreme Paragon Firmament. Lin Fei's attacks became slower and slower, as if they were frozen. Chapter 3071. Lin Fei could easily kill a high primordial lord and severely injure a great monarch if he unleashed his full strength. However, this time, the punch was blocked by a force that flowed like water. It was clearly a short distance away, but he could not break through and was forcibly stopped. There's something wrong with his armor. It's enhanced with the power of time. The space sect was weird. However, the power of time was even weirder. When cultivated to a high level, it could reverse the future of time and space. The reason why the Temporal Temple was so powerful was because of the 2 major sects of time and space. No one dared to provoke the existence of the Temporal Temple. Lin Fei knew he was blocked by the power of time after his punch failed. He waved his hand to put away the divine slaughtering weapon and sneaked away again. He was decisive. Lin Fei tried this 3 times in a row, but he failed every time. Not good, it was very displeasing. Ah, Lin Fei, I don't know where you came from. Do you think you can go against me? I've been guarding against your sneak attacks since the last time I went back. Great Venerable Kongwen was delighted to see Lin Fei being defeated. You probably don't know, but I'm now wearing our Temporal Temple's time armor. It's a low-grade ultimate god treasure. Any attack will be infinitely affected. No matter how you attack, you can't hit me. Great Venerable Kongwen was very proud at that moment. After suffering such a big loss last time, Great Venerable Kongwen had long remembered it and had been guarding against Lin Fei. This time, he had finally done the right thing. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. This was a good thing. Just as Great Venerable Kongwen said, the armor he was wearing could really withstand any attack. The power of the triple power was no less than a pseudo-ultimate god's attack. The Temporal Temple was really rich and overbearing. Lin Fei continued to run. Sneak attacks on Great Venerable Kongwen were out of the question. Come out! Lin Fei once again blasted open a palace. This palace was more magnificent than the previous one and had an extraordinary aura. Even after a long time, one could still see how extraordinary the palace was. It didn't break. The previous palace was blasted open by Lin Fei with a punch. This time, only a small part of it was blasted open. The huge palace was almost unaffected. Die! A cold voice came from the palace. A gigantic palm appeared out of thin air and slammed down with a whistling sound. This palm strike was too fast. Bang bang bang. Lin Fei and Grand Monarch Heaven Vast and Grand Monarch Kongwen were both sent flying. None of them felt good. Among them, Lin Fei was the one who suffered the most. He had to endure it with all his might, and his fleshly body exploded 3 times in a row. As for Grand Monarch Heaven Vast and Grand Monarch Kongwen, a suit of armor appeared on their bodies, allowing them to endure it. Although they also coughed up blood, they weren't as miserable as Lin Fei. Madan, the divine venerable primordial demon here, is stronger than the one behind. Lin Fei rejoiced in his heart and had an idea. Shadow stealth. As soon as he condensed his body, Lin Fei rushed down from the broken place. When he was about to enter, he turned around and said to them, "Don't you want to catch me? Come in if you can." With a swoosh, Lin Fei went in and disappeared. This guy is really cunning. Grand Monarch Kongwen was also badly injured by the blow just now. Should we chase after him? Grand Monarch Heaven Vast's body was flowing with a layer of golden light. If he dares to go in, why don't we? We have armor on us and he doesn't. Let's see who can't take it first. The two turned around and rushed down. Knowing that Lin Fei was going to escape, they did not want to let him go so easily. They felt a sense of crisis from Lin Fei. Such a tough guy could easily withstand the divine venerable primordial demon's attack. If he really stepped into the ultimate god realm and became a first-class ultimate god, they would have a headache. They're really brave to chase after us. As soon as he rushed into the palace, Lin Fei activated Shadow Stealth and concealed all his aura. The palace was huge. No, this isn't right. After walking around, Lin Fei found a problem. The interior of the palace was very large and empty. There was nothing at all. It was not until Lin Fei saw a spatial door at the end of the palace that he realized there was a small space hidden in the palace. Is that the divine venerable primordial demon? Not far from the spatial door, Lin Fei saw in divine venerable primordial demon. Unlike the other divine venerable primordial demons, this divine venerable primordial demon was shackled with chains and had 9 stone pillars standing as if it was imprisoned. It looked very strange. No wonder it can't come out. Lin Fei finally understood why the palm just now had appeared so suddenly. It also made him realize how terrifying this chain guy was. Where did the King Kong Gate get such a thing to guard the spatial door? Lin Fei cautiously approached the divine venerable primordial demon but did not notice his presence. It was still safer to move a little closer. Lin Fei simply released the divine weapon of massacre to attack the divine venerable primordial demon. As soon as it was released, the divine weapon of massacre was blasted away with its chest caved in. After trying a few times, Lin Fei hurriedly put it away. If this continued, it would be destroyed. This divine venerable primordial demon is guarding here. No, it should be guarding the spatial door. I wonder what good stuff is inside. Lin Fei was eager to go in and give it a try, but he held back in the end. Getting the sacred heaven set was more important. They're coming. Lin Fei stood near the divine venerable primordial demon. He was no longer afraid as the other party did not notice his presence. However, it was different for Great Venerable Firmament and Great Venerable Kongwen who had barged in. Once they got close to the spatial door, they would definitely be attacked. As soon as the two entered, they began searching for traces of Lin Fei. That guy seems to have used a secret technique again. Search carefully. This wasn't the first time the two had seen Lin Fei use a secret technique. There's a spatial door over there. The spatial door was still very conspicuous. Great Venerable Firmament and Great Venerable Kongwen rushed over immediately, subconsciously thinking that Lin Fei had hidden in the spatial door. There was a spatial door in the Vajra sect, and there might be a mystic realm inside. They did not notice that the divine venerable primordial demon, who had been motionless, was attacked as soon as it approached. Several iron chains lashed out like arms, sending the two flying. Divine venerable primordial demon. Only then did the two realize the existence of the divine venerable primordial demon. This was not the end. The divine venerable primordial demon continued to attack. The iron chains kept lashing out with terrifying power, forcing them to retreat continuously. Their armor was also constantly glowing. Retreat. Retreat again. Under the other party's iron chain attacks, they were in a sorry state. That guy must have gone in. Great Venerable Kongwen cursed. Chapter 3072. Guard it. Supreme Venerable Vast Sky and Supreme Venerable Kongwen didn't dare to enter the palace. There are no spatial fluctuations in the surroundings. He should still be inside. He might even be inside the spatial gate. As long as we guard it, he won't be able to escape. Supreme Venerable Kongwen was very confident. It's impossible for him to sneak out. I'm at least confident of that. Supreme Venerable Vast Sky was also afraid of the divine Yuan demon inside. It was so powerful even with its strength sealed. They didn't dare to enter again. Let's do it that way. Since they couldn't beat the divine Yuan demon inside, they could only guard it. He's really guarding it foolishly. While they were being attacked by the divine Yuan demon, Lin Fei had used shadow stealth to sneak out and had been hiding in the distance. These two fellows weren't easy to deal with. If he attacked one of them, he would immediately be attacked by the other. Neither of them was easy to deal with. I'll deal with you guys after I find the sacred heaven set and the sacred sky dominating blade. Lin Fei retreated. He had to finish his business first. Before leaving, Supreme Venerable Kongwen subconsciously glanced in the direction that Lin Fei had left. It seemed that something had left. It must have been affected by Lin Fei. No one can leave in front of me, not even Lin Fei. Supreme Venerable Kongwen was very confident. He must be inside. I don't believe that he can hide forever. After shaking off Supreme Venerable Vast Sky and Supreme Venerable Kongwen, Lin Fei secretly heaved a sigh of relief and sent a message to the three ancestors. We're fine. The first ancestor replied. We'll hold back the people from the Heavenly Feather race and the Temporal Temple. You go find the sacred heaven set. You know where it is. Lin Fei knew that he had to get the sacred heaven set as soon as possible. The sacred leader and the three ancestors of the sacred body mountain had appeared here. If there wasn't a problem, no one would believe it. After avoiding the divine Yuan demons, they finally arrived at the center of the palace. This palace was bigger, grander, and more imposing than any of the other palaces. It should be here. Lin Fei stared at the huge statue. It was a broken statue. Just like the description, the location should not be wrong. The item was inside. Lin Fei soon smiled bitterly. The last divine Lord Primordial Demon is right here. It's going to be a little difficult. When he saw the palace, he came back to his senses and faced a very real problem. The last divinity Primordial Demon was inside. Lin Fei finally understood why the three patriarchs had never succeeded. None of them had the confidence to get what was inside when they encountered the primordial demon of divinity. No matter how difficult it is, I have to go in and take a look. Lin Fei rushed in. The palace was not as empty as he had imagined. Instead, there were piles of bones everywhere, piled up like a mountain. Some of the bones were completely golden, while others were purple. They gave off a peculiar feeling. Could these be the dead experts of the guardian deity sect? Lin Fei was very clear that the color of these bones was different. It was because of the cultivation method. The more powerful the cultivation method, the stronger the physical body. In the end, even the bones in the body would begin to change. Along the way to the depths of the palace, there were only more bones. Lin Fei did not dare to be careless. The system notification said that the Divine Lord Primordial Demon was inside. Lin Fei now hoped that his whereabouts would not be discovered. Once he was discovered, Great Venerable Sky Vast and Great Venerable Kongwen would definitely chase after him. That would be even more troublesome. There's nothing here. There's nothing here either. Quick, come out. Lin Fei searched every corner of the palace, hoping to find the whereabouts of the sacred heaven suit. If he could not enter, he would not go inside. There was an aura that made Lin Fei's hair stand on end. However, things did not go as he wished. After searching for a while, Lin Fei could not find what he was looking for. His heart sank. If there was nothing outside, then it must be inside. The previous holy master really wanted to go inside of all places. Wasn't it because he had nothing better to do? Lin Fei really did not want to go. Stranger, come out. Lin Fei cautiously moved forward. Suddenly, a voice rang in his ear. His whole body immediately skipped a beat. Not good, I've been discovered. He had been so careful, but he was still discovered. Even Great Venerable Sky Vast and Great Venerable Kongwen could not do it. Even though the voice rang in his ear, Lin Fei pretended not to know. It was not that easy to fool him into going out. You're acting smart. The voice continued to ring out. A finger that was not very thick came out of the void and jabbed at where Lin Fei was. With a wung sound, Lin Fei flew out and crashed into a pile of white bones. No one has ever been able to hide their tracks in front of me. You're quite interesting, kid. Lin Fei was grabbed by a force and could not resist. He was brought deep into the palace. He was casually thrown onto a pile of white bones. Gotcha. Lin Fei thought that he was done for. The other party's strength was extraordinarily strong and condensed. His attacks were unable to shake it at all. After landing, Lin Fei could not help but secretly rejoice that he was not injured. It was good that he was not injured. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Now, I can only take it one step at a time. It was not easy to be targeted by a terrifying hierarch Yuan demon. Just as Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief, he saw an inconceivable scene. Not far away, there was a large pile of corpses. These bones seemed to have been condensed together by someone using a special method to form a big disc-like thing. At this time, a small giant, without any signs of life, stood on the large disc. He casually picked up a skeleton and threw it on the platform. He held a large saber in his hand and chopped at the skeleton again and again. Every time he chopped, there would be a clear cracking sound. In just a few breaths of time, the skeleton had been chopped into pieces. That looks like the sacred sky saber. Lin Fei stared at the weapon in the giant's hand with his eyes wide open. The sacred sky saber was used to cut bones. If he had not seen the sacred sky set and sacred sky saber on the sacred body mountain, Lin Fei would not have been so surprised. When Lin Fei fell just now, he smashed into the skeleton. Logically speaking, the skeleton should have shattered, but in the end, this situation did not happen. It could only be said that these bones were ridiculously hard and could withstand his impact. Ordinary supremacies would vomit blood if they were hit by Lin Fei, let alone these skeletons. These skeletons were not ordinary. The giant casually dropped Lin Fei and held his saber. He continuously cut 8 skeletons before stopping. Are you surprised that I'm still alive? The giant looked over. Lin Fei's hair instantly stood on end. Terrifying. Chapter 3073. It's strange indeed. Lin Fei was surprised that a giant divine venerable essence demon could retain its consciousness. That was completely different. It was easy to deal with an unconscious divine venerable essence demon, but it was not so easy to deal with one with consciousness. I was the guardian elder of the Vajra sect back then. Before the primordial destruction power erupted, I obtained a secret technique by chance and transformed my physical body. That's why you see me now. The giant spoke casually. Lin Fei could tell that this physical transformation came at a great cost. Crack crack. After speaking, the giant picked up a bone and threw it into his mouth, chewing it in big mouthfuls. One bone was not enough, so he tossed in another 5 or 6 bones and swallowed them all. How ferocious! Lin Fei had a vague understanding of the texture of the bones that were chopped off. If it were him, he would not have been able to do it so quickly. Senior, I entered by mistake just now. Can I leave now? Lin Fei felt that it was unreliable to stay with such a ferocious divine venerable essence demon. It was better to leave first. You want to leave? A gust of wind blew, and a saber appeared on Lin Fei's neck, held horizontally in front of him. Since you're here, then you don't have to leave. Unless you're willing to bet with me. As long as you win, you can leave. If you lose, then you'll have to take out something in exchange for your life. With just a wave of the giant's hand, Lin Fei did not dare to move. I forgot to tell you. Back in the Vajra sect, I was known as the gambling sage. Everyone who gambled with me left something behind. The giant laughed. Oh, for example, this saber in my hand. It was left behind by a fool who lost. Of course, he died too. Lin Fei really didn't know that there was such a thing. That's too melodramatic. Lin Fei did not know what to say. The previous sacred lord actually gambled to death on this guardian elder of the Vajra sect. It was too melodramatic. Then what if I win? Lin Fei knew that it would not be easy for him to leave this place. Even if he attacked with all his might, he might not be able to stop the godly primordial demon. If you win, then you can get something from me. It doesn't matter if it's a good cultivation method or a divine weapon. The giant pointed to a place not far away. As long as you want it, you can take it. Lin Fei looked over, and his breathing quickened. It was a pile of treasures that emitted the light of treasures. Lin Fei was the first to notice the scattered holy heaven set. There were quite a few items on top of it. If not for his good eyesight, he definitely wouldn't have noticed them. The 3 patriarchs tricked me. Lin Fei finally understood why the 3 great ancestors were so embarrassed when he asked them about it. This kind of thing was too embarrassing to say. All right, we can start betting now. The giant's tone became excited. Lin Fei really wondered how this fellow managed to become a law protector elder. To be able to survive in such a manner, did he win some treasure from someone? Wait! Lin Fei suddenly shouted, I have something to say. The giant was not angry. Say it. In this palace, as long as the giant was not willing, no one could do anything here. Since Senior is the gambling sage, then you must have killed everyone. It can be seen from your spoils of war. Lin Fei complimented. The giant was very happy to hear compliments. He snorted, These spoils of war are nothing. Everyone who gambled with me left with their lives. You will end up the same. Lin Fei shook his head. Senior is mistaken. If it's a competition of strength, I am definitely inferior to Senior. However, I actually have a nickname, the Gambling God. No one who gambled with me could win against me. The giant laughed. Gambling God, huh? It's you. That's right, I am the Gambling God. Lin Fei laughed. If you dare to gamble with me, you will lose everything. The giant was really a little unhappy. To dare say that he was inferior to this kid, he really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Interesting, this is really interesting. The giant said, Then this deity will gamble with you so that you will be convinced. You have a lot of things on you, so you should be able to play several times. This deity's gamble is very simple. This deity only needs 1 slash to kill you, and you cannot kill this deity with 1 slash. Don't worry, this deity will not kill you. In this palace, without this deity's permission, no one can die. Lin Fei's scalp went numb. This is completely a violent person. It was really 1 slash per person. Who could take it? Who can withstand 1 slash? Who can withstand 1 slash? Lin Fei did not dare to fight with the giant. If he took one slash, he would definitely die. Not only would he lose all the things on him, he might even lose his life here. Wait. Lin Fei shouted, "This kind of gambling fight is very boring. Isn't Senior called the gambling sage? Don't you want to play something of a higher level? Your method is very boring." High level? The giant was very puzzled. Yes, it's high level. Slashing people is so boring. Lin Fei's heart tightened. He had to trick this guy. For example, a literary fight. Don't you think it's very interesting? Literary fight. The giant was puzzled again. Yes, a literary fight. Lin Fei had a calm look on his face. In a literary fight, no one has ever been able to defeat me. You are the gambling sage. Don't you want to give it a try? If it's a literary battle, so be it. The giant did not think that he would lose. Thinking about it carefully, slashing people was very violent. After a long time, it would be quite boring. You set the question. If you can't answer it, then this deity will lose. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief again. It's fine as long as they don't slash each other. He could not withstand the might of one slash from the other. This guardian elder of the Vajra sect must have encountered some problems when his physical body transformed. Ordinary people would not agree to it. Let me give him a question first. What kind of fish can't be eaten? Let's start with the simplest one. Lin Fei planned to test this guardian elder of the Vajra sect first. Success would be easy. No, it would depend on the situation. The giant was dumbfounded. So this is a literary fight. Of course, I'll set the question and you answer it. Lin Fei wanted to confuse the other party. At the very least, he would not mention anything about slashing or killing. That would be so boring. His small body would not be able to withstand one slash from the other party. How good would a literary fight be? It was simple and practical. Lin Fei said it casually, but in reality he was not. He was uneasy. What if the other party got angry and slashed him? Many thoughts flashed through his mind. What kind of fish can't be eaten? The giant mumbled. It should be the sky fish. Senior is sure. Yes, it's the sky fish. Lin Fei looked at the giant apologetically. Senior, you answered wrong. The correct answer is the wooden fish, the one that the monk struck. The giant was dumbfounded. Then he slashed at a skeleton. How could I be so stupid? It's actually the wooden fish. Lin Fei had been on guard. If there were any signs of a fight, he would resist with all his might. At most, he would just have to fight it out. Luckily, nothing happened. Lin Fei felt that he had guessed correctly. This guardian elder must have made a mistake. How could he survive under the cover of the primordial annihilation power without paying a price? I lost this round. What do you want? These words coming out of the giant's mouth were no less than heavenly music. The blade in your hand is not bad. Take it. The sacred sky tyrant blade landed in front of Lin Fei. Everything happened too quickly. Chapter 3074. Lin Fei wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. He had succeeded after fooling it a few times. The brain teaser had shown its might. The sacred sky tyrant saber was easily obtained. Continue to set the question. I don't believe that I can't answer it. Fighting is indeed different from fighting. I like it. The giant wasn't annoyed at all. He called out to Lin Fei to continue setting the question, looking eager to continue. Lin Fei didn't have time to experience the power of the sacred sky tyrant saber. He quickly put it away in the system storage. Listen up, there are 10 birds on the tree, try to bluff it again. Lin Fei started to bluff the godly venerable essence demon again. Sorry, Senior, you're wrong again. Just a little bit more. No way again. He took out the brain teaser one by one. It could stump many people in Wuxia, let alone a place like the Saint Spirit Domain. The godly venerable essence demon seemed to be possessed. He lost time and time again, but his fighting spirit was high. He didn't realize that he had walked into a trap. At the beginning, Lin Fei was uneasy. What if the other party got angry? He had to be on guard at all times. It wasn't until he won more than 10 times in a row and didn't sense any signs of the other party getting angry that Lin Fei was truly relieved. It's done. The treasures landed in Lin Fei's hands one after another, and he was grinning from ear to ear. There was indeed something wrong with this guardian elder of the Vajra sect. He must have made a mistake during the cultivation of the secret technique. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten it so easily. I've finally obtained the sacred heaven suit. This is the last piece of battle armor. Lin Fei suppressed the excitement in his heart. He had obtained the sacred heaven suit and the sacred sky tyrant saber. Although he didn't refine them, Lin Fei knew that his strength could increase again. The godly venerable essence demon was also addicted to playing. He would throw out an item whenever he lost. He didn't care whether the item was good or bad, and he kept asking Lin Fei to set the question. He believed that he would definitely be able to answer it. A semi-finished Essence Force Divine Ice that has been integrated with the Frost Emperor intent. This is not bad either. When worn, it can release the slowing domain. And this one can absorb the power of primordial destruction domain. Lin Fei couldn't be more excited when he got his hands on each item. Good stuff, all good stuff. The key points could still be used. Lin Fei understood the difference between different treasures. It was not without reason that the three old ancestors of the Saint Body Mountain valued the Holy Heaven set so much. With the support ability, it was no longer an ordinary treasure. It had two supporting functions. Fusing two Emperor wills into it, what great craftsmanship! Lin Fei's horizons were truly broadened. None of the things that the Divine Supremacy Yuan Mo had won were simple. They involved many sections. Another treasure was in his hands. When he grabbed it, Lin Fei sensed a familiar aura. This is the aura of space. It looked like a bracelet. It was completely black and sparkled with light. Lin Fei immediately sensed that it was extraordinary, and he was shocked to find that it was a spatial treasure. Lin Fei also had spatial treasures in the past, but they were nothing compared to this bracelet. "Senior, may I know what this is?" The giant glanced at it casually and said proudly, "This seems to be left behind by a guy who knows how to use space. He used this item to transform into space, but I killed him with 3 slashes." Transform into space. Lin Fei's eyes widened. To think that it had such an effect. It sounded like something really high and mighty. After witnessing the power of Supreme Venerable Kongwen, Lin Fei was quite concerned about time and space. I can tell at a glance that you don't know what transform into space is. This is a type of space that controls space. Rumor has it that when one cultivates space to the extreme, they can transform into a space and become truly unkillable. The treasure in your hand can allow you to transform into a space in a small area. It's a pity that it only covers an area of 1 acre. So awesome! Lin Fei was completely stunned. Transform into space? Doesn't that mean I no longer need to use Supreme Venerable Kongwen's space techniques? I've already transformed into space. What can you do to me? This treasure is very useful. A single bracelet was enough to make Lin Fei wild with joy. The risk he took this time was very worth it. Continue. Let's talk about it after I get everything. Lin Fei wanted all those things. If there was another item that was suitable for him, wouldn't he be rich? Even if he didn't use it, he could still use the divine weapon of massacre. Adding another treasure would increase the power of the divine weapon of massacre. This was too worthwhile. Lin Fei continued to set the question. The treasures of the divine venerable Yuan Mo fell into Lin Fei's hands one by one. He didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache. "Senior, just a little bit more." He lost again. The divine venerable Yuan Mo subconsciously tried to grab it. In the end, he grabbed nothing. Only then did he realize that everything was empty. Except for the bones, there was almost nothing else. "Senior, it's fine if there's nothing else. I don't care." Lin Fei had been in high spirits. How could he not be in good spirits after plundering so many things? "No, I lost the gambling sage. I have to give you something. Let me think about it," the giant said. "This is for you. It's the Vajra sect's protective technique. You're much better than this." The giant shot out a jingguang from his eyes. It condensed into a ball and flew in front of Lin Fei. Lin Fei was very confident in his proud heaven's protection. "Better than mine?" Lin Fei checked it with the system before looking at the information inside the Jianghu. At first, Lin Fei didn't care. But after looking at it, he realized the flaws of the proud heaven's protection. Compared to the giants, the others was obviously of a higher level and had a stronger defense. Lin Fei was full of admiration. The otherworld continent was actually very powerful. Lin Fei didn't cultivate the other's technique. Instead, he planned to borrow it. If he gave himself some time, the proud heaven's protection would be able to improve to the next level. Again, the giant didn't care at all about taking out a protective technique. Unfortunately, the giant lost again. This is a technique to condense the primordial annihilation power. Condense 10 primordial annihilation power into 1. Not many people in this damn place can master it. Now it's yours. Lin Fei blinked. Wasn't this a little too easy? Condensing 10 primordial annihilation power into 1, this was definitely a high-level technique. It wasn't that Lin Fei hadn't tried it before, but he couldn't find a way to do it. 15 primordial annihilation power. If all of them were condensed, it would be equivalent to grasping 150 primordial annihilation power. The moves he used would be even stronger. Lin Fei was excited just thinking about it. Good stuff, really good stuff. Chapter 3075. Surprise after surprise. Proud Sky Protection had a chance to improve, and he had also obtained the secret technique to condense elemental extinguisher energy. If these two techniques were placed outside, the former would be easy to deal with. After all, body tempering and protection techniques were not easy to cultivate. But the latter was different. Others could only unleash 1 elemental extinguisher energy, but he could directly unleash 15 elemental extinguisher energy. It was clear which was stronger and which was weaker. There was no need to talk about its value. Lin Fei was very satisfied. Now he was considering leaving. Even though he knew that the others should have many powerful techniques, Lin Fei did not pay too much attention to them. He needed to digest them first. In any case, this place was not difficult to find. It would not be so troublesome the next time he came. "Senior, I have to leave," Lin Fei said tentatively. "No." The giant shook his head. "If you dare leave, I will beat you to death." Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. He knew it would be like this. "Senior, you are mistaken. Actually, I plan to let my friends come. They are also very powerful, especially in martial arts. Senior, have you heard of striking a balance between work and rest?" "Friends?" "Striking a balance between work and rest seems to make sense," the giant said. "My friends are outside. How about I call them in before leaving?" Lin Fei continued to probe. "As long as there is someone to play with me," the giant said calmly. "Striking a balance between work and rest seems to make sense. I should use my martial arts." Lin Fei knew that it was a success. "Senior, I will call for help." Supreme Venerable Heaven Vast and Supreme Venerable Kongwen stood guard outside with their men. They had to wait for Lin Fei to come out. "Supreme Venerable Kongwen, you two fools, I came out long ago, but you are still waiting foolishly. Ha!" As the two closed their eyes to rest, a loud mocking voice echoed. "It's Lin Fei. Bastard!" The two opened their eyes immediately, killing intent shooting out of them. "Come and kill me." Supreme Venerable Kongwen felt embarrassed. He had been proud that Lin Fei could not escape from his palm. The other's words were no less than a ruthless slap to his face. After him, Supreme Venerable Heaven Vast gave chase. At the entrance of the palace, Lin Fei released his aura, which was as dazzling as a light in the dark night. Grand Monarch Heaven Vast was the first to notice Lin Fei. With a whoosh, he arrived in front of Lin Fei. Lin Fei took a step back and entered the palace. Grand Monarch Heavenly Vast's attack had missed. This again. Now that Grand Monarch Celestial Empyrean was looking at the Grand Palace, he couldn't help but feel apprehensive. He could still clearly remember the pain he had suffered in the last palace. Exalted Empyrean Kongwen caught up as well. "Be careful, there's an explosion." "Let me see." Now that he saw the palace, he had no choice but to be cautious. If another powerful divine venerable primordial demon came, he would be in trouble again. "You're all too cowardly. A mere palace and you're afraid." You're really useless. At the entrance of the palace, Lin Fei sneered. You still want to kill me? Wash up and go to sleep. Both Grand Monarch Heavenly Vast and Exalted Kongwen knew that it would be difficult for them to take down Lin Fei alone. One of them might not be able to do anything. They had to work together. Don't run if you dare. I'll kill you. Grand Monarch Heavenly Vast roared. I'm not running. You're the ones who don't dare to come now. Lin Fei laughed. Were you frightened by the divine venerable primordial demon? Sigh, what a pity. Lin Fei turned and walked inside. You guys wait here. I'm going to look for something. Exalted Kongwen suddenly said, Lin Fei, don't think we don't know what you're here for. Lin Fei stopped and pretended to be calm. Hee, what do you know? Why can't I come to the scattered star seas? Exalted Kongwen laughed. Anyone can come to the scattered star seas, but at this time, only your sacred body mountain can't come. Let me guess the reason. I guarantee it will be an eye-opener for you. Grand Monarch Heavenly Vast didn't know what Exalted Kongwen was trying to do. It sounded like there was some secret hidden. He was quite curious. Could it be that Kongwen really discovered something? Humph, I want to hear what you have to say. Lin Fei sneered. Exalted Kongwen was sure that his guess was right. He thought, Humph, calm down. Let's see how long you can stay calm. Such a big secret has actually been discovered by me. Ha, the heavens really want to destroy your body tempering school. Sacred Body Mountain. Then listen carefully. Exalted Kongwen had always suffered at the hands of Lin Fei. This time, he wanted Lin Fei to panic and fear. Humph, Humph. If you really think you can sit back and relax after becoming the sacred master of the Sacred Body Mountain and the leader of the Body Tempering School, then you're sorely mistaken. Actually, you came to the Sacred Body Mountain to find the Sacred Heaven Set and Sacred Heaven Dominating Saber left behind by the previous Sacred Master. Lin Fei's face twitched. He said in a deep voice, I thought you had something to say, but it turns out to be this. Ridiculous, really ridiculous. How could the treasures of our Sacred Body Mountain be lost? Exalted Empyrean Vast Sky fell into deep thought. A long time ago, your previous Sacred Master died. Others might not know, but our Temporal Temple knows. If you didn't come at this time, I might not have suspected this. Unfortunately, you came. That can prove that the Sacred Heaven Set was lost in the Vajra sect. You can then quibble. However, I believe many people will be interested in it during the 1-month celebration. Exalted Kongwen was about to threaten Lin Fei. Once this news spread, without the threat of the Sacred Heaven Set, just the Sacred Body Mountain's treasures alone would be profitable. After all, the Sacred Body Mountain had no more experts. As for the 3 old ancestors, they weren't difficult to deal with. What everyone was afraid of was the Sacred Heaven Set and Sacred Heaven Dominating Saber. No matter who wore them, the power they could erupt with was unprecedentedly terrifying. If everyone knew that the Sacred Body Mountain was an empty shell, those big sects would definitely act upon hearing the news. Nonsense. Lin Fei's body was trembling slightly. If you say such words, I can guarantee that not many people will believe you. Lin Fei's actions made Exalted Sky Vast and Exalted Kongwen even more certain that this matter was true. Their emotions were fluctuating too much. They had come at the wrong time. No sacred master would be in a hurry to come to the scattered star sea. One only needed to think about it to know what had happened. This was especially true for Exalted Kongwen, who had the backing of a big power. As long as one had the heart to investigate it, it would be no big deal. Now, Exalted Kongwen was certain about this matter. The Sacred Body Mountain's deterrent treasures, the Sacred Heaven Set and weapons, had all disappeared. They had definitely been lost in the Vajra sect in the scattered star sea. This was because only the Vajra sect could attract a sacred master of the Sacred Body Mountain. Chapter 3076. This explanation is really... Listening to Supreme Paragon Kongwen's explanation, Lin Fei almost burst out laughing. It seems like a good trap. If I can trick them into coming in, I can probably wipe out a large wave of enemies. Lin Fei was still thinking about how to trick them into coming in, but he didn't expect Supreme Paragon Kongwen to think of this and analyze the information so clearly. If it was before he obtained the Sacred Heaven Set, he might have been worried, but now he wasn't. Do you think I'll believe you? Lin Fei quietly retreated, as if he had been hit on the mark. I don't know what you're talking about. Supreme Paragon Kongwen felt that he had the upper hand. He was too smart to be able to dig this out. Then why are you retreating? Supreme Paragon Kongwen laughed. Continue standing there if you can. It's obvious that you're guilty. Lin Fei simply retreated inside. Lin Fei's movement undoubtedly exposed his guilty conscience. Supreme Paragon Kongwen was the first to catch up. Brother Heaven Firmament, the sacred heaven set must be inside. Don't let him get it. Chase. Supreme Paragon Heaven Firmament followed. Lin Fei retreated into the palace. You really think you're smart? You guys can play with Divine Venerable Yuan Mo. Lin Fei came to a place not far from Divine Venerable Yuan Mo. Ha, Lin Fei, you won't have a chance. When Supreme Paragon Kongwen and Supreme Paragon Heaven Firmament entered, they were full of smiles when they saw the mountains of bones. Good stuff, I can definitely take it back and refine it into something special. Supreme Paragon Heaven Firmament was overjoyed. He could tell at a glance that the bones were not ordinary, and they would be useful when they brought them back. All this was thanks to Lin Fei. I see him. Supreme Paragon Kongwen had been staring at Lin Fei, afraid that he would disappear again. That would really be a missed opportunity. Supreme Paragon Heaven Firmament also saw Lin Fei, who was looking at them with a smile. Lin Fei, stop putting on an act. Supreme Monarch Kongwen shouted. Surrender. You won't be able to escape this time. Lin Fei shook his head. You're wrong. I won't run. I'll only go out from here. And I'll do it in front of all of you. Do you believe me? The two of them laughed loudly. This palace looked extraordinary, but in their eyes, there was nothing wrong with it. This Lin Fei was really boasting shamelessly. He even dared to say that he would go out in front of them. Senior, my friends are here. I'll give them to you. They all have a lot of good stuff on them. Lin Fei suddenly said, for example, that pair of wings is a good thing, Senior. Grand Monarch Kongwen and Grand Monarch Vast Heaven exchanged a glance. Senior? Did they hear it wrong? Was there someone else here? They hadn't discovered it at all. Ha, not bad, 2 more people have come. A huge figure appeared out of thin air. A domineering gaze swept across them and nodded with satisfaction. They do have a lot of good stuff on them. You can go now, kid. Remember to come again next time. Grand Monarch Kongwen and Grand Monarch Vast Heaven felt that something was wrong. What, Senior? This was clearly an ultimate divinity Yuan demon. But why could it speak? It looked like it had retained its consciousness. What kind of joke was this? They had never heard of any natives of the scattered star seas surviving. This Senior really likes to play. You can play with him. If you're lucky, you might get some good stuff. Lin Fei smiled and prepared to leave. Grand Monarch Vast Heaven and Grand Monarch Kongwen had already sent a voice transmission. Escape first. Once they were outside, there was nothing to be afraid of. They had divine weapons in the sky. Even if an ultimate divinity Yuan demon came, they could still fight. Since you're here, there's no need to leave. The giant waved his hand. Just as Grand Monarch Vast Heaven and Grand Monarch Kongwen rushed out, they were slapped away and smashed into the bones. Their bodies seemed to have fallen apart, and their eyes were filled with shock. No power could stop this giant's palm. We've been tricked. This was a powerful enemy. Lin Fei swaggered away. Grand Monarch Vast Heaven and Grand Monarch Kongwen got up and continued to flee. In the end, they were slapped away again. If you dare to run again, I'll slap you to death. Shameless Lin Fei, how dare you trick us? Lin Fei, I'll remember you. After 2 consecutive palm strikes, no matter how stupid they were, they knew that they had fallen into Lin Fei's trap. He was tricking them into coming in. Perhaps he was trying to replace Lin Fei so that he could leave on his own. But, too bad. I love playing games the most, the giant said. The giant said, as long as you can withstand my saber, I'll give you something. If you can't withstand it, I'll give you something. If you can't, you'll have to leave something behind. I'll start with you. The giant's first target was Grand Monarch Kongwen. Lin Fei successfully came out of the palace. If you're smart, You might be able to come out. As soon as he came out, Lin Fei used shadow stealth to conceal his aura. He went to look for the three patriarchs. As for Grand Monarch Kongwen and Grand Monarch Vast Heaven's Revenge, he didn't have to worry about it. The three patriarchs ran to the periphery with their people. They could still move around in those places. If they were careless in this area, they might be trapped. I wonder if Sacred Leader Lin can succeed. He should be able to. If he knows the cause and effect, he'll probably hate us to death. With the three patriarchs working together, coupled with their familiarity with the Vajra sect, they shook off most of the essence demons and experts. The three great ancestors had a guilty look on their faces as they spoke. Others might not know, but they knew that they had to do this for the sake of the Sacred Body Mountain and the Body Tempering sect. They couldn't leave the item inside. They had to take it out. Patriarchs, you're really unkind. You actually made me go to such a place. Lin Fei's voice rang in the ears of the three patriarchs. The three patriarchs' expressions changed drastically. Sacred Leader Lin. It was obvious that Lin Fei knew about it. The three patriarchs looked awkward. Actually, we didn't do it on purpose. Grand Patriarch said in a low voice. Lin Fei snorted coldly. I'll settle this with you when we return. Let's go back now. The three patriarchs didn't dare to ask Lin Fei whether he had retrieved it or not. They were in the wrong, but they had no choice. They had to do it. They had discussed it. As long as Lin Fei could retrieve the Sacred Heaven set and weapon, they would wholeheartedly assist Lin Fei. If they could retrieve it, they would be a great hero of the Sacred Body Mountain. What could a mere assistant count for? In a certain palace, Supreme Venerable Heaven Firmament had just been killed by a saber strike. He had no choice but to condense a new body and hand over a treasure. Kongwen, you've gotten me into trouble. This was the 5th time Supreme Venerable Heaven Firmament had been killed by the giant. In the beginning, he thought that 1 slash was nothing. It would be troublesome if there were 3 or 4 slashes, but it would be nothing if it was just 1 slash. In the end, he was killed by a single slash. There was no way to block it at all. Supreme Venerable Kongwen had been killed 6 times, and each time, he died thoroughly. The feeling of fear rose in his heart again and again. This was a huge pit. Chapter 3077. Sacred Body Mountain. Lin Fei returned to the Sacred Body Mountain without saying a word. The three great ancestors were burning with anxiety. They really wanted to know the result. They were more concerned than anyone else about whether they succeeded or not. If they didn't take it out, it would be a huge blow to the Sacred Body Mountain and the Body Tempering sect. The Heavenly Feather Race and the Temporal Temple weren't fools. They could find out everything they wanted to know just by looking at the clues. It wasn't a secret that the previous Sacred Master had lost his Sacred Heaven set and weapon. Over the years, the three ancestors had rejected many people from exploring the secret realm. Everyone couldn't help but guess the reason behind it. The Sacred Body Mountain had been standing aloof from worldly affairs. It was completely different from the tyrannical way they had been in the past. This was what the three ancestors were worried about. Don't the three of you feel that this is very shameless? In his residence, Lin Fei looked at the three ancestors with a gloomy face. Therefore, I don't intend to be the Sacred Master anymore. If it wasn't for his good luck, he would have been buried in the palace and become a part of those skeletons. Eventually, he would be eaten by that giant. As for whether or not he would be digested, who knew? Lin Fei was furious. No matter who it was, they would be furious. Sacred Master Lin, we were forced to do this. The great ancestor said in a low voice, we had no other choice. The Sacred Body Mountain and the Body Tempering sect can no longer do without the Sacred Heaven set. Lin Fei sneered, you have no choice but to trick people into going in? That's an hierarchy on MO, a guy who can kill with 1 slash. I was wondering why the three of you didn't succeed. It turns out that you are all cowards. The three patriarchs had guilty expressions on their faces as they allowed Lin Fei to shout. They understood that they didn't do well in this matter. If they were given another chance, they would still do the same. They did it for the Sacred Body Mountain and the Body Tempering sect. Lin Fei scolded them angrily, but in fact, he was observing them. To be honest, he wasn't interested in controlling a faction. even the leader of the body-tempering sect. This trip to the sacred body mountain was to see the sacred heaven set and the sacred sky-dominating blade. To be honest, Lin Fei didn't care much about a set of equipment that enhanced attributes. It seems that they really did it for the sacred body mountain. After some observation, Lin Fei didn't think that they were faking it. Sacred Master Lin, this matter is all our fault. The great ancestor said guiltily. Since the sacred leader could come out, he must have seen the sacred heaven set. I wonder if the sacred leader brought it out. The great patriarch had no choice but to force himself to ask about this matter. They all knew how powerful the ultimate divinity Yuan Mo was. Their avatars had even died in his hands. If the three patriarchs were deliberately plotting against him, Lin Fei definitely wouldn't mind going on a killing spree. He had obtained a large number of treasures from the divine supremacy Yuan demon. Lin Fei could proudly say that when it came to treasures, he could smash his opponent to death. He did not even need to use any martial arts. This is the sacred heaven set and the sacred heaven weapon. Lin Fei casually took out the holy heaven suit and weapons. With a clang, the items fell in front of them, shining with light. The sacred heaven set and the sacred sky-dominating blade. As soon as the items were taken out and tossed onto the ground, the three patriarchs finally revealed looks of excitement, and tears of excitement welled up in their eyes. We're back. We're finally back. Even if we die now, we can die in peace. The three great ancestors knelt in front of Lin Fei. Thank you, Sacred Master, for bringing them back. From now on, you are the Sacred Body Mountain's Sacred Master. At this moment, they were wholeheartedly supporting Lin Fei. Although they didn't know what method he used, just the things he brought back were worth it. The sacred heaven set and the weapon of the sacred body mountain had been a sore point for the three great ancestors. They knew better than anyone that the sacred body mountain would be destroyed if the news was leaked one day. Even with the sacred body mountain's treasures, it would be destroyed sooner or later. It was different with the sacred heaven set and the weapon. Even ultimate god experts would have to think twice. That was the real deterrent. Forget about me being the sacred master. I'm actually here to see the sacred heaven set. Now that I've seen and touched it, it's time for me to leave. As for the sacred master, it's up to whoever wants to be. Lin Fei said lazily and was ready to leave. The sacred heaven set was very powerful. Lin Fei had gained a lot from this trip. A space incarnation bracelet and a method to condense the annihilation energy were of great help to Lin Fei. Sacred Master, you can't leave. The three great ancestors came up and hugged Lin Fei's thigh. You are the Sacred Master. You are the Sacred Master. No one can replace you. The second great ancestor hugged another thigh. Sacred Master Lin, we are in the wrong. But you can't leave. If you leave, who will be the Sacred Master? The great ancestor also had tears in his eyes. Sacred Master Lin, you can't leave. Lin Fei was dumbfounded. The three of you are great ancestors. Isn't it a little too much to hug someone's thigh? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? I can't be the Sacred Master. Who knows if something like this will happen again? Lin Fei shook his head. It won't happen again. Sacred Master Lin, with your talent, who else can be the Sacred Master if not you? In the future, you will lead the Sacred Body Mountain to glory. Sacred Master Lin, there won't be a next time. Lin Fei wanted to leave, but the three great ancestors did not let him. To Lin Fei, the position of Sacred Master was dispensable. With his current strength, he wasn't afraid of revenge. If he couldn't win, couldn't he just leave? He was very confident in this. No one could stop him. Especially with this bracelet, he could go to most places in the world except for the most dangerous places. How could the three great ancestors let Lin Fei leave? With such talent and potential, if he were to leave, they would cry. In order to prevent Lin Fei from leaving, the three old ancestors did not care about their faces at all. They hugged Lin Fei's thighs and cried. No matter how one looked at it, they looked pitiful. This was the first time Lin Fei saw someone being so shameless. Shameless. Too shameless. In order to convince Lin Fei to stay, they expressed that they wouldn't care about the matters of the Sage Body Mountain anymore. They were only responsible for guarding it. At the same time, they said that if they could obtain the benefits of the Sage Body Mountain, even the Massacre God Court, the Temporal Temple, the Devil Nation, and the other powers wouldn't dare to attack. They only had one goal, and that was not to let Lin Fei leave. The Sacred Body Mountain had declined. There had never been an expert, and Lin Fei was their hope. If he left, where would they find another one? Chapter 3078. In the end, Lin Fei didn't manage to leave. When the three ancestors became thick-skinned, they would do anything. With their pitiful looks, who would dare to say that they were one of the strongest experts in the world? Moreover, they were the few remaining experts of the physique tempering sect. Everyone knew that the physique tempering sect was difficult to cultivate. The higher one went, the more difficult it would be, and the longer it would take. Those who could reach the level of the ancestors were the cream of the crop. If something like this happens again, I will leave immediately. I can't be bothered to care about the survival of the physique tempering sect. If it weren't for those things, Lin Fei would have left without hesitation. If the three ancestors hadn't brought him in, he probably wouldn't have known about the existence of the scattered star seas for a long time, let alone the Vajra sect. He wouldn't have encountered such a good thing. Even though he had almost paid the price, he had still obtained the benefits. This time, Lin Fei had benefited greatly. After hearing that Lin Fei wouldn't leave, the three ancestors heaved a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as he didn't leave. They were very tired from managing the Sacred Body Mountain. With Lin Fei as the leader, they wouldn't have to be so tired. Sacred Lord Lin, keep the sacred heaven set and this weapon. You are a sacred lord, how can you not have a set? The third ancestor picked up the set and placed it in front of Lin Fei. He said respectfully, wouldn't it be shameful if this spread out? Sacred Lord Lin, there are only 20 days left before the celebration. It's enough time for you to refine the set. The second ancestor said. This set is the proof of being a sacred lord. How can we wear it so casually? The first ancestor smiled. With Lin Fei around, the Sacred Body Mountain wouldn't have to worry about the future. Then I will reluctantly accept it. Lin Fei said indifferently, oh right, the Heavenly Feather Race and the Temporal Temple will probably bring a large wave of guests to our celebration. The three ancestors should be mentally prepared. The third ancestor was the smartest and realized something. Sacred Lord Lin, could it be that they guessed it? It seems possible. Ah. The sacred leader has done a good job. They think that we've lost the sacred heaven set. Those sects that have been trying to swallow us up will probably be very happy. The three patriarchs were no longer worried. Instead, they were very happy. Now that they had the holy heaven set back, what else did they have to worry about? With the sacred heaven set, the Sacred Body Mountain would be able to stand tall. I'll leave this matter to you. Lin Fei said lightly, I'm tired, I'm going to rest. The three ancestral patriarchs sent Lin Fei off respectfully. Great. We can finally relax. The Sacred Body Mountain won't make any mistakes in our hands. Temporal Temple, in an independent space. Supreme Venerable Kongwen opened his eyes, his anger soaring to the heavens. Lin Fei, I won't rest until one of us is dead. Another clone. Just a moment ago, one of his doppelgangers had been completely killed by his opponent. Supreme Sovereign Kongwen hated Lin Fei to the core. Last time, his doppelganger had died. This time, despite his meticulous planning, his doppelganger had died as well. Not only him, but Heavenly Feather Clan's Supreme Venerable Vast Sky had also died. So what if you killed my doppelganger? Your Sacred Body Mountain has exposed the secret of not having the holy heaven set. Let's see how you're going to carry on with the celebration. Supreme Venerable Kongwen didn't believe that Lin Fei could easily retrieve the holy heaven set. After coming out of seclusion, the first thing he did was to meet the Temple Master and explain the situation of the chaotic Star Seas Vajra sect. The white-robed Temple Master had a calm expression. No wonder the Sacred Body Mountain has been holed up for such a long time. It turns out that they don't have the holy heaven set. Temple Master, I think we can release the news and let everyone know. I believe that many people will be more than happy to get rid of the Sacred Body Mountain and knock the body tempering sect out of the top 10. Also, enemies like Lin Fei will be more than happy to help. Supreme Venerable Kongwen said. The Sacred Body Mountain Body Tempering Sect. Such a good opportunity, I'll leave this matter to you. The white-robed temple master said, there's no need for the body tempering sect to exist anymore. It's not bad if it can become a part of our temporal temple. On the Heavenly Feather Race's side, Supreme Venerable Heaven Vast received the news from Supreme Venerable Kongwen and decided to join forces to destroy the Sacred Body Mountain. This Supreme Venerable Heaven Vast had the same idea. In the Chaotic Star Seas Vajra sect, Supreme Venerable Heaven Vast had suffered disastrous losses. He had lost his avatar and his treasures. He had been suppressing his resentment, so he immediately agreed to Supreme Venerable Kongwen's suggestion. When the Heavenly Feather Race heard that Supreme Venerable Heaven Vast had been schemed against by the Sacred Body Mountain, they were unhappy. A mere Sacred Body Mountain body tempering sect actually dared to scheme against them? The higher-ups unanimously agreed to deal with the Sacred Body Mountain. Without the Holy Heaven set, the Sacred Body Mountain wouldn't be able to display its true power even with the Sacred Body Mountain. A shocking piece of news spread. The Temporal Temple's Supreme Venerable Kongwen personally released the news. He would be arriving at the Sacred Body Mountain on the day of the celebration. The Massacre God Court also released the news that they would also be arriving at the Sacred Body Mountain on that day. The Heavenly Feather Race also came. The Illusory Realm faction also came. All the factions released the news. They were all going to participate in the Sacred Body Mountain celebration. This news was absolutely explosive. Almost all the first-rate factions in the Saint Spirit domain were going. It wasn't hard to imagine the unprecedented grandeur that day. It wasn't normal for smart people to only come out now. The Sacred Body Mountain Body Tempering Sect was one of the top 10 sects, but it had actually fallen into decline a long time ago. The Body Tempering Sect had never produced any experts. A Supreme Venerable? There were only a few of them. Now that the Sacred Body Mountain had an additional sacred leader, it didn't seem like it was worth everyone's effort. Following that, a small piece of news spread. The Sacred Body Mountain had lost the Holy Heaven Set and the Sacred Sky Dominating Blade. No one knew where this news came from, but it seemed to have spread overnight in the Saint Spirit domain. Everyone knew about it, and it caused a huge commotion. No way is this news true? It's too hard to imagine. It should be true. You guys just didn't notice. Back then, the Sacred Body Mountain had always been domineering and tried to expand their territory. After the sacred leader fell, the Sacred Body Mountain started to keep a low profile. They should have lost the Sacred Heaven Set at that time. Without the Sacred Heaven Set, the Sacred Body Mountain has lost a true top-notch expert. It seems like the Sacred Body Mountain's top-notch array can't be activated. Then the Sacred Body Mountain is in big trouble. Many smart people began to guess. As the discussion went on, everyone became more and more convinced of this matter. The Sacred Body Mountain Body Tempering Sect had really lost the Sacred Heaven Set and its weapons. Otherwise, how could the Sacred Body Mountain be so low profile? Even when they were attacked by other sects, they chose to tolerate it. This was not in line with the Sacred Body Mountain's three ancestors' personalities. A huge uproar also arose within the Sacred Body Mountain Body Tempering Sect. The Sacred Heaven Set had disappeared? What should they do? The Temporal Temple, Massacre Court, and other factions wanted to visit. Now, everyone understood what was going on. Chapter 3079. The Sacred Body Mountain's physique tempering faction was suddenly pushed to the forefront. Without the Sacred Heaven Set, the Sacred Body Mountain was no longer a threat. Most importantly, the future Sacred Lord, Lin Fei, had enemies all over the world. Almost the entire Saint Spirit world was his enemy, such as the Massacre God Court, the Temporal Temple, and so on. None of these top powers could be offended. From everyone's point of view, the day of the celebration might be the day the Sacred Body Mountain's physique tempering faction was defeated. They would also lose their position as one of the top 10 sections. Many people were wild with joy at this news. The foundation of a faction was unimaginable. Everyone was envious. Many people in the Saint Spirit world spread the news. For example, the powers that were infinitely close to the top 10 sects all declared that they would chase the physique tempering faction away. Among them, the most arrogant one was the Illusory Realm faction. The current Illusory Realm faction was no longer an ordinary faction. It had the ability to compete with the top 10 sections. The Illusory Realm faction was filled with experts. In particular, there were quite a few who could control illusory realms. Once they were used, no one would be able to resist them. They cared more about the position of the top 10 sects than any other faction. Being able to chase the other party down was something they were looking forward to the most. The physique tempering faction of the Sacred Body Mountain wanted to know the result. They had gathered at the foot of the Sacred Body Mountain, and no one knew better than them that once the Sacred Heaven set was lost, the Sacred Body Mountain would become an empty shell. The 10 elders and the 10 clans were especially clear about the significance of the Sacred Heaven set. They were also very anxious and personally went to see the 3 ancestors to find out the result. This time, the 3 ancestors did not meet them. They could not even enter the top level. They waited for a full day and night, but there was no reply. The 10 elders felt a chill in their hearts. Silence was the best explanation. No matter how they tried to explain it, it would be empty unless they wore the Sacred Heaven set. That would be the best explanation. It's over, it's really over. Without the Sacred Heaven set, how will the Sacred Body Mountain defend on the day of the celebration? It's all that Lin Fei's fault. He must have lured them here. The 10 elders returned to their clans. The bad news spread like wildfire. Everyone was silent, and they were shrouded in fear. The Sacred Body Mountain's biggest deterrent was the Sacred Heaven suit. With the help of the Sacred Heaven suit and the treasures of the Sacred Body Mountain, even ultimate gods would have to be polite to them. After the news spread, the physique tempering experts of the Sacred Body Mountain were in chaos. Holy Lord, is this a good idea? Sacred Lord, is this a good idea? Nothing bad about it, Lin Fei said. He was the one who told the 3 ancestors not to meet the 10 elders. I feel that the current Sacred Body Mountain is no longer hot-blooded and impulsive. Everyone has different thoughts. Other than fighting, there is only fighting. So, this is a good chance to test their attitude. The Body Mountain was famous, but was of the Body Mountain. It didn't matter if he wasn't the Saint Lord. But if he became the Saint Lord, things would be different. He would have to carry out a major internal reorganization. It could even be called a bloodbath. Only then would the Saint Body Mountain and the Body Tempering faction be renewed. At that time, the Body Tempering faction of the Saint Body Mountain would be filled with vitality. Lin Fei hoped to see a physique tempering sect like that. Sacred Lord, I don't think they will. After all, we watched them grow up. The 3 sacred ancestors said. Lin Fei shook his head. It's different this time. Can you guarantee that the 10 elders won't change their minds? Especially in such a situation, they are all smart people. They should be prepared. The 3 sacred ancestors fell silent. Ever since the previous sacred lord died, they announced that he had passed away in meditation. They didn't want too many people to pay attention to this matter, so they simply delegated the management of the Sacred Body Mountain. As time passed, the Sacred Body Mountain sect was in a mess. They were well aware of it, but they couldn't be bothered to deal with it. The 3 sacred ancestors didn't know what to say after hearing Lin Fei's words. Don't worry about it. You will know soon enough, Lin Fei said. You don't want the Sacred Body Mountain Body Cultivation sect to deteriorate with each generation, right? The 3 sacred ancestors nodded. I will be cultivating in seclusion for a while to refine the suit. You can just watch what happens outside. They can do whatever they want. Lin Fei said. It's not easy being a sacred lord. After sending off the 3 sacred ancestors, Lin Fei prepared to refine the suit. The Sacred Heaven suit and the Sacred Body Mountain were inextricably linked. For example, the Sacred Body Mountain's absolute gravity. The 3 sacred ancestors could only activate the 4th layer of absolute gravity. They couldn't activate the 5th layer. For ordinary experts, the 4th layer of absolute gravity could suppress most of them. However, it didn't affect ultimate gods much. Any ultimate god's treasure could withstand most of the force. The 5th layer of absolute gravity could only be activated with the Sacred Heaven suit. The 5th layer of absolute gravity was just right for ultimate gods. That was just one of its functions. Lin Fei began refining the sacred heaven suit. He had to refine it piece by piece. It wasn't difficult for him. As time passed, the sacred heaven suit was refined bit by bit. 1, 2, 3. Every time he refined one, a connection would be formed between them. Lin Fei used 8 days to refine the entire sacred heaven suit. The sacred sky dominating blade took 3 days. It took a total of 11 days. So this is the sacred heaven suit. After wearing the entire set, the sacred heaven suit was like a part of his body. He instantly understood all kinds of magical functions. Good stuff. Really good stuff. Hua hua hua. A gravitational force spread out. Absolute gravity. The sacred heaven suit had the support of absolute gravity. I can display the 5th layer of absolute gravity on the sacred body mountain. I can control the size of the range at will. No wonder the sacred heaven suit is so threatening. This suit was the most domineering Lin Fei had ever seen. Absolute gravity, let me see what else there is. The absolute gravity made Lin Fei overjoyed. After performing it a few times, he began to study other auxiliary abilities. Absolute defense? Lin Fei found another function. 10 breaths of time? Lin Fei found it familiar. He had also mastered invincible defense in the past. Complete immunity to all kinds of attacks. 10 breaths of time. It's really extraordinary. And power burst. This was what Lin Fei liked the most. Wow, it has 5 layers too. The sacred heaven suit could also unleash 5 layers of power. Each layer was stronger than the one before. Compared to the 5th layer power technique, there was still a big gap. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with the 3 auxiliary abilities of the sacred heaven suit. Where's the sacred sky dominating blade? Chapter 3080. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the 3 attributes of the sacred heaven set. Absolute gravity. Absolute defense. 5 levels of power explosion. It wasn't without reason that the 3 old ancestors of the sacred body mountain paid so much attention to it. Any one of them was a great support for body cultivators. The difference between wearing it and not wearing it was too big. In the sacred body mountain, the power could be displayed to the extreme. Once they left, they would be affected outside. This was to be expected. Lin Fei looked forward to the sacred sky tyrant blade even more. The dark golden blade made one unable to put it down at first glance. He completely fell in love with this weapon. While Lin Fei slashed at the air with his saber, and his eyes lit up. How sharp! With a gentle slash, the sacred sky tyrant blade sliced through the void until it reached the barrier at the end of the void. The sturdy barrier was also broken by the blade, and it rushed into the destruction energy, creating a long distance between them. Lin Fei didn't use any power. It was a very pure blade. Apart from sharpness, it was sharpness. After gently brushing against the wind blade, he was shocked to find that his proud sky was cut open, and a drop of blood flowed out. It broke just like that? It wasn't that he hadn't seen divine weapons before. Even semi-finished essence energy divine weapons had such power, but the sacred sky tyrant blade actually did it. Wait, it isn't just sharpness. There is another power. This should be numb. Lin Fei's mind was on the sacred sky tyrant blade just now, and he realized that he had neglected one thing. The place that was cut was actually unable to move. That place didn't seem to belong to Lin Fei at this moment. Numb, what a good technique. It can even affect my physical body. That supremacy couldn't move after taking a hit. That is really something that can kill. Lin Fei tried a few times and confirmed that it had a numb effect. The sharpness of divine weapons could cut through everything, and that was scary enough. Now that there was a numb attribute, it was really a nightmare for enemies. The sacred body mountain really needs this set of equipment. After experiencing it, Lin Fei fell in love with this set of equipment. Besides being good, it was really good. No matter who the enemy was, meeting such an opponent would be a nightmare. Apart from its sharpness, the sacred sky tyrant blade also had a paralyzing effect. Apart from these 2 auxiliary effects, it had nothing else. However, in Lin Fei's opinion, it was very good. Lin Fei's Sky Splitter Rod didn't have any support attributes, so it was a piece of white equipment. Without a doubt, it would be severely injured if it met the Sacred Sky Dominator blade. For this reason, he specially used a semi-finished Source Energy Divine weapon to test it. With one slash, the Sacred Sky Tyrant blade broke the weapon. There were no obstacles. This was finally recognized by Lin Fei. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the Sacred Heaven set and the Sacred Heaven Tyrant blade. He was thinking about where he could find a way to create a powerful set for himself. As for the Sacred Heaven suit, Lin Fei had no intention of wearing it all the time. He would return it to the 3 patriarchs of Sacred Sky Mountain in the future. He used 11 days to refine it. Lin Fei didn't stay idle and continued to refine the remaining treasures. For example, the bracelet on his hand. That was a good item that could transform into space. It was the best to use against the Temporal Temple. He used 5 days to refine the bracelet. This treasure had an extraordinary origin. From today onwards, you will be called Space Transformation Bracelet. With a thought, Lin Fei's body dispersed and his aura disappeared without a trace. He transformed into space. No, it should be that he swallowed the space and replaced it. Now, Lin Fei was really untraceable. What a powerful treasure. After transforming into space, all aura disappeared. It is completely a space. I wonder if I can move it. Let me try. If he couldn't move it, it would be a pity. Lin Fei tried to move it. With a thought, the space seemed to have grown arms and legs as it moved outwards. He came out of the secret room. I'm really out. Lin Fei continued to move and found the 3 old ancestors. They were discussing something. They didn't notice the changes around them. He continued to move. At the foot of the Sacred Body Mountain, Lin Fei walked around the entire Sacred Body Mountain and finally returned to the secret room. He was wild with joy. Good stuff, this is really good stuff. No matter who it was, no one could detect his presence. Lin Fei was looking forward to seeing how Supreme Paragon Kongwen would react when he appeared next to him. I wonder which unlucky bastard left it here. Now it's mine. Ha! Lin Fei couldn't bear to part with the Space Transformation Bracelet. With this treasure, Lin Fei would be able to kill any enemy outside. No one would be able to block this fatal blow. After calming himself down, he calculated the time. 16 days had passed, and there were only 10 days left until the celebration. It was just the right time to try to condense the energy of annihilation. Before that, he had to slightly increase the defense of the Proud Heaven's armor. It took him 3 days to do so. With the combined experience, Lin Fei's Proud Heaven's armor's defense had been greatly improved. Even if Supreme Paragon Kongwen and Supreme Paragon Heaven Vast attacked again, they wouldn't be able to break the Proud Heaven's armor in a short time. In terms of defense, the Vajra sect was indeed ahead of him. This technique alone was invaluable. It wasn't difficult to condense the energy of annihilation. Lin Fei personally came to the end of the barrier, sat down cross-legged, and began to absorb the energy according to the technique. At the beginning, it wasn't easy. Lin Fei wasn't very fast, and he was very careful. On the 5th day, he finally condensed the first energy. This technique was just the beginning for Lin Fei. It wasn't difficult to understand and master it. Looking at the destructive power in his hand, Lin Fei took a deep breath. Even a peak great monarch would be instantly killed by this primordial extermination power if it were to burst out. This was a power that would make one's heart palpitate. When the 10 energies of annihilation condensed together, Lin Fei could feel how terrifying it was. It wasn't as simple as 1 + 1, but it contained a great terror. Using this power to execute a killer move, who can block it? I have another killer move. Although he wouldn't be able to use it on the Sacred Body Mountain, he believed that there would be more people who wanted to kill him after the celebration. After condensing the first energy, Lin Fei calmed down and continued to condense the second energy. When he came out of the secret chamber, Lin Fei condensed 2 energies of annihilation, which were more powerful than ever before. Even if he encountered a supreme being, a concentrated energy of annihilation would be too much for them to handle. They would be in a mess if they didn't receive it. Chapter 3081. While Lin Fei wasn't refining the sacred heaven set, it was another situation at the foot of the sacred body mountain. The 10 elders wanted to see the 3 patriarchs to understand the situation, but in the end, they received a cold shoulder. The 3 patriarchs did not see them, and because of this, they were unwilling to give up and went up for 3 days. 3 days had passed, and he had not received any news. He had not even seen the 3 old ancestors. The silence of the 3 great ancestors was undoubtedly telling them bad news. The rumors outside should be true. Even if they could deceive them now, once the day of the celebration, they might be exposed. In fact, there was no difference whether they lied or not. The 10 elders came back with their heads hung low. Silence was the best answer. The experts of the Sacred Body Mountain's body tempering sect all looked uneasy. The experts of the body cultivation sect had always been proud of being a part of it, especially with the Saint Body Mountain. Even if they didn't mix well outside, once they returned to the Saint Body Mountain, it was the same as returning home. Even if they offended someone, once they returned to the Saint Body Mountain, no one would dare to cause trouble there. Everyone knew about the Sacred Body Mountain's reputation. But now, the Saint Body Mountain's most threatening thing had disappeared. This was a huge blow to everyone. From the moment the Sacred Body Mountain had grown to the present, it had the qualifications to be one of the top 10 sections. It could be said that it had stepped on everyone else to climb up. In the past hundreds of thousands of years, the body tempering sects had been declining year by year. Now, many people did not take the body tempering sects seriously. Now that the Sacred Heaven suit was gone, it was equivalent to the Sacred Body Mountain losing a top-notch expert. The Sacred Body Mountain wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Many body tempering realm experts were already thinking about their next course of action. As long as one wasn't an idiot, one could easily imagine the upcoming celebration. That day might very well be the doomsday of the Sacred Body Mountain. The Massacre God Court and the Temporal Temple would all come to observe, but everyone knew that it was all fake. Fan family, Great Elder's bloodline. Ever since they lost the qualifications to be the Holy Lord, the entire Fan family had suffered a huge blow. Who would have thought that an outsider would snatch the position of the Holy Lord? The Fan family's Grand Elder had been thinking about what to do next. Ever since the previous Sacred Lord had passed away, the Fan family's Great Elder's faction had been gaining more and more power. In the end, only the Qin family and the Bai family could contend against them. Now that he had to hand over the authority in his hands, the Fan family's head elder was very unwilling. Fan clan's Grand Elder, are you still worried about the future? In the study, the Fan family's Grand Elder also knew about the loss of the Holy Heaven set. He believed it more than anyone else. A long time ago, as the Grand Elder, he had already seen the problem. The loss of the Holy Heaven set could be kept a secret from outsiders, but to the Grand Elder, who was in charge of handling most of the affairs of the Sacred Body Mountain, it was impossible to keep this a secret. He just refused to believe it. Who is it? Fan family's Great Elder was shocked. Someone actually snuck in, and was even in his vicinity. If I were the Great Elder, I wouldn't make it public. A figure appeared. Let me introduce myself. I am the Temporal Temple's Great Paragon Kong Wen, the #1 genius. I'm here to give you an opportunity. You are Great Paragon Kong Wen. The Fan family's Great Elder stood up and stared at him. Do you think someone can impersonate me? Great Sovereign Kong Wen said with a smile. It's an opportunity that belongs to your Fan family. Are you interested in it? Fan clan's Grand Elder sneered. Dao friend Kong Wen, do you really think this old man would believe those rumors outside? As long as the Sacred Body Mountain exists, no one can break through it. Great Sovereign Kong Wen sneered. Great Elder, stop pretending. Others might not know about the situation of the Sacred Body Mountain, but you definitely do. Because you are the Great Elder. Let me tell you something else. The 3 ancestors of the Sacred Body Mountain and that Sacred Lord Lin Fei met with the Vajras of the Scattered Star Sea not long ago. I was the one who spread the news. Do you still doubt it? Fan clan's Great Elder's heart thumped. He had been thinking about how the news could spread and why so many people believed it. So that's how it is. At this moment, Fan clan's Great Elder finally believed the rumors outside. Everything was true. Great Elder, you are a smart person. Are you still willing to perish together with the Sacred Body Mountain? Great Sovereign Kongwen laughed. Are you willing to perish together with Lin Fei? Without the Holy Heaven set and weapons, Fan Clan's Great Elder didn't expect the Sacred Body Mountain to be able to stop so many people. Don't think that the Sacred Body Mountain was still there. It was merely a fox borrowing the tiger's might. What can you give this old man? Fan Clan's Great Elder had to consider. Ever since he returned, he had been thinking about how to leave this place. The best choice was to join a power. Sacred Body Mountain, the Saint Master of the Body Cultivation School, the heroic leader who will save everyone. Great Sovereign Kongwen narrowed his eyes. Don't doubt my ability. The Temporal Temple will never do meaningless things. Ever since the three old ancestors fell silent, the entire Sacred Body Mountain was in chaos. Scouts from all over the Sacred Body Mountain had arrived. The 10 elders had also started to look for a way out. Almost every day, there would be mysterious powers visiting them. Some would warmly welcome them, while others would sneak around. Anything could happen. In everyone's hearts, the future of the Sacred Body Mountain wasn't optimistic. On the day of the celebration, a fierce battle might break out. Their Sacred Body Mountain didn't have any helpers, so how could they fight against the mysterious powers? If they were to truly act, their chances of survival would be slim. Everyone was clear about this point. The day before the celebration, at the foot of the Sacred Body Mountain, second- and third-rate powers had all arrived. They were purely here to join in the fun, but there were also some who came in advance to recruit people. After all, the Body Cultivation School was one of the top 10 sects, and everyone was wary of them. If they could recruit one or two of them as Great Elders, it would be a sign of their strength. The Sacred Body Mountain's 7th Order, Heavenly God Realm, and Venerable Lord Realm cultivators were the most popular. There was an endless stream of visitors. The three old ancestors seemed to have resigned themselves to their fate, not bothering to stop them. In everyone's eyes, they were afraid. The Sacred Body Mountain had reached its end. The three old ancestors did not say anything, and the rest of the Body Cultivation School cultivators had also resigned themselves to their fate. Only a small group of people decided to stick with the Sacred Body Mountain, believing that the Sacred Body Mountain wouldn't fall. Another ray of sunlight rose. At the foot of the Sacred Body Mountain, colorful flags fluttered in the wind. Those who didn't know better would think that something good was about to happen. But today, everyone had an uneasy expression on their faces. There were also some people who were gloating over the Sacred Body Mountain's misfortune. Most of them were outsiders. Is that Saint Master of the Holy Heavenly Mountain planning to play an empty fort? Those big forces will be here soon. They've already seen through the Sacred Body Mountain's background. Who can stop them? The Sacred Body Mountain is going to be divided. The Sacred Body Mountain's formation was not activated. It was as if anyone could enter. Chapter 3082. Sacred Body Mountain, the day of the celebration. While the experts of the Body Tempering School were feeling uneasy, the first group arrived. Sacred Body Mountain, The first group was not a top-notch faction, but a school of thought. It was the illusory school that wanted to become one of the top 10 schools. I never thought that the Body Tempering School would have such a day. The illusory school's controller, Huan Luyun, had brought a group of experts and appeared at the foot of the Sacred Body Mountain. On the first day that the news had spread, Huan Luyun had contacted a high-ranking official of the Temporal Temple to confirm whether the news was true or not. No one wanted to become one of the top 10 schools more than them. When he found out that the news was true, Huan Luyun realized that their opportunity had come. The Sage Body Mountain faction was doomed. No one would be able to pull him back. On the day of the celebration, the people of the illusory school were happier than anyone else. Isn't this Gate Master Huan? You're here too. While Huan Luyun was daydreaming, a sudden voice was heard. Another group of people appeared. This group of people was tall and strong. The most peculiar thing about them was that their skin was golden, as if they were made of gold. So it's Gate Master Jean. Huan Luyun's gaze turned cold when he saw who it was. You are quite daring to come out. Aren't you afraid that I will destroy you? This was an enemy of the illusory school and a potential enemy of the entire school. Our Jingguang school is not a bunch of cowards. Invincible Jean laughed loudly. Gate Master Huan, if you want to kill us, just do it. Whoever frowns is a bastard. Huan Luyun did not like the Jingguang school, nor did he like Invincible Jean. He was vulgar, violent, and barbaric. I am here to participate in the Sacred Body Mountain celebration. I don't have time to waste with you. Huan Luyun snorted and led his people away. Invincible Jean laughed mischievously. Who knows if you are here to attack the Sacred Body Mountain? You make it sound so grand. What the hell? Vulgar. Huan Luyun almost vomited blood. Barbarians were barbarians. They were unbelievably vulgar. It was no wonder that no one in the Saint Spirit world was willing to make friends with the barbaric Jingguang school. Let's go and have a good look at today's celebration. Jean Booby was boorish, but he was also meticulous. He had been born a barbarian. With his shrewdness and cautiousness, he had led the development of the Jingguang race. He had also allowed them, who had been born a barbarian, to become more and more influential in the Saint Spirit domain. That was the illusory sect and the barbarian Jingguang clan. The two sects have been fighting for hundreds of thousands of years. Usually, when we meet, there will definitely be a fight. Look, another sect has appeared. It looks like the School of Earth. It's a first-rate sect, and it's most proficient in Earth defense. The Skyfire School is here too. Haha, what an eye-opener. These are all first-rate sects. The experts of the Sacred Body Mountain kept sucking in a breath of cold air. Throughout the history of the Sacred Body Mountain, there had been very few grand celebrations. Apart from the first few generations, the celebrations that followed were not as grand as the previous ones. Everyone knew that today's grand ceremony was a plot against the Sacred Body Mountain. The three ancestors have come out to welcome us. It looks like nothing has happened. Who's that young man? No way, that's the new sacred leader of the Sacred Body Mountain, Lin Fei? He's really too young. He's Lin Fei? He has enemies all over the world and he's carrying treasures? That's unbelievable. The three ancestors, Lin Fei, and a group of Sacred Body Mountain elders came out to welcome them, attracting everyone's attention. There was no need to mention the three ancestors as most people knew them. Lin Fei, on the other hand, was different. That fellow who had caused an uproar in the Sacred Spirit domain had enemies all over the world. He had even killed the high-ranking members of the Massacre Divine Court. In the Dark Shadow Palace, he was even praised as the #1 person below the ultimate god level. Who else could achieve such glory? To everyone, meeting Lin Fei, the #1 person below the ultimate god level, was something that countless people yearned to do. Today, they finally met him. He was as young as the rumors said. If they hadn't seen him with their own eyes, no one would have imagined that this was the #1 person below the ultimate god level, Lin Fei. Just this title alone was enough to make countless people feel inferior. Even if the title of the #1 person below the ultimate god level was exaggerated, he was still someone who could exchange blows with ultimate god Darkshadow's clone. How many people could do that? The three ancestors' faces were full of smiles as they received wave after wave of people. No matter how much they tried to pry, the three ancestors were all smiling and didn't look guilty at all. However, the more they behaved like that, the more people thought that they were pretending. The Sacred Body Mountain set was missing, which came from the Space-Time Temple and the Heavenly Feather race. No one dared to doubt the words of these two top-notch existences. With their status, they wouldn't say things without evidence. Otherwise, they would become a joke. Everyone thought that the Sacred Body Mountain's treasure, the Sacred Heaven set, was lost. That was the only explanation for the Sacred Body Mountain's low profile. The people from the Massacre Divine Court are here. The Massacre sect leader is here. There's going to be a good show. That Sacred Lord Lin killed the Massacre sect leader once. In the history of the Sacred Body Mountain, the shortest Sacred Lord is probably this Lin Fei. What a huge joke. One sect after another arrived. When the Massacre Divine Court arrived, everyone's eyes lit up. Everyone knew that Sacred Lord Lin Fei and the Massacre sect leader had a huge grudge against the Massacre sect leader. Sacred Lord Lin Fei, should I congratulate you or feel bad for you? The massacre sect leader stared at Lin Fei and said with a face full of killing intent. Ever since he was killed, the massacre sect leader's hatred for Lin Fei had accumulated to a terrifying level. After hearing about this matter and confirming it, the massacre sect leader's mood improved day by day. Lin Fei said solemnly, "Massacre sect leader, your words are interesting. Are you afraid that I will bring body-tempering experts to massacre the massacre divine court again?" When the massacre sect leader heard Lin Fei's arrogance, he didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed loudly, "Sacred Lord Lin, you are really interesting. The massacre divine court will be waiting for you at any time. First of all, I will mention your position as a sacred lord. Otherwise, I will not mention anything." Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. "Don't worry, I won't let you down." Under the guidance of the three ancestors, the massacre sect leader came to a stand. "Sect leader, this Lin Fei is really arrogant. I really don't know what makes him so arrogant." A trusted high-ranking member said, "Today is really a lively day." After the massacre divine court arrived, the Dark Shadow Palace soon arrived. Hierarch Dark Shadow's clone came in person. "You really know how to cause trouble," the Dark Shadow Palace master said. Chapter 3083. Many people were surprised that Divine Lord Dark Shadow would attend the Sacred Body Mountain celebration. That was an ultimate god. Even if it was a doppelganger. No one dared to underestimate the doppelganger. After all, the doppelganger had the combat power of an ultimate god and was at least a first-class ultimate god. "Lin Fei, you've caused a scene." Grand Venerable Han Tian also came this time. Even Great Venerable Han Tian himself hadn't expected things to develop in this direction. He wasn't surprised that Lin Fei had become a saint master. The only thing he was surprised about was that the sacred heaven set, the most precious treasure of the Sacred Body Mountain, had disappeared. This had become a big problem. The Sacred Body Mountain's physique cultivation sect had the sacred heaven set to threaten everyone. Now that the threat of the Holy Heaven suit was gone, it was impossible for them to suppress everyone with just the Holy Body Mountain. Apart from that, Lin Fei's identity had also brought about changes. After all, Lin Fei had enemies all over the world and the treasures he had on him were tempting. Coupled with someone adding fuel to the fire, things had turned out this way. "I didn't want to do that." Lin Fei smiled bitterly. "I'm tired of being the Sacred Lord, but I'll protect the Sacred Body Mountain now that I'm the Sacred Lord. They'll have to pay the price for acting presumptuously here." Grand Venerable Han Tian opened his mouth. "It's all my fault. Although the Palace Lord is here, he won't do anything." "I understand." Lin Fei knew very well that Divine Lord Dark Shadow was not a good person. He was the one who made him the strongest person below the ultimate gods. Divine Lord Dark Shadow and the others sat down. "Han Tian, this disciple of yours is amazing. Do you think the rumors are true?" Divine Lord Dark Shadow asked Grand Venerable Han Tian. Grand Venerable Han Tian did not know how to answer. "I don't know either." Grand Venerable Han Tian knew where the rumors came from, so there was a 90% chance that it was true. "Everyone look over there." "What's that?" Outside the Sacred Body Mountain, a large group of dark clouds surged over. Many people stood up. "Mo Zugua, Mo 33, have come to congratulate Sacred Lord Lin Fei." The dark clouds condensed into a person that appeared before everyone's eyes. "It's the Devil Empire's Devil 33 Kings. Why is he here?" Lin Fei and the Devil Patriarch are really in cahoots. He even came here to congratulate us personally. That bastard Devil 33 dares to come here? Everyone attack together and exterminate him. The appearance of the Demon 33 country lords caused everyone to be extremely shocked. Now, the demonic motherland occupied half of the Saint Spirit domain. The demonic motherland had many formidable martial artists. On the human side, whenever the demonic motherland was mentioned, they would gnash their teeth in anger. Many people said that they wanted to kill the Demon 33 country lord, but there were only a few who dared to do so. After all, killing the Demon 33 country lord wouldn't result in any losses. Lin Fei frowned. This old bastard must have done it on purpose. Last time, he had plundered a large amount of life energy from the Origin God's Lake. It would be strange if the demon god didn't remember that. Lin Fei understood everything. Demon 33 Country Lord, you are too polite. I am really happy that you came all the way here to participate in the Sacred Body Mountain's Sacred Leader Celebration. Someone, immediately arrange a seat for the Country Lord. Everyone here today is a guest. I will treat everyone equally. Lin Fei said seriously. The Demon 33 Country Lord was indeed here to cause trouble. It would be good if he could disgust Lin Fei. It would be best if he could make Lin Fei lose his place in the Saint Spirit domain. In that case, I will not stand on ceremony. The Demon 33 Country Lord swaggered down and took the initiative to greet Hierarch Darkshadow. The celebration had yet to begin. Everyone could smell the smell of gunpowder. It would explode at any moment. The Heavenly Feather Race and the Temporal Temple have arrived. While everyone was still staring at the Demon 33 Country Lord, the Heavenly Feather Race and the Temporal Temple arrived. Oh no, even the Heavenly Feather Race is here. Who is the Heavenly Feather Race? They sound so domineering. The Heavenly Feather Race is a top-notch hidden force. There is only one outcome for encountering them: death. I heard that the Temporal Temple and the Heavenly Feather Race are related. It looks like the rumors are true. Now that the Heavenly Feather Race and the Temporal Temple had come together, the impact was different. This was especially so for the Heavenly Feather Race, as they were existences that all the large sects feared. The expressions of the various sects that had come together changed. It seems like a young man is leading them. What young man? The Temporal Temple is leading Supreme Venerable Kong Wen, the #1 prodigy. He suppressed all the other prodigies back then, and he possesses both the time and spatial laws. He is extremely powerful. That person from the Heavenly Feather Race over there seems to be Supreme Venerable Sky Vast. His background is also not small. Holy Lord Lin Fei, you didn't expect us to come, right? Supreme Venerable Kong Wen's resentment was especially strong when he saw Lin Fei again. Both of his clones had died at Lin Fei's hands. I am actually very, very happy that you guys could come. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and revealed his white teeth. Happy? To think that you could say that. You'll be crying later. That's right, you will indeed be happy. By the way, let me tell you that we were the ones who spread the news. How about it? We are good friends, aren't we? Supreme Venerable Kong Wen smiled proudly. This is called reciprocity. Supreme Venerable Sky Vast had never been schemed against before. He had suffered a crushing defeat at the Vajra Gate last time, losing his treasures and clones. Even now, he was still fuming with anger. Today, we have also given you a big gift. I believe you will definitely like it later. Supreme Venerable Sky Vast said. Lin Fei acted as if he didn't hear them. You guys are too polite. Since you are already here, why would you give me a big gift? I don't even know what to give you guys. I am truly ashamed. Continue acting. In the eyes of Supreme Venerable Sky Vast and Supreme Venerable Kong Wen, Lin Fei was pretending to be calm. Those who didn't know the truth might really believe it. With the Sacred Body Mountain's reputation, not many people would dare to act wildly. They had seen through Lin Fei's background and the flaws of the Sacred Body Mountain. In addition, Lin Fei had many enemies. He could only blame himself for offending them. Of all the people he could have offended, he just had to offend them. One of them was already too much to handle, let alone a large group of them. The three patriarchs came to Lin Fei's side. Most of the people are here. Lin Fei nodded. Then let's get ready. You guys can stand aside and watch what happens later. The weather is beautiful today, and it's indeed a good day. The three patriarchs were overjoyed. They all knew that after today, the Sacred Body Mountain would once again display the domineering strength of the physique cultivation sect. No one would dare to underestimate them anymore. The people who had come today were all people of status. The scene was exciting enough to imagine. We will remember this. Half an hour later. Those who should come had come, and those who shouldn't have come had come. Chapter 3084. Sacred Body Mountain at the celebration. 4 top-notch forces from the Saint Spirit domain had come. The Mo kingdom now occupied half of the Saint Spirit domain and was the fourth top-notch force besides the three top-notch forces. This was a publicly acknowledged fact, and no one dared to deny it. The first patriarch was the first to step forward. Today is the Sacred Body Mountain's Sacred Lord ceremony. This old man welcomes all the guests who have come today. The great ancestor was all smiles, as if he didn't see that these people had different intentions. Don't be fooled by the fact that there were so many people at the scene. In fact, he was bursting with joy in his heart. If those people really made a move, the Saint Lord wouldn't mind personally exterminating them. No matter how many came, he would be exterminated. Just thinking about it was a delightful thing. Next, let's begin today's ceremony. Grand Old Ancestor announced. The ceremony was actually not very complicated. It was nothing more than a process of recognition. But today was different. This was the Sacred Lord celebration of the Sacred Body Mountain's Sacred Body Tempering School. It was an unprecedentedly grand occasion. However, unlike last time, most of the people present had come with their own ideas. If not for the fact that they had retrieved the Holy Heaven set, the three patriarchs would have been flustered right now, not knowing what to do. The celebration was about to begin. Everyone who was watching from below also began to laugh along. A good show was about to begin. The process of the celebration was simple. The first step was to announce it. The second step was for the new sacred master to speak. The third step was to obtain the scepter that represented the sacred leader. With these three steps, the ceremony was complete. Next, I will announce the Sacred Body Mountain's body tempering sect. The great ancestor's voice was exceptionally loud, and it spread throughout the entire Sacred Body Mountain, landing in everyone's ears. Grand Patriarch, wait a moment. I have an opinion. Just as Great Ancestor was halfway through his words, Fan Clan's Great Elder stood up. The Fan Clan's Grand Elder stood up. In fact, no one was surprised. Ever since the previous Saint Lord had fallen, the 10 Grand Elders had obtained their authority. Among them, the one who had developed the fastest was the Fan Clan's Grand Elder. He had practically grasped the majority of the authority. The Chen clan and Bai clan could barely contend against the Fan Clan's Grand Elder. Our Bai family also has an opinion. An elder of the Bai family stood up. Our Chen family also has an opinion. The Chen family elder also stood up. There's going to be a good show. Who would have thought that before the other forces made a move, the internal strife had already broken out? That makes sense. The Fan clan, Chen clan, and Bai clan are the three clans with the most authority. It's normal for them to have opinions, not to mention that this is a crucial moment of life and death. The three of them are smart. Maybe they have joined forces with other forces. The Sacred Body Mountain's physique tempering school is really going to decline. But no one was surprised by this scene. In fact, it was within reason. Brother Tsang, just wait for a good show. Grand Monarch Kong once said complacently, I'm going to make Lin Fei be deserted by everyone. That's a pretty good move. He indirectly killed one of my clones, so I have to vent my anger. Since he's not relying on his holy master, we'll slowly whittle away all the forces around him before slowly dealing with him. When he thought about how he had lost his clone in the guardian deity sect in the scattered star seas, Great Venerable Heaven Song's hatred towards Lin Fei immediately rose. Being able to see Lin Fei falling into despair step by step was the most exciting thing. The 3 elders stood up. Of the remaining 7 elders, 4 stood up, while the other 3 remained seated. We also have opinions. The new Holy Master, Lin Fei, is not a suitable Holy Master. If he becomes the Holy Master, our Sacred Body Mountain will be destroyed in his hands. When the 3 patriarchs saw who stood up, they couldn't help but feel a trace of sorrow. Of the 10 elders, 7 stood up. Among them, the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and the Third Elder were the most influential. All of them stood up to express their opinions. They really have a good plan. The 3 patriarchs didn't know that they had been persuaded, and that the person who persuaded them was actually present. As one of the top 10 sects, the Sacred Body Mountain's physique tempering school would be ridiculed no matter which force they belonged to if they openly took action. They needed a reason. With a reason, It was equivalent to having a fig leaf. When the time came, no one would say anything about it. After all, this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Ever since the day Lin Fei asked them not to stop him, the three patriarchs had actually predicted that something like this would happen. They didn't expect that the three elders, whom they had pinned their hopes on the most, would stand up and oppose it. Regarding this, the three patriarchs were extremely disappointed and sad. Holy Master Lin is right. The Sacred Body Mountain's elders have all decayed. Too much time has passed, and they've all decayed. It's only right to clean them up. The three patriarchs rarely had the same opinion. In the past, when the Sacred Body Mountain's physique tempering school reached its peak, it wasn't because of internal reorganization. To put it bluntly, it was a great purge. They were all experienced people. Elder Fan, Elder Bai, Elder Qin, what do you think? The Grand Elder asked. They had already made their decision, and the Grand Elder wouldn't say much. As long as Lin Fei was around, no force could take advantage of the Sacred Body Mountain's physique tempering school. The Fan Clan's Grand Elder had also thrown caution to the wind. On the surface, the top forces that came today were here to congratulate, but in reality, they all had thoughts about the Sacred Body Mountain. As a member of the Sacred Body Mountain's physique tempering school, if they didn't make their choice, the Fan Clan wouldn't have a good ending if a fight broke out. But it was different now. If they performed well today, the Fan Clan was destined to be glorious in the future. Grand Elder, this elder opposes Lin Fei becoming the Holy Master because he isn't suitable. The Fan Clan's Grand Elder said, even though he is very strong, he has made too many enemies outside, which is disadvantageous to our Sacred Body Mountain. Moreover, Lin Fei's origin is unknown. If we let him become the Holy Master, it won't be good for anyone. Their first step was to stop Lin Fei from becoming the Holy Master. This was an unjustifiable reason to attack Lin Fei. With someone backing him, the Fan Clan's Grand Elder wasn't afraid of the Grand Elder's anger. The position of the Holy Master originally belonged to the Fan Clan. How could a young brat take it? The Grand Elder remained expressionless as he looked at Elder Bai and Elder Qin. Are the two of you the same? Facing the Grand Elder's gaze, Elder Bai and Elder Qin felt a little guilty. However, when they thought of the people behind them, they hardened their resolve. We don't support Lin Fei becoming the Holy Master. He isn't suitable to become the Holy Master. Lin Fei stood at the side and watched quietly. Lin Fei, you are the Saint Spirit Domain's public enemy. This elder thinks that you should leave the Sacred Body Mountain yourself. It will be good for you and everyone else. Lin Fei, the Sacred Body Mountain isn't suitable for you. You should leave. At the foot of the Sacred Body Mountain, many physique tempering school experts shouted. Lin Fei, get out of the Sacred Body Mountain. Lin Fei, you aren't suitable to become the Holy Master. Chapter 3085. The 10 elders of the Sacred Body Mountain had been in charge of the mountain for such a long time. Naturally, they had a group of followers. With the status of the Fan Clan's Grand Elder, many people would naturally follow him. This time, he didn't mind making a big deal out of this. At the foot of the Sacred Body Mountain, the voices of the body tempering cultivators were extremely impactful. Look at this celebration, hee. Huan Lian laughed. This is really interesting. If those sacred lords know about this, they will probably start cursing. The more the Sacred Body Mountain became, the happier Huan Liyun was. If there was no chaos, how could they take advantage of the situation? Regardless of the outcome today, the Sacred Body Mountain would definitely undergo a huge change. This was an opportunity for the Illusory Realm faction, a rare opportunity that only appeared once in 10,000 years. The commotion became more and more intense. All of the voices were connected together. When the people contacted by the 7 elders joined forces, the commotion was naturally not simple. As elders, they had the authority to control the Sacred Body Mountain. Their rallying power was naturally unimaginable. This was the disadvantage of not having a sacred lord. Everyone looked at Lin Fei. What would this person who was going to become the sacred lord do? Are you guys trying to force me to abdicate? Lin Fei coldly snorted. The position of the sacred lord is a rule left behind by the previous generations. I stood out from it. Are you all convinced now? The moment he said this, everyone's eyes lit up. Lin Fei didn't have any confidence and was feeling a little guilty. The sacred heaven set left behind by the sacred body mountain was probably gone. The Fan clan's Grand Elder had long been dissatisfied with Lin Fei. Lin Fei, you don't have the qualifications to become the sacred lord of the sacred body mountain. You better scram. The body tempering faction doesn't have someone like you. Who would know that you cultivated an evil cultivation technique? The Bai clan's Grand Elder also shouted. The sacred body mountain doesn't welcome you. The Chen clan's Grand Elder stood up and shouted, our sacred body mountain will never allow you to become the sacred lord. This is what everyone wants. You better leave the sacred body mountain. The three clans knew that the sacred body mountain no longer had the sacred heaven set, so they weren't afraid that Lin Fei would dare to make a move. Previously, they weren't prepared. But this time, Lin Fei would not be able to gain any advantage over them. As long as Lin Fei dared to make a move, they had plenty of ways to deal with Lin Fei. If they really couldn't beat him, the people behind them would also intervene. Lin Fei looked at the person who stepped forward. I didn't think that there would be so many people standing up against me becoming the Saint Master. Should I be happy or angry? The three ancestral patriarchs stood at the back without saying a word. Ever since Lin Fei stepped forward, everything had been handed over to Lin Fei. They didn't want to care about it anymore. They were too sad and disappointed. Fan Clan Grand Elder says coldly, if this elder was you, I would leave right now. Lin Fei laughed heartily. Why should I leave? To tell you the truth, the position of Holy Master is already mine. Now, I'll give you 10 breaths of time to think about it. If you agree with me, then sit back down. I can pretend that nothing has happened. After 10 breaths of time is up, I don't mind using my own method to show you how stupid your actions are. Everyone was amused. They really hoped that Lin Fei would make a move and make this farce bigger. That way, they would have a justifiable reason to make a move. Grand Elder Fan, I think you should sit down and discuss this. There's no need to make a ruckus like this. And Lin Fei, you might as well take a step back. This is good for everyone. Harmony brings wealth. Everyone's words sounded like they didn't want anything to happen. But in reality, they were adding fuel to the fire. We won't back down. We won't acknowledge the position of Holy Master. Fan Clan Grand Elder says righteously. At this moment, the 7 elders are standing on the same side. No matter what, they must force Lin Fei to leave. 3 ancestral patriarchs, you are the protectors of Sacred Body Mountain. Whether or not Lin Fei can become Holy Master, the 3 of you should be the most qualified to say it. The elder shifted his gaze to the 3 ancestral patriarchs. It would be best if the 3 ancestral patriarchs didn't agree. It would be best if they didn't interfere. That way, they could save a lot of time. After all, the 3 ancestral patriarchs control the treasure of Sacred Body Mountain. If they were to fight, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. How could Grand Elder not know what everyone was thinking? He was forcing them to stand in the middle and not make a move. We are in charge of guarding Sacred Body Mountain. As for the position of Holy Master, we will follow the rules of the past generations. We don't care how you deal with it. Grand Elder said straightforwardly. From the moment they stepped forward, the 3 ancestral patriarchs gave up on these elders. To them, the position of elder was just to assist the Holy Master. If the Holy Master hadn't fallen back then, they wouldn't have been given such a position. Without a batch of elders, they could nurture another batch of elders. It would be a simple matter. Fan Clan Grand Elder and the other 6 elders were secretly delighted. Without the help of the 3 ancestral patriarchs, a mere Lin Fei wouldn't amount to anything. And they seemed to have guessed the reason. In the past, the 3 ancestral patriarchs wouldn't have acted this way. This proved that they didn't have the confidence. In the end, it was because the sacred heaven set wasn't on Sacred Body Mountain. This was the only explanation. Apart from this, there was no other explanation. Fan Clan Grand Elder secretly rejoiced that he had made the right choice. Without the sacred heaven set, the Sacred Body Mountain was like a tiger without claws. Anyone could step on it. Those who came to congratulate the Sacred Body Mountain were all observing. After hearing the words of the three ancestral patriarchs, they realized that the news was true. The treasure of Sacred Body Mountain was really gone. At the very least, they could determine that the sacred heaven set wasn't on Sacred Body Mountain. This was also why the three ancestral patriarchs gave up on this matter. 10 breaths of time passed in the blink of an eye. The 7 elders didn't stand back. With the 3 ancestral patriarchs not interfering, they only wanted to chase Lin Fei away or capture him. Of course, they subconsciously hoped that they could capture Lin Fei. After all, the treasures on Lin Fei were too tempting. No one would let go of such a good opportunity. As long as they captured Lin Fei, they would really be rich. Even if they couldn't get the big fish, they would at least get a mouthful of soup. Lin Fei, I suspect that you deliberately came to Sacred Body Mountain to spy on the military. Now, it's not a matter of whether you leave or not. Fan Clan Grand Elder changed the topic and found a reason to make a move. Lin Fei, surrender. Sacred Body Mountain isn't a place for people like you. Since the 3 ancestral patriarchs didn't interfere, everyone relaxed. Shameless? At this time, they really didn't care about anything else. The Sacred Body Mountain's body-tempering school experts had been mobilized. What was there to be afraid of? Chapter 3086. No one had expected that this unacknowledged Holy Lord Lin Fei would make a move before the 3 elders had even made a move. He's going to make a move. Once Lin Fei makes a move, everyone will have a reason to interfere. I really don't know how Lin Fei can be so arrogant without the support of the 3 ancestors. Lin Fei has been in the limelight recently, and he has a powerful treasure on him. Anyone would be willing to make a move on him. The moment Lin Fei said this, everyone became restless. The 3 elders were so angry that they started laughing. Did Lin Fei not know what he was facing now? It wasn't the 3 elders, but the schemer behind the scenes. To be able to collectively stand up and oppose at this time, who didn't have their own plans. Lin Fei was going to fight everyone here alone. Among them were the Massacre Court, the Temporal Temple, the Heavenly Feather Clan, the Demonic Motherland, the Illusory Realm School, and many other forces. None of them were to be trifled with. Now, as the Holy Lord, I revoke the status of the 7 elders. From today onwards, you are no longer elders of the Sacred Body Mountain, but ordinary members of the Sacred Body Mountain. Lin Fei said loudly, and his voice reverberated throughout the entire Sacred Body Mountain. In an instant, the entire Sacred Body Mountain was in an uproar. The Fan family's Grand Elder and the other 2 elders were overjoyed. How dare you mock their status as elders? You're setting foot on the path of fighting against all the body cultivation sects. You're really courting death and no one can save you. Our status as elders is not something you can revoke. The Fan family's Grand Elder said in a deep voice. Ask who agreed. We don't agree. Lin Fei, get out of the Sacred Body Mountain. The Holy Lord isn't someone you can be. Who do you think you are? Voices of opposition erupted from outside. Lin Fei's eyes suddenly narrowed. Since I've taken the position of the sacred leader, no one can force me to step down unless I'm willing to do so. Now, I suspect that you've colluded with outsiders to overthrow the Sacred Body Mountain. You'd better come clean. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 figures dashed out. It was the slaughtering divine weapon, and it pounced towards the Fan clan's great elder and the other 6 elders. The leader of the Massacre cult stared at the Massacre God weapon immediately. He tried to contact the Massacre God weapon, but he found out that his method was useless. Bastard, how can he control the slaughtering divine weapon so quickly? This is impossible. The method of the slaughtering divine weapon can't be leaked. The Massacre hierarch's eyes became gloomy, suspecting that there was a mole. As for solving it by force, he did not believe that Lin Fei had the ability to do that. These 3 Massacre divine weapons had come from the Massacre God Court. They were now the biggest joke in the Saint Spirit domain. They were a top-notch faction, but their Massacre divine weapons had been stolen by others. Now, they were being controlled by others. As soon as the 3 divine weapons of Massacre appeared, the onlookers were shocked. This was clearly something that belonged to the Massacre Court. Now that they were using it to deal with the body-tempering cultivators of the Sage Body Mountain, the outcome would be completely one-sided. More people looked at the Massacre Hierarch, wanting to see how he would react. The Massacre Hierarch's face became abnormally dark. In their eyes, most of them were gloating over the misfortune of others. As long as the Massacre Court was not taken back, and as long as it was in Lin Fei's hands, it would always be a joke, a big joke. Shameless, these are Massacre divine weapons. What the hell, there are 3 of them. The rumors are true. How did he control them? As soon as the 3 Massacre divine weapons attacked, the 7 elders were suppressed to the point where they could hardly breathe. They were fast. Their attacks were overbearing. They were all fighting head-on. Among the 7 elders, only the Fan clan's great elder, the Bai clan's elder, and the Chen clan's elder managed to block some of the Massacre divine weapons, but it was still very taxing for them. They cursed Lin Fei for being shameless in their hearts. He was using the Massacre divine weapons to deal with them, but they could not defeat the Massacre divine weapons. Their faces became more and more ugly. Watch out. One of the elders made a mistake and was hit by a Massacre divine weapon, causing him to vomit blood. He was then suppressed and captured alive. His strength was sealed, and he was thrown to Lin Fei's feet. After the first one, the second one immediately followed. The 3 Massacre divine weapons displayed extremely overbearing strength and speed, beating the remaining elders to the point where they could not do anything. Lin Fei stood straight, not caring about the expression of the elder at his feet. He just watched quietly. Soon, only 3 elders were left, and they were still struggling. It was only a moment before they were suppressed. The 3 Massacre divine weapons could withstand the attacks of godly venerable experts, so the attacks of the 3 elders were nothing to them. Lin Fei, you forced me to use them. The Fan clan's great elder still had a trick up his sleeve. Originally, he had not used it. With their combined strength, they might not lose to Lin Fei. However, the 3 Massacre divine weapons were enough to defeat them. Go. A short bow appeared in the Fan clan's great elder's hand. It was sky blue in color and looked very extraordinary. A trace of annihilation energy condensed and formed an arrow, shooting at Lin Fei. The Bai clan's great elder also knew that he had to go all out. He took out a scroll and tore it. Boundless whiteness spread out and dyed the 3 Massacre divine weapons white. The Chen clan's great elder also took out a one-time use scroll. After tearing it, a huge shadow appeared. It was glaring angrily and raised its hand to slap at Lin Fei. The 3 Massacre divine weapons were also held back. The 3 elders' overbearing attacks blasted over. This was their greatest killer move. These were specially arranged to deal with Lin Fei. Lin Fei was instantly petrified. His entire body was like a stone, filled with lines of lines. The Fan clan's great elder's arrow also hit the petrified Lin Fei's body. The domineering palm slapped down from the sky, letting out a loud sound. The 3 attacks were perfectly coordinated. This was a temporary cooperation between the 3 elders when they were suppressed. If they did not defeat Lin Fei, they would not have a chance to carry out their next plan. Brother Kongwen, I didn't expect you to lend this treasure to the Fan clan's great elder. You're really generous. Great Venerable Heaven Firmament smiled at the scene not far away. That guy has a strong physical body and won't be easy to deal with. However, with the help of my treasure, his physical defense will be infinitely weakened. It'll be difficult to withstand it. Great Venerable Kongwen said confidently. That treasure was called the Slow Bow. It used condensed energy as an arrow. It contained the Slow Bow's special attribute of slowing time. It could be used to deal with any physical experts. In order to deal with Lin Fei, Great Venerable Kongwen had also put in a lot of effort. A pseudo-ultimate god's petrification and slowing time. A pseudo-ultimate god's Vajrapalm can really make Lin Fei suffer. Great Venerable Heaven Firmament laughed. In order to seriously injure Lin Fei, the Fan clan's great elder condensed a second arrow and a third arrow. They could not do anything if they did not get rid of Lin Fei. The Vajrapalm shadow also slapped 3 times, shattering the surrounding void. One could see the destructive power of such violence. He must be seriously injured. There's already a pseudo-ultimate god's attack. The elder's joint attack is really terrifying. Even the divine slaughtering weapon couldn't help in time. Everyone did not think Lin Fei could withstand it. Crack, crack. The sound of petrification was heard. The three elders are really good. I wonder how much wealth you've spent and how many more times you can do it. Chapter 3087. Lin Fei's words were extremely harsh to the three elders' ears. He's fine. That's a pseudo-ultimate god-level attack. The three elders' hearts sank. This was not the result they wanted. It was completely different from the situation in their minds. It was developing in a completely different direction. That sentence was obviously mocking them. The temporal temple has really intervened. They even used treasures that contain time. Fortunately, my Aotion protective shield has been upgraded and has a strong ability to prevent injuries. Lin Fei had learned the improved protective shield technique from the guardian of Vajra clan. His Aotion protective shield was now even stronger than before. His Aotion protective shield did not break under the attacks of the three elders. It was unbelievably strong. Lin Fei would not have believed that the Vajra clan's technique was so strong if he had not experienced it with his own eyes. It was no wonder the previous sacred lord was willing to go despite the danger. While the three elders were still in shock, the slaughtering divine weapons broke through the seal and rushed toward the three elders. Perhaps they were shocked by Lin Fei's strength. The Bai and Qin clan elders were distracted and were the first to be taken down by the slaughtering divine weapons and thrown to Lin Fei's feet. Without relying on treasures, no one could be a match for the three slaughtering divine weapons. That was not an exaggeration. It was a one-sided situation when the three slaughtering divine weapons surrounded the Fan clan's Grand Elder. He tried to pull his bow several times but failed to defeat the slaughtering divine weapons. The Fan clan's Grand Elder was in a complete panic. He did not want to be thrown to Lin Fei's feet. He subconsciously looked at Venerable Kongwen, hoping that he could help him. Lin Fei was not anxious at all. The Fan clan's Grand Elder had the support of the Temporal Temple. He wanted to force them out bit by bit. Hua hua! The Fan clan's Grand Elder was about to be defeated. A transparent shield appeared in front of the Fan clan's Grand Elder and blocked the slaughtering divine weapons attack from all directions. It was Venerable Kongwen from the Temporal Temple. Space Shield. It was also a defensive technique that was not inferior to a protective shield technique. Thank you, fellow Taoist Kongwen, for blocking Lin Fei's attack for me. Fan clan's Great Elder revealed a grateful expression. Please take into account that we are all from the 10 great sects and help us take down this shameless Lin Fei. This was something that the Fan clan's Grand Elder and Supreme Sovereign Kongwen had arranged beforehand. As long as they couldn't win, they would ask the Temporal Temple to intervene. Supreme Paragon Kongwen had roped in the Fan clan's Grand Elder and lent him a treasure. He didn't believe that these few people would be able to take down Lin Fei. He was very clear about how powerful Lin Fei was. Lin Fei had met a shameless person. How could he come up with such a ridiculous excuse? Supreme Venerable Kongwen said calmly, "Great Elder, I don't think that's a good idea." Keep pretending, keep pretending. The Fan clan's Grand Elder continued, Taoist Kongwen, you've seen it for yourself. Lin Fei wants to occupy the sacred head position of the Sacred Body Mountain. It wasn't easy for the Sacred Body Mountain to achieve what it is today. We can't let it be ruined in his hands. The Massacre Sect Master had long wanted to make a move. Great Elder Fan, Lin Fei is indeed shameless. At the same time, he's a bloody and violent person. It wouldn't be wrong to say that he's a butcher. The Massacre Sect Master stood up and said coldly, "Our Massacre God Palace is willing to help you. Apart from that, our Massacre God Palace will also seek justice from Lin Fei." Supreme Venerable Kongwen was still prepared to put on an act, but the Massacre Sect Master beat him to it. He secretly cursed the shamelessness of the Massacre Sect Master for beating him to the punch. He even planned to righteously criticize Lin Fei to vent his anger. The moment the Massacre Sect Master stood up, everyone realized that a good show was about to begin. What happened before could only be considered a warm-up. I also don't think that the sacred head position of the Sacred Body Mountain is something that Lin Fei can sit on. Supreme Venerable Kongwen said righteously, especially for a person who has enemies all over the world. Moreover, this person's origin is unknown. Lin Fei listened to the two of them finish speaking. Do you know, I was prepared to jump out together with you. Lin Fei laughed loudly. Today is the Sacred Head celebration, and I know that many people will come to find trouble with me. The Temporal Temple is one, the Massacre God Palace is another, and so is there anyone else? Lin Fei's open and above-board speech was beyond everyone's expectations. What is this Lin Fei thinking? He can't be planning to fight everyone here alone, right? That's too crazy. Someone exclaimed. Everyone had heard of Lin Fei fighting against an entire force. Many of them had heard of it, but they had never seen it. Now that it seemed like it was going to happen in front of them, how could they not be excited? Many body tempering experts were startled, and they fell into deep thought. How long had it been since such a thing happened? It seemed like a long time ago. The sacred head of the Sacred Body Mountain was more overbearing with each generation. But later on, the Sacred Body Mountain's sacred head seemed to have become fearful, and the overbearing side could no longer be seen. This scene is really similar to the sacred head of the past. I haven't seen it for a long time. Lin Fei, you butcher. You stole our School of Illusions treasure. It's time for you to hand it over. Huan Luyun of the School of Illusion shouted. He had been eyeing the illusory world scepter for a long time. Even if this reason was a little ridiculous, no one would believe Lin Fei's words. How could a single person like him be qualified to possess the illusory world scepter? Huan Luyun spoke confidently and confidently. They had to obtain the illusory world scepter. Three forces stepped forward. Lin Fei, it seems like you can no longer sit on your position as sacred head. Supreme Venerable Heaven Firmament also stood up. You played some tricks last time. I wonder what tricks you have up your sleeves this time. When the Heavenly Feather Clan's Supreme Venerable Heaven Firmament stood up, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This Lin Fei was really good at offending people. He had even offended the Heavenly Feather Clan. This was really a big matter. Is there anyone else? Those who want to deal with me, Lin Fei, can all step forward. Lin Fei glanced at them, and another voice rang out. Just the few of you aren't enough. Crazy, too crazy. How can we miss out on such an interesting matter? The Devil 33 Country Lord also stood up. The Devil 33 Country Lord was also about to act. The Devil 33 Country Lord waved his hand, and a spatial gate appeared. A dense mass of people continuously walked out of the spatial gate and stood behind the Country Lord. There were more than 100 people, and all of them were elites. The sight of them caused everyone's hearts to palpitate. This Country Lord's enemy today is the same as all of you. They are all Lin Fei. The Devil 33 Country Lord said. Three ancestors of the Sacred Body Mountain, it's best for you to stand aside for today's matter, lest you accidentally injure yourselves. This move caused the Temporal Temple and the Massacre Court to suck in a breath of cold air. A spatial gate that could be carried around casually was also a precious treasure. It was no wonder that the Devil 33 Country Lord dared to come alone. It turned out that he had elite reinforcements behind him. Who could guarantee that the other party only had so few elites? Chapter 3088. Several top forces stepped forward one after another. The remaining sects were also tempted and stepped forward to fish in troubled waters. They couldn't count on the meat, but they could still drink the soup, especially for a force like the Sacred Body Mountain. Just a sip of the soup would be enough to fill their mouths with flavor. For a moment, those who came to watch were just short of ganging up. The three patriarchs fell silent again. To the crowd, it was a clear sign of guilt. They even started to step back. The crowd was delighted again. However, in the eyes of the three patriarchs, they were conversing. Catch them all in one go. How generous! The sacred leader is so domineering and mighty. After today, no one will dare to look down on the Sacred Body Mountain anymore. The top 10 sects will always be the top 10 sections. It's not something they can imagine. In the eyes of the three patriarchs, the more those people stirred up trouble, the worse their fates would be. The Sacred Body Mountain needed a sacred leader like that. Among the onlookers, the Dark Shadow Palace also stood up. Great Venerable Han Tian was anxious. Palace Master, are we going to attack the Sacred Sky Mountain too? Didn't you say that we won't interfere? The Dark Shadow Palace Master said indifferently. We won't, but we still have to put on a show. Lin Fei has offended too many people, including the 3 top forces, the Demon Motherland, and the Heavenly Feather Clan. Great Venerable Han Tian was helpless. Even if we don't do anything, they will. The Dark Shadow Palace Master said. There were also some who didn't stand up. For example, one of them was a barbarian from the Jianghu clan. Invincible Jean had been sitting there all this while, as if he wasn't interested in what was happening around him. We're not going to do anything? Why do we have to fight? We're just here to watch. Those people are stupid. Lin Fei is known as the #1 expert below the hierarch level. He was able to stop the massacre court and went to the Dark Shadow Palace alone. Who can withstand his counterattack? Jean Buhua was here to watch the show. I hope that sacred leader Lin Fei won't disappoint me. Looking at those who stood up against him, Lin Fei smiled happily. Ha! His loud voice reverberated in the air. Lin Fei, what's so funny? Don't tell me you want to rely on yourself to resist all of our attacks? Fan Clan's Grand Elder gained confidence. The position of Saint Body Mountain's Saint Lord isn't something you can sit on. Everyone will oppose it. With so many experts gathered here, even the strongest person below the ultimate god realm would not be able to withstand the attack. Lin Fei's loud laughter stopped. The reason why I'm smiling is actually very simple. It's to thank you for giving me something that satisfies me. Boom! As soon as his voice fell, the Saint Body Mountain's absolute gravity erupted. Straight to the 3rd level. Didn't you oppose me? I'll make you regret it now. In the territory of the Sacred Body Mountain, only I can kill people. No one dares to oppose me. The triple absolute gravity was unleashed. Everyone's body sank as if they were being pressed down by a heavy mountain. Kill! The 3 divine weapons of massacre pounced towards those who objected like sharp knives. At that moment, Lin Fei unleashed the divine weapons of massacre's killing power. The supremacy expert at the forefront was smashed in an instant. With his bare fists, anyone below the supremacy realm, including supremacies, could be smashed to pieces with a single punch. The 3 divine weapons of massacre joined forces and went on a killing spree. Everywhere they passed, incomplete corpses fell from the sky. The scene was bloody. Supreme Venerable Kong Wen and Supreme Venerable Heaven Vast were not angry at all. Instead, they were filled with excitement. As long as Lin Fei dared to make a move, today would be the doomsday of the Sacred Body Mountain. With so many people, how could they not take down a mere Lin Fei? Lin Fei, just the triple absolute gravity, and you think you can suppress us? You are underestimating us. The massacre sect leader had an extra set of armor on his body, resisting the triple absolute gravity. Experts from the massacre court, follow me to kill Lin Fei. More than 20 figures broke through the limits of the triple absolute gravity and charged towards Lin Fei. The massacre sect leader wanted to kill Lin Fei more than anyone else. As long as he killed Lin Fei, the divine weapons of massacre would be out of control, and he would definitely be able to snatch them back. But I killed you once last time, but you don't know how to repent. I don't mind killing you a second time. Lin Fei roared with laughter as he punched out. Under the triple absolute gravity, he was not affected at all. But to the experts from the massacre court, the power of this punch was too domineering. The sky in front of them exploded, and a black hole appeared. The sky-splitting cudgel also appeared in his hand. It was a long spike, and a sky full of shadows appeared. Shadows instantly appeared in front of the experts from the massacre court. Those were cudgel shadows. Poochie pooch. Their bodies were pierced by the sky-splitting cudgel. Push, push. With a thought, a huge amount of life energy surged over. The experts from the massacre court became human skins one by one, and they floated down. Everything happened too fast. Everyone be careful. Lin Fei knows a way to devour life energy. Layers of defense appeared in front of the massacre sect leader, and they were instantly pierced through, killing more than a dozen experts in a single exchange, and all of them absorbed life energy. That was terrifying. Lin Fei once again attacked the massacre sect leader. The sky was filled with shadows, and wave after wave of attacks came. The massacre sect leader's defense was like paper in front of him. Too much's moves have become even stronger. The massacre sect leader was shocked. This time, he had put on the equipment of the massacre court, and his strength had exploded. But the result was still one-sided. In an instant, he had consumed a huge amount of energy. Massacre sect leader, let me help you. Huan Luyun cast an illusory world, which descended on Lin Fei. As soon as the huge world descended, Lin Fei blocked everything, forming layers of defense, and focused on attacking the massacre sect leader and the remaining experts. The illusory world is useless against him. He seems to have a soul treasure. Huan Liyuyun's biggest killer move was the illusory world. However, it was ineffective against Lin Fei this time. He almost vomited blood. Was this guy's body full of treasures? Space Shackle. Supreme Venerable Kongwen also took action. Infinite space condensed and restricted Lin Fei's movement speed. The Demon 33 Country Lord led the elites and went straight to attack Lin Fei. In terms of physical defense, the Demon 33 Country Lord's experts were second to none. They were no weaker than the Sacred Body Mountain's experts. With the addition of the experts brought by the Demon 33 Country Lord, the crowd could almost see the scene of Lin Fei falling. As long as they restrained Lin Fei, they could defeat Lin Fei. The triple absolute gravity could only suppress supremacies and ordinary great venerables. It was useless against peak great venerables and pseudo-ultimate gods. Facing the crowd's attacks, Lin Fei's strength directly exploded to the quadruple power technique. The stalking staff technique shrouded the massacre sect leader. Today, I will kill you first. The massacre sect leader did not bring his massacre deity weapon this time. Even if someone came to attack Lin Fei, he would not care and just kept attacking. His energy was being consumed very quickly. Can't this bastard change his opponent? Why does he keep staring at me? The massacre sect leader wanted to cry but had no tears. He was too unlucky. Lin Fei's staff technique suddenly combined into one and pierced through the massacre sect leader's defense. He activated the plunder skill and instantly plundered all of the massacre sect leader's life force. The massacre sect leader's eyes widened, and in the blink of an eye, he became a piece of human skin. With Proud Heaven's body fortification activated, Lin Fei completely ignored the attacks of the experts surrounding him. He allowed the attacks to land on him, and was completely immune to them. Very few of them even managed to land on him. Demon 33 Country Lord, it's your turn now. The Stalking Staff Technique. Chapter 3089. The fact that Lin Fei had easily killed the massacre sect master on the Sage Body Mountain had agitated many people. So ferocious. His technique of plundering life energy is too terrifying. Once the physical body is broken, everything will be plundered. There's nothing more terrifying than this. He's invincible in close combat. With the death of the massacre sect master, Lin Fei turned to attack the Demon 33 Country Lords. Countless cudgel shadows enveloped the experts of the Demon 33 Country Lords. With the Saintly Heaven set, Lin Fei could use this technique without any restraint. With the 4 layers of power, the shadows created by the Sky Splitter cudgel became extremely terrifying. In a single exchange, more than a dozen experts brought by the Demon 33 Country Lords had their defenses pierced, and they became dozens of human skins that floated down. This bastard! The Demon 33 Country Lords felt his heart ache. More than a dozen experts. Retreat! After blocking more than a dozen attacks, the Demon 33 Country Lords also felt immense pressure. The opponent's power was immense and endless, and his defenses could be broken at any time. Once it was broken, his life energy would be plundered, and he wouldn't be able to defend against it. The Demon 33 Country Lords could only retreat. With one side retreating, Lin Fei attacked ferociously, not giving the Demon 33 Country Lords a chance to breathe. For a moment, no one dared to approach Lin Fei, and they all attacked from afar. The experts brought by Supreme Paragon Kongwen bombarded Lin Fei with spatial and temporal powers. One had to admit that the combination of spatial and temporal powers made Lin Fei very uncomfortable. Everyone attacked from afar. The Demon 33 Country Lords retreated, feeling shocked. At the same time, they were even more eager to obtain Lin Fei's plundering technique. Anyone who could grasp such a technique would be truly terrifying and invincible. Some people seem to have understood something. No wonder Lin Fei's physical body is so powerful. He has rich life energy in his body. Unless he is killed in one shot, no one can kill Lin Fei. The only person below the hierarch stage is truly terrifying. With such rich life energy, it's not impossible to deal with him. Don't forget that there are experts from the Temporal Temple and the Heavenly Feather clan here. Lin Fei's speed was fast, but under the shroud of space and time, his attack speed was affected. The surroundings became empty. This was also the strength of a sect. From the very beginning, Lin Fei knew that he wouldn't be able to last long with this method. His opponent would definitely come up with countermeasures, such as increasing the distance between them. Even Grand Monarch Heaven Firmament didn't dare to get any closer. However, a look of greed could still be seen in his eyes. If he was curious about Lin Fei before, now he wanted to get his hands on the plunder technique more than anyone else. If he could cultivate it, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. There were similar techniques in the Saint Spirit domain, but none of them could be compared to the one that Lin Fei was using. It paled in comparison. The difference was too great. The person who attacked also confirmed that Lin Fei did not have the sacred heaven set on him. The sacred body mountain had a total of 5 layers of gravity, and from the 4th layer onwards, the sacred heaven set was required to activate. Now that he could not activate the 4th layer of absolute gravity, it meant that the holy heaven set was not here. Once the 5 layers of absolute gravity were activated, even godly venerables would have to be wary, let alone them. Lin Fei, hand over the plunder technique, and I can guarantee your life. Grand Monarch Heaven Firmament shouted as a scepter appeared in his hand. Do you know what this scepter is? It's a special paralysis scepter. Do you think you still have a chance to resist? The moment the paralysis scepter appeared, everyone's expressions changed. There were some special Emperor intents in the Emperor intent. Some of these special Emperor intents could be cultivated, but some were contained in special items that needed to be extracted. Among them, the Paralysis Emperor intent was a rare existence. The Paralysis Scepter was made by gathering a large amount of Paralysis Emperor intent and refining it with special methods. It contained a long-range paralysis effect. Be it Emperor intent experts or physique cultivation experts, they would not be able to withstand an attack of this attribute. Everyone's expressions changed, followed by joy. Lin Fei was almost invincible in close combat, and even the demon country's 33 lords did not dare to face him head-on. If not for the threat of the plunder technique, who would care? However, with this thing, everything was different. Who would dare to allow their defenses to be broken? Brother Heaven Firmament, you've finally taken out something good. Grand Monarch Kongwen was overjoyed. With this thing, we can deal with Lin Fei. The Heavenly Feather clan is really rich. The Paralysis Scepter. It's a top-grade treasure. Even godly venerable experts would not dare to underestimate it. Once you're paralyzed, you won't be able to break free. Grand Monarch Heaven Firmament was very clear that this method of dealing with Lin Fei would not work. Once the other party got close, who could stop him? For the tyrannical plunder technique, Grand Monarch Heaven Firmament was willing to go all out. He had to get it. The moment the Paralysis Scepter appeared, Lin Fei felt threatened. My sacred sky-dominating blade has the paralysis attribute, and I thought it was very powerful. I didn't expect the other party to have a long-range paralysis scepter. It's really my nemesis. Lin Fei had experienced the power of the paralysis attribute. Even his proud sky-dominating blade could not withstand it. It would be paralyzed for 1 to 2 breaths, and it was the kind where one could not break free. Paralysis scepter, what a good item. Thank you for sending me such a treasure. Lin Fei laughed. Grand Monarch Heaven Firmament raised the Paralysis Scepter. You're courting death. Whoosh. A blue light gathered at the tip of the Paralysis Scepter, and it was released in Lin Fei's direction. Although Lin Fei was prepared, he was still paralyzed at the first moment. His entire body could not move, and its power seemed to be even stronger than the sacred sky-dominating blade. The paralysis lasted for about 3 breaths. While Lin Fei was paralyzed, the demon 33 country lords and the other experts made their moves. Large waves of attacks rained down, and Proud Sky's body fortification was torn apart. Proud Sky's body fortification also stopped circulating. Lin Fei, aren't you very powerful? Then have a taste of the Paralysis Scepter's power. The Paralysis Scepter attacked again. The area around Lin Fei was paralyzed again. A group of people attacked again, and Lin Fei coughed up blood from the corner of his mouth. I still underestimated everyone. A single Paralysis Scepter is enough to make me unable to move. It's indeed terrifying. Lin Fei was even more concerned about the Paralysis Scepter. This was definitely a good item. Everyone was delighted to see the Paralysis Scepter's power. Every time Lin Fei moved, he would be paralyzed, and his body fortification would also be broken. It seemed that taking down Lin Fei wouldn't be a problem. Lin Fei had seen many Emperor's Will attacks. Without this kind of Emperor's Will, there was no way to block it, and it would disappear on its own. Fortunately, this thing couldn't be mass-produced, or it would simply be a nightmare for his enemies. Just a single Paralysis Scepter was enough to make Lin Fei feel a great deal of pressure. Proud Sky's body fortification was broken again and again. His life force was also rapidly depleting. At this moment, he had to admit that a powerful treasure could completely change the situation. Chapter 3090. Supreme Venerable Firmament Sky's Paralysis Scepter was unleashed. Furthermore, it was a small-scale paralysis, but its effect was top-notch. Lin Fei, who had slaughtered so many people that no one dared to get close to him, had now become a living target. All sorts of attacks bombarded Lin Fei's body. It was a spectacular scene. The terror of the top-notch treasure sent chills down everyone's spines. The Heavenly Feather Clan's foundation was indeed strong. It was no wonder that no one dared to make an enemy out of them. Lin Fei, do you still plan to persevere? Supreme Venerable Kongwen said proudly. Look at what you've become now. You're a complete target, huh? Just surrender. With the help of a top-notch treasure, no matter how powerful you are, you won't be able to withstand it. Without the threat of getting close to him, everyone heaved a sigh of relief and began to attack Lin Fei with all their might. Everyone knew that this was their only chance to kill Lin Fei. Who would dare to let such a tyrannical and terrifying expert get close to them? Even the ruler of the 33 countries did not dare to get close to him. Moreover, no one was willing to allow such a terrifying expert to continue growing and master the Sage Body Mountain's body tempering school. He had to be killed. The power of the Paralysis Scepter is really great. Lin Fei tried many methods, but they all failed. The power of the Paralysis attribute was affecting him. Coupled with Supreme Venerable Kongwen's spatial and time attacks, he was unable to move and had to endure the attacks. It's time to change my method. Lin Fei was not stupid enough to continue wasting his life energy. 5 layers of absolute gravity, activate. Hua hua hua. Everyone who was still attacking felt a wave of gravity crushing down on them. Bang bang bang. One by one, they fell from the sky like a meteor shower and smashed into the buildings. What's going on? Why did the gravity suddenly increase? I can't block it anymore. I can't move. What the hell? This scene happened too suddenly and without any warning. The experts who fell from the sky smashed into the ruins of the buildings and could not get up. It was as if a hand was pressing down on them. At this moment, the gravity became abnormally terrifying, and their expressions changed. Quintuple absolute gravity, damn it, we've been tricked. Fan Family's great elder was shocked. He was similarly pressed down to the point where he couldn't move. His face was pale. While he was falling, he remembered that this was the power of 5 layers of absolute gravity. No one would be able to withstand the boundless gravity. Apart from the Lord of the Dark Shadow Palace, everyone else in the sky was smashed into the ruins. We've been tricked. Lin Fei has the Saintly Heaven suit. Grand Paragon Kongwen was also suppressed. Even though he used both space and time at the same time, he couldn't withstand the 5 layers of absolute gravity. At this moment, he had an unsightly and confused expression on his face. This shouldn't have happened. Grand Monarch Heaven Vast's eyes were also filled with killing intent as he looked at Grand Monarch Kongwen. Didn't you say that the holy heaven set disappeared? How do you explain that? 5 layers of absolute gravity was activated. The sky was quiet. It was Lin Fei's first time realizing how terrifying the 5 layers of absolute gravity was. It could really suppress anyone below the ultimate god level. Lin Fei, you're really good at scheming. The Dark Shadow Palace master had to admit that Lin Fei was good at scheming. You dug such a big pit for everyone to jump into. A set of equipment appeared on Lin Fei's body, wrapping him tightly like a god of war descended from the sky, mighty and domineering. It's the saintly heaven set. The sacred leader is mighty. The sacred leader is mighty. The physique tempering experts of the Sacred Body Mountain were so excited that they took the initiative to kneel on the ground and worship. How many years had it been? They finally saw the saintly heaven set once again, as well as the mighty and domineering saintly heaven domineering blade. That was the domineering aura of their Sacred Body Mountain. At this moment, it finally appeared in front of everyone again. There was nothing more impassioned than this. The Dark Shadow Palace master knew that this trip was in vain. With the help of the saintly heaven set and the Sacred Body Mountain, Lin Fei was invincible in this place. He wouldn't be able to take down Lin Fei. We won't interfere in this matter. Let's leave now. The Dark Shadow Palace master transmitted his voice to Lin Fei. Sure. The Dark Shadow Palace master left with his people. Lin Fei released the suppression of the 5 layers absolute gravity and let the Dark Shadow Palace master leave. Sacred leader, we were wrong. They were the ones who bewitched us. We were wrong, don't kill us. 6 of the 7 elders cried and begged for mercy. If they knew that the saintly heaven set was still there, they wouldn't have made such a fuss and would have obediently supported Lin Fei to become the sacred leader. Who would do such a suicidal thing? They would regret it 10,000 times over. But now they really regretted it. The great elder of the Fan clan also regretted it. This time, the Fan clan was really done for. At this moment he finally understood some things. Why did the 3 great ancestors remain silent? They must have been waiting for someone to jump out and foolishly jumped in. Supreme Venerable Kongwen, you've tricked the entire Fan clan. The 5 layers absolute gravity was pressing down. The ultimate gods could resist it, but none of the remaining people could. They couldn't even activate their treasures. Lin Fei landed next to one of the elders. I gave you a chance, but unfortunately, you didn't know how to cherish it. Don't blame me for being ruthless. The sacred sky tyrant blade slashed down and plundered the other party's life energy. Sacred leader Lin, we were wrong. We won't dare to do it again. Lin Fei acted as if he didn't hear them and continued to kill them one by one. Heads fell to the ground as a large amount of life energy entered his body. Sacred leader, you killed them well. You're a traitor. Kill all of them. There were still many hot-blooded people in the physique cultivation faction. Lin Fei came to Huan Liuyun's side. Hee, illusion faction, I'll come and find you. He killed Huan Liuyun with a single slash. When those people saw Lin Fei killed decisively, they all regretted it. Lin Fei killed to his heart's content. He took away the treasures and killed his way over. Demon 33 Country Lord, you didn't expect this, right? The suppressed Demon 33 Country Lord's face was ashen. Who would have thought that Lin Fei would deliberately remain silent, causing them to fall into this trap? Sacred leader Lin, you win. Demon 33 Country Lord said. We misjudged you. Actually, I didn't expect you to come. Lin Fei smiled. Thank you for helping me. I'll send you back now. With a single slash from Lin Fei, Demon 33 Country Lord's avatar was finished. The Paralysis Scepter is a good item. Many thanks for the gift from Supreme Venerable Firmament. Lin Fei didn't hesitate to pick up the Paralysis Scepter. It was a top-notch treasure that could put him in such a sorry state. At the very least, it looked like a top-notch treasure. Supreme Venerable Firmament's eyes turned scarlet. Lin Fei, you will regret taking my item. My Heavenly Feather clan will never allow you to take away the Paralysis Scepter. Lin Fei threw it into the system space. Supreme Venerable Firmament's face turned black. He had completely lost contact with the paralysis scepter. Lin Fei, you will regret this. You will die a very miserable death. Hee, is that so? That might not be the case. Just because of those words, I have decided not to kill you. Lin Fei's slash pierced through Supreme Venerable Firmament's chest. Hua 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 hua. He plundered his life energy, leaving only a little bit behind. Later, I will hang you on the Sage Body Mountain. Let's see how your Heavenly Feather clan will kill me then. After taking away the paralysis scepter, Lin Fei emptied Supreme Venerable Firmament's body. Not to mention, there were still some good items left. Supreme Venerable Kongwen, you have gone against me time and time again. This time, I will let the Temporal Temple know that I, Lin Fei, am not someone to be trifled with. Lin Fei also cleanly absorbed the other party's life energy. Chapter 3091. Many forces were paying attention to the celebration on the Sacred Body Mountain. In everyone's eyes, this was an overwhelming battle without any suspense. Without the sacred heaven set, the treasures of the Sacred Body Mountain could not unleash their true power. Such a big piece of fat meat, it was unknown how many people were envious. Suddenly, a piece of shocking news spread. All the forces that went to the Sacred Body Mountain were annihilated. Once the news spread, everyone was shocked. Their first thought was disbelief. However, news kept spreading, proving that this was a trap set by holy leader Lin Fei. The Sacred Body Mountain did not lose the sacred heaven set. This was great. The entire army was annihilated. Everyone had to believe it. Then, the mysterious Heavenly Feather race martial artist, the #1 prodigy of the Temporal Temple, Supreme Venerable Kongwen, was tied up on the plaza of the Sacred Body Mountain. This became another explosive news. This was too crazy. It would have been fine if they had killed him, but now that they had tied him up, it was completely different. This was a slap in the face. Besides this, another explosive news spread rapidly. Holy leader Lin Fei of the Sacred Body Mountain had mastered an extremely overbearing plundering technique. He could take everything from the other party. Lin Fei was invincible in close combat. All the forces in the Saint Spirit world were shocked. During the Sacred Body Mountain celebration, Lin Fei started a massacre and showed everyone his power. The people standing behind the elders did not dare to make any noise. They were all suppressed by Lin Fei. It was not a bad thing for the Sacred Body Mountain to have such a holy leader. This thought kept appearing in everyone's mind. When the Fan family's great elder and the other 6 elders were violently purged, everyone stood up and agreed. This time they had gone too far. The Sacred Body Mountain welcomed a big purge. After Lin Fei took care of the elder, he decided to go all out and clear out all of the strongholds of the factions hidden in the Sacred Body Mountain. 7 out of the 10 elders' positions were empty. This immediately attracted everyone's attention. Among them, the happiest were the 3 elders. One of them was the Xie family. The family head, Blood Battle Army, was all smiles. He did not stop. Initially, he had wanted to give it a try. In the end, he had bet on the right treasure. The Xie family became lively. Sacred leader, everyone on the Sacred Body Mountain is praising your cleansing. The 3rd ancestral patriarch was also smiling. Ever since the reappearance of the Sacred Heaven set, the forces that had been eyeing the Sacred Body Mountain had disappeared without a trace. Even the neighbors had come to apologize politely. Back then, the 3 old masters remained silent. In the end, the neighboring forces all reached out their hands one by one. This time around, they were completely frightened. Lin Fei had a criminal record. Who would be willing to provoke him? What if he came to kill them one day? How could they stop him? Now, when we mention our Sacred Body Mountain's body-tempering sect, no one dares to look down on us anymore. The 2nd ancestor was also in a good mood. Back then, when they didn't have the Holy Heaven set, they had been holding it in because they didn't want to expose it. Who knew how many rumors they had heard? It would be a lie to say that they weren't angry. Holy Lord, the elders have been cleaned up and those strongholds have been uprooted. For a period of time, those powers won't dare to come in. The great old ancestor laughed. There are also some things that we can prepare for. For example, the Sacred Master's personal guards and elites with sacred bodies. You guys can take care of these things. Lin Fei wasn't interested in these things. As for the elders, you guys can choose them. If the elder from the Shui family didn't do well this time, promote him to the great elder position. Lin Fei would definitely give those who were on his side some benefits. The three old masters didn't have any objections. Holy Lord, we have snatched the Heavenly Feather Clan's treasure, the Paralysis Scepter, and even tied up great venerable firmament. They definitely won't let this go. Also, the Temporal Temple will probably send their hierarch experts. The great old ancestor reminded. It's useless even if they come. Lin Fei laughed. The Paralysis Scepter is in my hands. It won't be easy to take it back. Do you know why I didn't kill the two of them? The three old masters laughed. Holy Lord is amazing. Lin Fei, who had enemies all over the world, became the sacred master of the Sacred Body Mountain. He even controlled the saintly heaven set and the saintly sky dominating blade. Everyone understood that they wouldn't be able to deal with Lin Fei in the future. Even hierarch experts would have to think twice, especially when they were in their own territory. Many people gave up on the idea. As for the sects that suffered heavy losses in the Sacred Body Mountain, they shook their heads. They could only accept this loss. Revenge was better to wash up and sleep. Even the Dark Shadow Palace master had taken the initiative to leave. One could imagine how terrifying the saintly heaven set was. Just as everyone gave up on revenge, Lin Fei wasn't idling around. He was studying the Paralysis Scepter. He had to admit that it was a top-notch treasure. Furthermore, it was a small area of effect attack. Its effects were quite good. Even his proud sky protection couldn't withstand the paralysis effect of the Paralysis Scepter. Master, I can't get this thing out for the time being. It's too special. Hearing Little Fiend's words, Lin Fei shook his head. I'm really a little greedy. After experiencing the power of the Paralysis Scepter once, Lin Fei didn't dare to underestimate it anymore. Is there any way to resist it? Lin Fei asked. If he couldn't get one, he would have to consider how to defend against it. It was better to be safe than sorry. Master, if you want to resist this paralysis effect, you can actually make an anti-paralysis battle armor. You just need to find a special stone. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. This wasn't difficult at all. Is there really such a stone? Lin Fei revealed a trace of worry. Paralysis effects were already so rare, let alone anti-paralysis effects. Little Fiend sent a message to Lin Fei. It was all about various anti-paralysis effects, and there were more than a dozen of them. Regardless, I'll look for it when the time comes. Elemental destruction energy was so special. Lin Fei thought that such a stone might exist. He had to get an anti-paralysis battle armor. Maybe I can start with the Heavenly Feather Race and the Temporal Temple. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Little Fiend, do they know about this stone? They won't know. These stones need to be combined to create an anti-paralysis effect. Little Fiend's words caused Lin Fei's heart to tremble. He almost vomited blood. That's possible. Lin Fei blinked. Why not? Don't they know that substances can be combined? Little Fiend retorted with a sneer. Lin Fei was startled. That seemed to be the case. Then why is it that anti-paralysis items can be produced, but not paralysis items? Lin Fei asked the question in his heart. The two levels are different. I can't do anything for now. Little Fiend said, however, other attributes can be combined. Master has to analyze it for me. Chapter 3092. A bloody suppression of the Sacred Body Mountain. While the Sacred Spirit World's factions were dumbfounded, it also attracted many gazes. The two prodigies of the Heavenly Feather Race and the Space-Time God were tied up on the plaza of the Sacred Body Mountain. They were exposed to the sun and rain, hanging on by a thread. Everyone was waiting to see how Sacred Leader Lin Fei of the Sacred Body Mountain would resolve this matter. No one had ever dared to tie people up like this. It was a direct slap in the face, and the consequences would be severe. After the purge of the Sacred Body Mountain, the 10 great elders selected a new batch of people, all of whom were hot-blooded and motivated. After they took over, the interior of the Sacred Body Mountain became completely new. The body-tempering cultivators all saw hope. It might not be a bad thing to have such a violent sacred leader as their leader. In particular, a few of their neighbors had taken the initiative to move out recently. Clearly, they were afraid of sacred leader Lin Fei. Who knew if he would come knocking on their door one day? They might as well move to a new place. Just a name was enough to make them leave. This was very normal in ancient times. The neighbors who had not moved out all came to the Sacred Body Mountain and expressed their willingness to listen to the Sacred Body Mountain and become an external faction. A long time ago, the Sacred Body Mountain controlled a large territory, and there were countless external factions attached to it. Later on, the Sacred Body Mountain kept a low profile, and some of the external factions gradually left. The Sacred Body Mountain did not respond, so everyone left. Some joined other factions, while the rest became spies of the faction, watching every move of the Sacred Body Mountain. This time, after Lin Fei took over, he suppressed them with violence and blood. With the Sacred Heaven suit, he could really kill a child with a single slash. Great Venerables? Top-notch Great Venerables? He continued to kill them one by one with each slash. These neighbors of the Sacred Body Mountain either left or chose to become a subsidiary faction again. That way, they could continue living. On the plaza of the Sacred Body Mountain, Great Venerable Firmament Sky and Great Venerable Kongwen were on the verge of death. Restrictions had been placed in their bodies, and their life energy could not be restored. It was a fate worse than death. The two of you seemed to be in good spirits. In the first few days, the two of them had been cursing and swearing nonstop. Later on, they had run out of energy. Everyone pointed fingers at them every day. It could be said that this was the most frustrating time of their lives. It was truly a case of tigers being bullied by dogs. The more they spoke, the more tears flowed down their cheeks. Lin Fei, let us go. Grand Monarch Heaven Vast stared at Lin Fei with a ferocious expression. Once the experts of my Heavenly Feather clan arrive, you're dead for sure. I'll cut you into pieces and make you beg for death. Lin Fei made a grasping motion, and a stream of power condensed into a whip that lashed out at Grand Monarch Heaven Empyrean. Grand Monarch Heaven Empyrean spasmed, and his eyes rolled back like a dead fish. Come on, continue. Lin Fei brandished the whip, and the cracking sounds were unbearable to look at. Everything about Grand Monarch Heaven Vast's body was sealed. At first, he was still able to withstand it, but as time went on, he couldn't take it anymore. Aren't you very powerful? Let your experts come and kill me. I don't dare to do it again. Lin Fei's whip was fast and ruthless. Don't hit me. I was wrong. Grand Monarch Heaven Vast wasn't a tough nut to crack. He couldn't take more than 50 lashes. His whole body trembled uncontrollably. Don't threaten this sacred lord anymore. Lin Fei lashed out with the whip again. I don't dare. I really don't dare. Grand Monarch Kongwen originally wanted to scold Lin Fei and threaten him, but when he saw Grand Monarch Heaven Empyrean's miserable state, he didn't dare to say anything. Pa. Lin Fei turned around and lashed at Grand Monarch Kongwen. Whip after whip landed on Grand Monarch Kongwen's body. You guys know each other anyway. He's already hit you, so how can you miss out? Grand Monarch Kongwen couldn't take more than 20 lashes. Stop hitting me. Under Lin Fei's deliberate control of his strength, it was a nightmare for Grand Monarch Heaven Empyrean and Grand Monarch Kongwen. If you don't want to continue being hit, answer my questions honestly, and the whip won't land on you. Lin Fei was all smiles. Grand Monarch Heaven Empyrean and Grand Monarch Kongwen wanted to say, don't even think about it, but when they thought of the pain they had just experienced, they immediately shut their mouths. They would rather be tied up than continue to be whipped. They really couldn't bear that kind of pain. You first. Lin Fei pointed at Grand Monarch Heaven Empyrean. Who do you think the Heavenly Feather clan will send this time? Don't try to fool me, you should know. Lin Fei held the condensed whip in his hand. The Grand Monarch Heaven Empyrean said without hesitation, my status in the Heavenly Feather clan isn't low. This time, the Sacred Body Mountain will be led by at least an ultimate god with the strength of a first-class ultimate god. Continue. Sacred Lord Lin has the Sacred Heaven Set and Sacred Sky Dominating Blade. With the help of the Sacred Body Mountain, You can even face 2 first-class ultimate gods alone. Therefore, this time, the Heavenly Feather Clan is mostly here to negotiate as long as Sacred Lord Lin Fei can withstand the first round of probing. Lin Fei had been thinking about this matter for the past few days. It was not a spur-of-the-moment decision to let the 2 of them stay. Grand Monarch Kong Wen, it's your turn. Grand Monarch Kong Wen had nothing to hide since Grand Monarch Heaven Empyrean had said it so quickly. Lin Fei was very satisfied after listening to Supreme Venerate Kongwen's words. At the very least, he knew what level his opponent was at. Thinking about it, it made sense. The Sacred Body Mountain had been able to stand for so long. It was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. At least 3 first-class ultimate gods. That was the analysis of the 2's words. I'm really looking forward to it. 3 first-class ultimate gods. Lin Fei was invincible in the Sacred Body Mountain. Unless he left the Sacred Body Mountain, he had the ability to protect himself. Everything was fine as long as he was not trapped. The Sacred Heaven Set and Sacred Sky Dominating Blade were not just for show. Lin Fei now had a deep understanding of it. A month after Grand Monarch Kong Wen and Grand Monarch Heaven Empyrean were tied up in the Sacred Body Mountain Square, 2 huge warships arrived outside the Sacred Body Mountain. The Sacred Body Mountain did not have any formation, but it had absolute gravity, especially during this period of time. The Heavenly Feather Clan is here. The Space-Time Temple is here too. They have no choice but to come. The 2 Sky Prides are still in the hands of the Sacred Lord. I wonder if they plan to use force or use ransom to get them back. The Sacred Body Mountain's experts all looked at the 2 warships in the sky. The 2 simple warships made everyone's heart palpitate. That looks like the Heavenly Feather Clan's Sky No. 3 warship. Top-notch treasures. The Space-Time Temple seems to be a warship that contains space and time. The 2 warships stopped in the sky. Grand Monarch Heaven Empyrean and Grand Monarch Kong Wen, who were on the square, were overjoyed. Their sullen days were finally over. This time, they would teach Lin Fei a lesson. Chapter 3093. The 2 battleships from the Heavenly Feather Clan and the Temporal Temple appeared outside the Sacred Body Mountain. The 3 patriarchs came out immediately. They could feel the terrifying aura of danger from the 2 battleships. Only an ultimate god could make the 3 of them come out at the same time. Our Sacred Body Mountain is honored by the presence of an ultimate god. A white-robed middle-aged man came out from one of the battleships. His boundless aura was released, suffocating the 3 patriarchs. Since you know we are ultimate gods, why don't you let Lin Fei come out? The white-robed middle-aged man's tone was not pleasant. His aura was that of an actual ultimate god. The 3 patriarchs were not afraid of ordinary experts, but ultimate gods were different. Let your Sacred Lord Lin Fei come out. A man and a woman with powerful auras appeared from the other battleship. They spoke in a domineering manner the moment they appeared. How dare you kidnap our Heavenly Feather Clan's prodigy and snatch the Paralysis Scepter? Is your Sacred Body Mountain playing with fire? A terrifying aura came crashing over like a tidal wave. At the ultimate god level, they could only use their elemental destruction energy. The 3 patriarchs had to endure it forcefully. It was extremely strenuous and uncomfortable. You 3 ultimate gods will have to wait for a while. Our Sacred Lord is currently busy and will probably take a while to come over. The Grand Patriarch said in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. You asked us to wait for your Sacred Lord. The white-robed middle-aged man sneered. Believe it or not, we will destroy your Sacred Body Mountain and you 3 old fools right now. Get your Sacred Lord out here. The red-robed woman shouted. A Sacred Lord dares to put on airs in front of us. A man in black armor stood beside the red-robed woman. He also had a pair of wings on his back, but they were black. The 3 patriarchs trembled slightly under the aura of the 3 ultimate gods. The godly venerables of the Heavenly Feather Clan and the Temporal Temple had come to an agreement that they had to suppress Lin Fei's arrogance. This time, both of them had suffered quite a setback. The treasure was gone. They were still tied up. This was especially so for the Heavenly Feather race. They had lost their top-notch treasure, the Paralysis Scepter. This was no longer a small matter. It was truly a huge matter. If they couldn't get it back, they would really vomit blood. I'm sorry, but the three of you must wait. If the three of you are not afraid, you can also go to the Sacred Body Mountain and wait for the sacred leader. Grand Elder took a deep breath and said, "Three ultimate gods." This was the first time the Grand Old Ancestor spoke with such confidence. The Sacred Body Mountain had lost their strongest expert since the death of the previous Sacred Lord. An ultimate god expert was enough to make them tremble in fear. Fortunately, they had kept a low profile. Coupled with the influence of the Sacred Body Mountain in the past, no one would have thought that the Sacred Body Mountain was just an empty shell. Triple absolute gravity and the three great ancestors were no match for any ultimate god experts. Even if they could defeat the opponent, they would have to pay a heavy price. However, things were different now. With Lin Fei guarding the Sacred Body Mountain, there was no need to fear even if a divine venerable one came. After all, the Sacred Heaven suit was not to be trifled with. It had killed countless people. Enter the Saint Body Mountain? The three ultimate gods did not dare to enter carelessly. The quintuple absolute gravity was very famous. It was not easy to withstand. They would have to expend 30 to 40% of their strength to withstand the quintuple absolute gravity. The remaining 60 to 70% of their strength might not be enough to take down Lin Fei. The Sacred Body Mountain's quintuple absolute gravity had always been in existence that the ultimate gods were afraid of. It was fine for those who cultivated emperor intent. Under the quintuple absolute gravity, they would be at an even greater disadvantage. This time, they had no choice but to come. How arrogant! The middle-aged man in white waved his hand and the three great ancestors were instantly imprisoned. If he doesn't come out, we'll ask him to come out. The middle-aged man in white controlled his spatial energy and imprisoned the three great ancestors. He was about to capture them. He believed that Lin Fei would definitely come out. Without the three great ancestors, Lin Fei was a general without an army. The three great ancestors' expressions changed. Even though they were prepared, they did not expect the Temporal Temple's ultimate gods to dare to make a move. A spatial imprisonment was enough to immobilize them. Boom! Without any warning, a cold light split in the middle of them. It was a saber light. Three ultimate gods, aren't you bullying the weak by doing this? Let's play together if you dare. A loud voice full of sarcasm followed. It's the Sacred Lord. A streak of cold light broke through the middle-aged man's space shackles. The three great ancestors were overjoyed. Lin Fei's figure came out of the void and looked at the middle-aged man in white. He was a first-class ultimate god with an ultimate god's aura flowing in his body. A blue light fell on the middle-aged man in white. The middle-aged man in white waved his hand and his expression suddenly changed. Oh no, it's a paralyzing effect. As an ultimate god expert, he immediately reacted, but his body was still numb. It was only for a breath's time, but it was not a good thing for the middle-aged man in white. Lin Fei came in front of the middle-aged man in white with the sacred sky-domineering saber in his hand. With one slash, more than a dozen saber lights fell on the middle-aged man in white. The middle-aged man in white did not expect Lin Fei to attack without warning. The most frightening thing was that he could use the paralysis scepter to attack from a distance. The dozen saber lights were directly repelled. Lin Fei was ruthless from the start. 4 absolute strength in addition to the Sacred Heaven suit. How dare you behave atrociously in the Sacred Body Mountain? Even an ultimate god can't do anything about it. Lin Fei pounced forward and slashed again with his saber. The sacred sky-domineering saber itself had a paralyzing attribute. The middle-aged man in white did not have time to spare and was paralyzed. He was surrounded by saber lights. The Emperor Intent Protection was also blasted open. His body was badly mutilated. Lin Fei took the opportunity to plunder life energy. When the 2 ultimate gods from the Heavenly Feather clan saw the paralysis scepter, they also made their move. The black-armored ultimate god was extremely fast and appeared behind Lin Fei. Suddenly, his body sank. It turned out that the gravity effect of the Holy Heaven set had been activated. Pierce! The black-armored middle-aged man threw a punch. The power was like a sharp saber that penetrated the gravity restriction and landed on Lin Fei's protection. Under the powerful protection, it strangely landed on Lin Fei's body and exploded like a sharp saber. Cloning space. The second red-clothed woman also attacked. Her attack method was also very unconventional. Runes appeared in the void and landed on top of Lin Fei. When they attacked, Lin Fei's wristband, space change, was activated and he disappeared with a whoosh. The attacks of the two ultimate gods missed. Lin Fei disappeared in front of them in an instant. There was not a trace of his aura left. The middle-aged man in white was very embarrassed. He was attacked repeatedly and had no way to resist. It was really strange. At the same time, he also saw the horror of the opponent's life energy plundering technique. He could not resist that kind of plundering. Swoosh. The middle-aged man in white's body trembled and was paralyzed again. The saber lights filled the sky again. Chapter 3094. The white-clothed middle-aged man could not find any trace of his opponent. There was no fluctuation in the space. He was hit. The saber rays fell on his body, forcing the white-clothed middle-aged man into a passive position. What kind of technique is this? Why isn't there a trace of spatial fluctuation? First, there's a tyrannical plundering technique, and then there's a technique that conceals one's whereabouts and aura fluctuations. Two top-notch techniques at the same time. The white-clothed middle-aged man did not believe that there was such a technique on the Sacred Body Mountain. Could he have gotten it from the chaotic Star Sea? The white-clothed middle-aged man thought to himself. The two ultimate god experts from the Heavenly Feather clan were also very brazen at that moment. Their paralysis scepter had been refined by their opponent and could even be activated. What the hell? It's only been a month, okay? Lin Fei has refined the paralysis scepter. He's even harder to deal with now, said the red-clothed ultimate god. He can hide his tracks so well. The black-armored ultimate god looked serious. Both of their attacks just now had all missed. Before them, Lin Fei had disappeared without a trace. They were unable to sense his presence at all. Yet he just so happened to be in the vicinity. That was the most unacceptable thing. For the first time, they felt helpless. The space-time temple's ultimate gods are so powerful. Lin Fei stared at the white-clothed middle-aged ultimate god and attacked fiercely. A large number of saber rays blasted at him. It was a direct attack that forced the white-clothed middle-aged ultimate god to be unable to escape. Once he tried to distance himself, he would be paralyzed and could not use his strength. It was the white-clothed middle-aged ultimate god's first time encountering such a situation. Absolute space. A blue light shield appeared on the white-clothed middle-aged ultimate god's body. I didn't expect the space-time temple's top-notch technique to be so strong. Lin Fei's saber rays landed on the blue light shield and were all bounced off. Lin Fei, you are very powerful. You forced me to use absolute space. The white-clothed middle-aged ultimate god was secretly shocked. Lin Fei, who was not an ultimate god, was so powerful. Lin Fei's figure appeared in the sky above the Sacred Body Mountain. The absolute space really lives up to its name. Lin Fei said with a smile, I just don't know how long you can last. Presumably, this kind of top-notch technique consumes a lot of energy. Crash. The black-armored divine warrior and the red-clothed divine warrior's attention was attracted by the white-clothed middle-aged divine warrior. A numbing sensation erupted from their bodies. Lin Fei attacked again. The blade light shrouded them. In a flash, the two divine venerables were hit. The huge force left holes in their armor. The sacred sky tyrant blade not only had a numbing effect, but it also had an absolute gravity effect. The bodies of the two ultimate gods sank. Absolute gravity struck. Do you think it's that easy to deal with us? Divine Venerable Black Armor's body erupted with a devastating light that could contend against absolute gravity. I forgot to tell you that the armor I'm wearing has a gravity-resistant effect. Lin Fei retreated to the Saintly Body Mountain. The two ultimate gods' joint attack failed again. Lin Fei had the upper hand against three godly venerable experts, blinding many people with his dazzling performance. All hail the sacred leader. Even an ultimate god can do the same. This is so exciting. The sacred leader is awesome. The physique cultivation experts cheered. The newly appointed elders worshipped Jianghu. He was the sacred leader in their hearts, the #1 leader of the physique cultivation sect. The faces of the 3 great ancestors were filled with joy. The saintly body mountain physique cultivation sect could finally hold its head high. The ultimate god experts are indeed quite capable. That white-clothed divine warrior can display the absolute space and has an extreme defense. Unless one's strength exceeds the defense of the absolute space, it's impossible to break it. The battle between Lin Fei and the 3 ultimate gods happened in a very short time, but it also allowed him to see the power of the ultimate gods. And those 2 ultimate gods from the Heavenly Feather clan. They're really rich, sending 2 ultimate gods at once. Their battle armors and weapons all have elemental enhancement effects. Lin Fei could feel the effects of their attacks when they attacked. One was frost, and the other was weakness. When they landed on his body, even proud sky armor could not completely resist them. That was why he retreated. The ultimate god experts were indeed strong. Lin Fei finally witnessed the power of the ultimate gods. Swoosh! Lin Fei took out the paralysis scepter and kept attacking the 3 ultimate gods. The 3 ultimate gods had witnessed Lin Fei's power. They kept moving their bodies, afraid that they would be affected by the paralysis effect. They were also under pressure for a breath's time. The Lin Fei they were facing was not an ordinary person. Lin Fei, are you really that shameless? The white-clothed middle-aged ultimate god looked very embarrassed. Come out and fight if you can. Lin Fei laughed. Why should I go out? Come in if you can. Heavenly Feather Clan ultimate gods, you're the same. Don't you have anti-gravity properties? Why don't you dare to come in? Using the paralysis scepter to attack them, Lin Fei felt great. So what if you're ultimate gods? You still have to run away. Initially, Lin Fei was worried that the Heavenly Feather Clan would have an anti-paralysis treasure. It seemed like he was overthinking. The Heavenly Feather Clan's foundation was not that strong. As for purification and fusion, if not for the system, Lin Fei would be at a loss, let alone the Heavenly Feather Clan. The 3 ultimate gods were very angry. Come out if you can. The white-clothed middle-aged ultimate god won't go in. Lin Fei, your behavior is quite despicable. The divine armored ultimate god sneered. The sacred leader of Sacred Body Mountain has never been as shameless as you. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Lin Fei kept bombarding the black-armored divine venerable. No matter how fast the divine armored ultimate god dodged, he was still affected and his body became numb. I want to, but I can't. The 3 of you are ultimate gods, and I'm just a small shrimp. If I go out, I'll be killed by you. Lin Fei shook his head. So, it's better if you come in. Lin Fei continued to control the paralysis scepter. The 3 ultimate gods kept dodging. Everyone knew if Lin Fei would make a move, especially his powerful plundering technique. That was what they were afraid of. The white-clothed middle-aged ultimate god had just suffered a loss and had his life energy robbed. A strange scene was also happening outside the Sacred Body Mountain. The 3 ultimate gods did not have the courage to rush in. Instead, they kept dodging. It looked very funny. Even the ultimate gods had times when they were afraid. The Sacred Body Mountain's physique tempering experts were also proud. It was different with a sacred leader. Even the ultimate gods did not dare to rush in. After paralyzing them several times, Lin Fei still did not go out to attack. To the 3 ultimate gods, it was because he was afraid of them. They could not help but feel a little proud. They stopped dodging. Chapter 3095. The arrival of the 3 ultimate gods from the Heavenly Feather Clan and the Space-Time Temple was a huge pressure on the Sacred Body Mountain experts. However, no one had expected that the 3 ultimate gods would not dare to enter the Sacred Body Mountain. The Space-Time Temple expert had suffered a small loss in just one exchange. Coupled with the threat of the paralysis scepter, the Heavenly Feather Clan ultimate god did not dare to enter. Hence, a very dramatic scene unfolded. Sacred Lord Lin Fei attacked them with the paralysis scepter, and the 3 ultimate gods clamored for Lin Fei to come out and fight for 300 rounds. No one would believe such a scene was real if they did not see it with their own eyes. The tied-up Supreme Venerable Vast Sky and Supreme Venerable Kong Wen also broke down. Lin Fei is too shameless. These were Supreme Venerable Kong Wen's words. Supreme Venerable Vast Sky's words were even simpler. It's only been a month. How did he master the paralysis scepter? A paralysis scepter was enough to threaten an ultimate god expert. A breath's time was enough to determine the winner. The two of them originally thought that they would regain their freedom with the arrival of the ultimate gods, but this was not the case. Lin Fei was too cunning and shameless. The three ultimate gods were also quite helpless. They did not suffer any losses from the paralysis scepter's attack, so they did not dodge it. Hand over our people. Hand over the paralysis scepter. The ultimate gods did not dare to enter, so they could only talk. It was completely different from when they first arrived. In their opinion, they had come to the sacred body mountain as ultimate gods. Even if Lin Fei had the sacred heaven set, he would not be able to suppress the three of them. At that time, they would have the right to speak. However, they did not expect that Lin Fei would not play by the rules and attack as soon as they met. The most surprising thing was that the paralysis scepter was in his hands. Now, trouble was coming. Come in. Lin Fei said the same thing every time. The three ultimate gods were filled with anger when they heard that. If you don't have the sacred heaven set, if you don't have the paralysis scepter, let's see how we deal with you. Those were the words they disliked the most. The sacred body mountain was quite a powerful treasure, and its power was even more terrifying after being enhanced by the sacred heaven set. Another wave of paralysis attacks fell. The three ultimate gods were used to it. What was there to be afraid of? Lin Fei was only using these little tricks to harass them. He would not amount to much. Their divine venerable ones were not to be trifled with. Well, just when they thought it was normal, Lin Fei made his move. A pure blade light slashed out and slashed on the white-haired middle-aged ultimate god's body. The Absolute Space's extremely strong defense was split open at that moment and landed on the middle-aged ultimate god's body. Well, the middle-aged ultimate god's face instantly turned pale as if he had aged 1,000 years. His body was shaking slightly. Lin Fei, you're shameless. Sneak attack. The middle-aged divine venerable in white took out a pill and swallowed it. Only then did his face recover, but he still had lingering fear in his heart. Just now, 90% of his life force was seized, and it was like a flood that he couldn't endure at all. That type of feeling was too terrifying. As an ultimate god expert, life energy was the most important. The middle-aged ultimate god was so angry that he was about to vomit blood when his life energy was seized by someone else. He immediately took a pill to restore his life energy. What shocked the middle-aged ultimate god the most was that the attack just now was so powerful that it could break through the Absolute Space's defense even though it was not the Absolute Space's maximum endurance. However, it was broken by someone who was not an ultimate god. The middle-aged ultimate god was terrified just thinking about it. One slash was enough to seriously injure him. What if that happened a few more times? The two ultimate gods from the Heavenly Feather clan also looked serious as they felt the power of that slash. It had reached the peak of a first-class ultimate god. The ultimate god from the Temporal Temple's body was not as strong as theirs. Once the Absolute Space was broken, his body would be broken as well. We've underestimated this kid. He still has a secret technique. The outcome was not good. They did not expect to encounter such a situation as ultimate gods. First, there was the paralysis scepter, and then there was the mysterious concealment technique. With such a domineering attack, they wouldn't be able to withstand it after 3 to 5 times. You're all ultimate gods. I'm just a great venerable. How can I gain the upper hand if I don't use some tricks? Lin Fei returned to the sacred body mountain. I want to thank you. The things you have are rich and nutritious. It's a great supplement for me. The middle-aged ultimate god almost vomited blood. It was not easy for him to cultivate it. Even if he fought against a strong enemy for 300 rounds, he would not be so exhausted. I'll remember you. Lin Fei smiled. I'm very proud to have an ultimate god remember me. Crash. The paralysis scepter's attack came again. This time, they did not dare to withstand it anymore. Who knew if Lin Fei would make a move? Hence, they dodged again. The three ultimate gods were extremely aggrieved, especially in front of so many people. Let's get on the ship first. With no other choice, the three ultimate gods returned to the battleship. Their huge bodies activated the defense mechanism and moved away from the sacred body mountain as if they were worried that Lin Fei would attack them. The ultimate gods aren't that brave. Watching them retreat hundreds of millions of miles away, Lin Fei shook his head. It was really boring. Sacred leader, you're too domineering. The third great ancestor flew over with a face full of joy. Three ultimate gods, it's unimaginable. The second great ancestor was also in a daze. The grand ancestor was more and more convinced that Lin Fei's appearance was the greatest leader of the physique cultivation sect. Wearing the sacred heaven suit and sacred sky domineering blade, his combat power was completely beyond imagination. Whether it was the paralysis scepter, the concealment technique, or even the domineering blade at the end, those were all unimaginable. With the sacred heaven suit and the sacred body mountain, he could only protect himself. However, once he went out, it would be too difficult to stop the three ultimate gods. Sacred leader Lin Fei did it perfectly. The three ultimate gods retreated. In everyone's opinion, they were afraid of sacred leader Lin Fei. The sacred body mountain was filled with cheers. Everyone who was still worried was completely relieved. Those who inquired about the news also reported the news back as soon as possible. It was not a small matter that three ultimate gods could not do anything to Lin Fei. Moreover, Lin Fei had a secret treasure in his hands and was infinitely mysterious. Everyone knew that after that day, Lin Fei's position as sacred leader was completely secured. No one could shake it. Even the ultimate gods would have to give him face. That was because the strength Lin Fei displayed was enough to fight against ultimate gods. There might even be ultimate gods who would die in his hands. No one would dare to underestimate him anymore. What should we do now? On the warship, the three ultimate gods gathered together with a gloomy expression. It was not what they expected for a small matter to turn into such a mess. We can only talk. The middle-aged ultimate god in white was not confident anymore. It would take a long time for him to recover from his injuries. He did not have much combat power left and was full of fear for Lin Fei. The black-armored ultimate god and the red-clothed ultimate god were actually thinking the same thing. Chapter 3096. Negotiate. The Heavenly Feather Clan and the Temporal Temple's ultimate gods felt that this was the only way. Lin Fei was too difficult to deal with. He had an endless stream of secret techniques and none of them were easy to deal with. Moreover, the opponent was in their base camp. Even though they were ultimate gods, this was the first time they felt so helpless. It was not that an ultimate god had defeated an ultimate god. The physique training school had produced a monster. They had to admit that. Negotiate? Sure. Lin Fei gladly accepted. His fierce attack was actually to negotiate. He did not even hesitate to use a secret technique called Yuan extermination. The benefits were obvious. Negotiation was the result that Lin Fei wanted. He also hoped to get what he wanted from them. The negotiation would take place on the sacred body mountain. Negotiation was not fighting. They were not afraid that Lin Fei would be lazy. If word got out, they would become a laughing stock. Release ultimate god Kong Wen and compensate for our losses, said the middle-aged ultimate god. Lin Fei looked at the two ultimate gods from the Heavenly Feather Clan. What about you? It's simple. Hand over the paralysis scepter, release Supreme Venerable Vast Sky, and leave behind the life-stealing technique. We, the Heavenly Feather Clan, will not pursue this matter, said the Black Armor Ultimate God. The three ultimate gods were prepared to take a bite out of Lin Fei. However, they had underestimated Lin Fei. Ha! Lin Fei laughed. You have a big appetite. You have forgotten one thing. This is the sacred body mountain. You don't have the final say. They do. Lin Fei was very domineering at this moment. How dare you? Said the middle-aged ultimate god angrily. Lin Fei laughed. Why wouldn't I dare? Unless you are willing to take it back from me, you can only wait obediently. I am a man of my word. Aren't you afraid that we will join forces to attack the sacred body mountain? The black armor ultimate god's expression was cold. Lin Fei's words made them very uncomfortable. This guy was too bold. He did not care about the forces behind them at all. Of course I am, but I can guarantee that no matter how many of you come, I will kill them all. It's the same even if the ultimate gods come. I still have a lot of trump cards. Lin Fei was fearless. What do you guys think? Unless you can kill me immediately, I don't mind going to your place. I believe that no one can stop me except for the ultimate gods. Lin Fei was not afraid at all. The three ultimate gods were silent. This guy really dared to say anything. Unfortunately, they didn't know how to retort. Killing Lin Fei was indeed not an easy task. Just like what was said, no one could guarantee that Lin Fei had any trump cards on him. No one dared to take this risk, and this hierarch from the temporal temple knew it very well. Lin Fei looked at the two of them with a smile on his face. He knew that the three ultimate gods had been stunned by him. If you've thought it through, then let's have a good talk. Of course, if you continue to threaten me, then I'm not interested in continuing. Lin Fei laughed. Maybe I'll do something irrational when I'm afraid, such as auctioning off the paralysis scepter. You can't do that. Hierarch Red Shirt said sternly. That will depend on your choice. Lin Fei said with a smile. Hierarch Black Armor gave Hierarch Red Shirt a look. Then why are you willing to hand over Hierarch Firmament, Hierarch Kongwen, and the paralysis scepter to us? Lin Fei clapped his hands. That's right. I like rational people. Fighting and killing is so impolite. The three ultimate gods rolled their eyes. Speaking of violence, you're the most violent. Enemies all over the world. Now you're telling us that you don't like fighting and killing? How shameless. Now, let's talk about letting them go. You know that it was a celebration, and that it was a great humiliation to me. So, if you want to take them away, you can. Here's a list. Hand them over, and I'll let them go immediately. Lin Fei took out 2 lists and placed them in front of the 3 ultimate gods. The 3 ultimate gods took the lists and were about to get angry when they saw the long list. However, they were confused when they saw the things on the list. It was a bunch of strange ores, most of which were of average value. So kind? They could not help but doubt. Although the amount was a little big, it was nothing to them. They could collect it all with just a word. I have a desire to collect ores. Of course, I also know how to refine equipment. As long as you send me these things, I'll release them immediately. How about it? I'm easy to negotiate, right? No matter how hard the 3 ultimate gods looked, they could not see any connection between them. Could there be a secret hidden within? They felt that it was unlikely. But why did they feel that Lin Fei was not so kind? Thoughts kept flashing through their minds. Previously, they were worried that Lin Fei would ask for an exorbitant price. Now they could not help but doubt it. In the end, they gritted their teeth. What secret could there be with just ores? No problem. We'll definitely deliver it within half a month. The 3 ultimate gods said. Lin Fei smiled. Since the first negotiation is successful, let's talk about the second. For example, the treasures on them. They have become my captives, so everything on them belongs to me. As for me, I'm not very interested in these things. It would be best if you could buy them back. Sure. Both the Heavenly Feather Clan and the Temporal Temple did not want their treasures to fall into the hands of outsiders. I'll talk to you first. Lin Fei talked to the white-robed middle-aged ultimate god first. Pack everything up. I only need 800,000 kilograms of divine yuan chi sand and 10 time scrolls. I want the ultimate god grade ones. Don't say that your temporal temple can't do it. Lin Fei took out a storage ring. Inside were all the treasures of Venerable Kongwen. That's too high. 800,000 kilograms? Impossible. The white-robed middle-aged ultimate god almost vomited blood. Divine yuan chi sand might be of little value, but it was not that easy to obtain. 50,000 kilograms at most. That's too little. 780,000 kilograms. Time scrolls are a must. The two of them began to bargain, one after another. It was very intense. We can only offer 400,000 kilograms of divine yuan chi sand and 3 time scrolls at most. The white-robed middle-aged ultimate god's face was gloomy. I can't guarantee that it will work. 400,000 kilograms of divine yuan qi sand might be an astronomical figure to other forces, but it should not be a problem for the temporal temple. Then I'll reluctantly agree. The white-robed middle-aged ultimate god immediately sent a message and got a quick reply. Our temple master agrees. We'll deliver it to you within half a month according to this price. It's a deal. I promise to take good care of Venerable Kongwen. For example, good food and drinks. With 400,000 kilograms of divine yuan qi sand, Lin Fei was quite satisfied. The two ultimate gods of the Heavenly Feather clan began to get nervous. If they had a choice, they would not be willing to discuss such matters with Lin Fei. Chapter 3097. Now, let's talk about the paralysis scepter. This is a good item, and I really can't bear to hand it over. Lin Fei said with a smile on his face. This item was good for long-range attacks. Fortunately, Little Devil was analyzing the paralysis substance. It wouldn't take long for him to get a result. The paralysis scepter was not that precious to Lin Fei. Moreover, when he refined the anti-paralysis armor, the paralysis scepter would be of little value. Lin Fei felt that the Heavenly Feather race would be in a good mood then. The Heavenly Feather race's two hierarchs' main mission was to bring back the paralysis scepter. They couldn't afford to lose it. It would be best if they could snatch it back, but if they couldn't, they would have to pay the price. If Lin Fei had been so aggressive, they definitely wouldn't have let Great Venerable Vast Sky bring the paralysis scepter over. As long as Holy Lord Lin Fei is willing to return the paralysis scepter to us, our Heavenly Feather race will satisfy you as long as it's not an exorbitant demand. The black-armored hierarch said. Really? Lin Fei laughed. The black-armored hierarch could only bite the bullet. Our Heavenly Feather race never lies. I heard that your Heavenly Feather race has a complete method to refine elemental energy weapons. I personally like to refine elemental energy weapons, but I haven't learned the basics yet. I hope to get one. Then give me 5 million kilograms of elemental energy sand, 1,000 of the ores on the first list, 100 elemental energy weapons, 100 battle armors, and a few hundred powerful scrolls. My request isn't that high, right? The black-armored hierarch and the red-armored hierarch couldn't help but want to slap this guy to death. Holy Lord Lin Fei, you have too many items. Elemental energy sand is fine, but we don't have the financial resources to ask for elemental energy weapons, battle armors, and powerful scrolls. The black-armored hierarch said. What an exorbitant demand. Putting everything else aside, just based on the method to forge an elemental energy weapon, if it were to be spread out, who knew how many people would go crazy with jealousy and jealousy? Yet you made it sound so easy. The white-robed middle-aged hierarch secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the temporal temple did not bring any treasures. Lin Fei looked at the black-armored divine venerable god and said with a smile, Is that so? But why is it that I heard that the Heavenly Feather clan is so rich that they can't even afford such a small thing? If they can't afford it, then it's a pity. I'll just auction it. I believe that many divine venerable gods will be tempted. Threats again. As a hidden force, the Heavenly Feather clan did not have much exposure to the public. However, it had a great influence in the eyes of the ultimate gods. If they really held an auction, there would definitely be countless ultimate gods attending. A scepter that could paralyze a small area from afar. If used well, even ultimate gods would have to run for their lives. One could imagine the impact it would have. Auction? Absolutely not. You can't auction it. The red-clothed hierarch shouted. Numb scepter, I don't care about this thing. If you can't take it out, I don't mind auctioning it. Lin Fei said. Holy Lord Lin Fei, the numb scepter belongs to the Heavenly Feather clan. However, you're asking for too much. The Heavenly Feather clan can't take it out in such a short time. The black-armored divine venerable said in a low voice. Lin Fei stood up. I'll give you 3 days to think about it. If there's no reply after 3 days, I'll release the news. I believe that everyone will be interested. Send them off. The 3 patriarchs walked out. Lin Fei immediately left. Continue the negotiations? What a joke. He was prepared to take a bite out of the Heavenly Feather clan. Was this little thing too much? In fact, it was really not much. Only by demanding an exorbitant price would there be room for negotiation. Holy Lord, will the Heavenly Feather clan really agree? The three patriarchs did not really understand why the Numb Scepter should be returned to them. This was obviously not worth it at all. The Numb Scepter was a treasure. With it, ordinary experts would not dare to approach them. Returning it to the Heavenly Feather clan was really not right. But they did not dare to ask. They will definitely agree, but the number will be reduced. Lin Fei laughed. If they agree, then there will be a problem. The third patriarch gritted his teeth and asked carefully, Holy Lord, the paralysis scepter was so useful to you. Why did you return it to the Heavenly Feather race? In the Saint Spirit domain, there are very few treasures that contain paralysis attributes. The three ancestral patriarchs all wanted to know why. Well, it's actually very simple. Lin Fei casually set up a formation. If you say, after you have the anti-paralysis armor, you will be able to use it. Do treasures like the paralyzing scepter still have any deterrent power? Anti-paralysis armor. The three forefathers seem to have understood something. How is this possible? No one has ever been able to refine an anti-paralysis armor. It's just too difficult. At most, they can refine some similar armor, and each of them is priceless. Lin Fei laughed. What if I say that I have the ability to do it? The three forefathers were dumbfounded. A real anti-paralysis armor. Lin Fei added before leaving with a smile. The three forefathers only regained their senses after a long time. Did we hear wrongly? Anti-paralysis armor. As elders of the Sacred Body Mountain, no one knew better than them how powerful the anti-paralysis armor was. If that's true, then the Holy Lord is too powerful. With the anti-paralysis armor, those experts with paralysis treasures will be dumbfounded. Those treasures will become useless. No wonder the Holy Lord wants to reap the benefits. Come to think of it, with the anti-paralysis armor, who would care about such elemental attacks? The two ultimate gods from the Heavenly Feather race immediately reported the situation. They could not make a decision on such a matter as there were too many items. 100 essence force weapons were priceless existences. It would be fine if it was 10 or so, but 100 was not something they could decide. If the Sacred Body Mountain had 100 essence force weapons, it would be like adding wings to a tiger, and their strength would increase greatly. We must bring back the paralysis scepter. Soon, they received the news and found out the Heavenly Feather race's bottom line. Continue the negotiation. The next day, the two ultimate gods came to the Sacred Body Mountain again to see Holy Lord Lin Fei. The two ultimate gods went straight to the point. This is our Heavenly Feather race's bottom line. They knew that this was not a good behavior, but they were afraid that Lin Fei would not negotiate with them. That would not be good. This time, they would definitely bleed. The paralysis scepter had to be brought back. This was something that could not be changed no matter what. Therefore, they did not mind revealing their bottom line. They knew very well what kind of person Lin Fei was. It would be very difficult to take advantage of him, so they could only pay the price. They would get back at him sooner or later. Lin Fei took it and looked through it. Your Heavenly Feather race is really generous. After looking through it, he had to admit that the Heavenly Feather race had a strong foundation. Although they had made some cuts, it was still a huge fortune. Chapter 3098. The two godly venerables from the Heavenly Feather race did not leave. Instead, they stood guard outside the Sacred Body Mountain. They were afraid that Lin Fei would go back on his word. The Saint Spirit Domain's public enemy was no joke. Who knew what he would think? If the factions in the Black region found out about this and secretly cooperated with Lin Fei, they would really want to cry, but no tears would come. The Heavenly Feather race could not afford such a loss. Sacred Master, 50 yuan power divine weapons, even if they don't have any enchantment attribute, it will still greatly increase the strength of our Sacred Body Mountain. The third ancestor laughed. If the Heavenly Feather clan knew that the anti-paralysis armor had appeared, they would probably vomit 3 liters of blood. The Holy Lord is still the best. Just a paralysis scepter was enough to get so many good things from the heavenly feather race. I feel like I'm dreaming. It's too unrealistic. Lin Fei was certain that the heavenly feather race would not give up on the paralysis scepter. This item falling into Lin Fei's hands was not a good thing. On the contrary, it was a bad thing. The heavenly feather race would definitely not allow an outsider to obtain it. Thus, there was only one outcome: snatch it back. Now that he had a way to break the paralysis scepter, this thing was no longer useful to Lin Fei. Let me know when they arrive. Oh, right, please arrange for Grand Monarch Vast Heaven and Grand Monarch Kong to stay in the courtyard, lest they say we're stingy. Half a month later, the first batch of resources had been obtained. Everything is here. These ores were not difficult to find, and as soon as the order was given, they began to gather them. However, the divine origin energy sand took up some time. Upon receiving the items, Lin Fei had someone bring Grand Monarch Heaven Vast and Grand Monarch Kongwen to him. Lin Fei, I will remember this enmity. Supreme Sovereign Kongwen gnashed his teeth as soon as he saw Lin Fei. Lin Fei laughed. I'm quite easy to negotiate with. I welcome you to take revenge at any time, but you have to prepare the ransom. It won't be so cheap next time. Supreme Paragon Kongwen glared at him. Kongwen, let's go. The white-robed middle-aged ultimate god left with Venerable Kongwen. The Heaven Feather race had also taken Grand Monarch Heaven Vast with them. After they left, Lin Fei put away the materials and went into closed-door cultivation after giving the three ancestors some instructions. 500,000 kilograms of godly elemental force sand could finally help proud Heaven break through to the next level. Heaven-defying 12th layer tyrant body. Lin Fei had been looking forward to it for a long time. Little devil, how do we extract these materials? A large number of ores were piled up. If one didn't know the function of the ores, no one would know that they could form an anti-paralysis substance. Master, you only need to build an extraction facility. It's very cheap, 10% of your life energy. The little devil laughed. Lin Fei was about to vomit blood. What the hell? Why is it only 10%? And it's even life energy. This is too evil. 10% of his life force was definitely a huge number, especially for Lin Fei. Master, you have to know that this thing isn't cheap. It's even refined and combined. 10% of life energy isn't much at all. Just thinking about it makes my heart ache. Lin Fei could only clench his teeth and agree. 10% of life energy. Since it's all coming from the body, I'll just exchange it with life crystals. 10% is 10%. Lin Fei's body trembled. 10% of his life energy was taken away, and he was very unhappy. However, he couldn't do anything to the little devil. This is a building blueprint. After paying 10% of his life energy, Lin Fei obtained a building blueprint. Master, as long as you find a place and tear the blueprint, you can build it. The little devil added. Lin Fei thought that he would have to build it himself. The secret chamber of the Sage Body Mountain was very big, so he decided to put it in the secret chamber. After tearing the blueprint, a large number of materials flew out, and a set of equipment was built in half a day's time. After the construction was completed, Lin Fei got the steps to extract the ores. He heaved a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as it was easy. After releasing the Slaughter God weapon to transport the ores, Lin Fei took out the godly elemental force sand and refined it. I'm afraid that they would never have thought that the thing they gave me would allow my strength to increase by another level. It's a deity supreme body. Lin Fei was now very sure that a 12th stage prideful heaven body definitely had the deity supreme body. No matter how weak it was, it couldn't be much weaker. Another half a month later, the deity from the temporal temple came first. He brought something to redeem the treasures. 3 days later, the heavenly feather race sent the items over. Lin Fei personally came out of seclusion. Even though he hadn't completely refined it, his physical body had become much stronger. Saint Lord Lin Fei, be careful of indigestion, the black-armored deity said as he left. What? Of course not. Lin Fei laughed. Your heavenly feather race doesn't need to be so petty. In any case, these things aren't enchanted, so their power is limited. If you run out, You can just refine another batch. I hope that the next time we meet, you will still be so happy to talk to me. After inspecting the paralysis scepter, the heavenly feather race left. They wanted to bring it back as soon as possible. Essence Force Divine Weapons. I can finally create an elite guard. The three old ancestors loved the Essence Force Divine Weapons so much that they couldn't bear to part with them. They've really bled a lot this time. In the entire Saint Spirit world, they're the only ones who know how to refine and enchant them. With these items, the Saint Body Mountain could become even stronger. Take the Essence Force Divine Weapons, battle armor, scrolls, refinement methods, and the like. For the next period of time, unless something major happens, don't inform me. The three old ancestors naturally had no objections. They couldn't wait for Lin Fei's strength to become stronger. Saint Lord, we will take care of the matters outside. At least for the next 500 years, they won't dare to act recklessly. Everyone has a common enemy, the demonic motherland. The great old ancestor said, the demonic motherland occupied half of the world, and it was indeed the greatest enemy of the local forces. The anti-paralysis substance is really not easy to extract. I still have to fuse and condense it. The huge equipment was constantly in operation. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. This thing needed time, and it couldn't be rushed. The heavenly feather race hadn't truly refined it yet, so he was one step ahead of them. For now, I'll just improve my prideful heaven 12th tier tyrant body. Lin Fei sat cross-legged and continued to refine the Essence Force Divine Sand. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years. Compared to the last time he advanced to the prideful heaven 11th tier, it took longer this time. Every improvement required time to accumulate. This was something that Lin Fei couldn't do anything about. 300 years had passed. The Saint Spirit world was rather peaceful. The demonic motherland didn't have much movement. The human race was also rather quiet, as if nothing had happened. At this time, an internal turmoil broke out in the demonic motherland. A mysterious person came to the demonic motherland and called himself the Demon Lord. The appearance of this person caused a change in the demonic motherland. It was unknown what method the Demon Lord used, but the huge demonic motherland began to have internal strife. Some of them left with the Demon Lord, and the rest stayed in the demonic motherland. At this point, the demonic motherland was divided into two, and there was an uproar. Half of the demonic motherland was divided into two. At the same time, the Demon Lord also displayed his domineering strength and fought with two godly venerable experts of the demonic motherland. They were evenly matched, but everyone knew that the Demon Lord was more terrifying. In the Dark Shadow Palace, the Dark Shadow Palace Master's face was ashen. God knew how many things had been destroyed. Lin Fei, this must be Lin Fei's doing. After coming out of the Dark Shadow Throne, the Dark Shadow Palace Master was furious. He couldn't understand how Lin Fei had brought people out and broken through his layers of restrictions. Chapter 3099. The Devil Nation's internal strife was beyond everyone's expectations. It came too suddenly. The Demon King's appearance and powerful strength showed that he was undoubtedly another ultimate god expert. He might even be a peak first-class ultimate god with several powerful treasures on him. The Demon King roped in a group of experts from the Devil Nation and established a new faction called the Devil Palace. When the Devil Nation was in internal strife, the Saint Spirit Domain's top 3 factions launched an attack on the Devil Nation after a secret discussion. They tried to overthrow the Devil Nation while they were weakened. The Demon Country had suffered heavy losses, and they had lost a large number of experts. The 3 top factions rejoiced and decided to follow up on their victory. The Demon Palace's Demon Lord led a group of elites to attack the Dark Shadow Palace. Caught off guard, the Dark Shadow Palace suffered heavy losses. The operation to annihilate the Devil Nation was forced to stop. The Demon King's cunning made everyone wary. It seemed like the Devil Palace did not treat them any better than the Devil Nation. In the next few decades, the factions finally saw how powerful the Demon King was. He attacked the top 3 factions again and again, and his influence grew. In the 80th year, the Demon King formed an alliance with the factions in the Black Domain. Finally, the factions in the Black Domain started to intervene in the Saint Spirit Domain. The Devil Palace also had many experts and was in the limelight for a while. In particular, the factions that were incorporated greatly increased the Devil Palace's strength. In the blink of an eye, 400 years had passed. Sacred Body Mountain. Ever since Lin Fei showed off his prowess and killed the experts from the Heavenly Feather race and the Temporal Temple 400 years ago, everyone was wary of the Sacred Body Mountain. In these 400 years, no faction dared to attack the Sacred Body Mountain. The Heavenly Feather race and the Temporal Temple did not take revenge either. Especially in the last 100 years, everyone's attention was on the Demon King of the Devil Palace. The local factions of the human race had carried out a beheading operation. The Demon King was also powerful. He resisted head-on and the beheading operation was in vain. After the decapitation, the Devil Monarch led his experts into the Temporal Temple. This strongest power killed a batch of elites and even fought with the Temporal Temple's Hall Master. The battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights before the Devil Monarch calmly left. After this battle, no one dared to look down on this mysterious divine Lord, Demon Lord. I wonder when the Sacred Lord will come out. The third progenitor frowned. Should we inform the Holy Lord? We've waited patiently for 400 years, and now they've made their move. The second great ancestor's face was filled with killing intent. Our Holy Body Mountain is not going to do something like this. The Grand Elder Ancestor shook his head. We have no choice but to go. If we don't go, those people will attack us. They won't give our Sacred Body Mountain a chance to live. The ancestral patriarchs fell silent. Let's wait a little longer. In the secret chamber. Boom boom boom. A black whirlpool spun continuously, and traces of elemental annihilation energy filled the secret room. I've finally cultivated the heaven-defying 12 levels tyrant body to the peak. The outer layer of the annihilation force can't stop me. Within the power of black and white, Lin Fei moved to his heart's content, enjoying proud sky enduring the invasion of the elemental destruction energy. Although it could invade his body, it was all blocked when it reached a certain position. Without activating proud sky barrier, Lin Fei could withstand the elemental destruction energy just by relying on proud sky. Everyone says that there are secret realms in the depths of the elemental destruction energy, but they're all surrounded by elemental destruction energy. At the same time, there are wandering elemental beasts in the elemental destruction energy. Each of them is an ultimate god. If I'm unlucky, I might even encounter a second-class ultimate god elemental beast. Lin Fei continued to move deeper. Last time, Lin Fei could withstand the elemental destruction energy for a short period of time. However, it was different this time as he soared to his heart's content. The elemental destruction energy is really a special existence between heaven and earth. The elemental destruction energy was more powerful than he imagined. Wave after wave of energy surged toward him. At that moment, he seemed very relaxed. It was a rare opportunity to enter, and Lin Fei would not miss it. Deeper, deeper and deeper. The elemental destruction energy's power was also increasing. Proud Sky 12 levels is indeed powerful. My physical body should be no different from an ultimate god's. Feeling the power around him, Lin Fei smiled. It's changed. Just as he stepped into the middle region of the elemental destruction energy, Lin Fei felt a huge wave coming and vaguely heard the sound of thunder. He subconsciously activated the proud sky armor. A bolt of lightning descended upon this area. Lin Fei's body could not help but tremble as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The middle region, the elemental destruction energy, also contains other powers. What a scam! He wanted to go deeper. Lin Fei did not dare to go in for the time being. A large area of lightning had already injured him. He would be a fool to go in again. When I absorb a large amount of life energy and return the proud sky 12 levels tyrant body to perfection, I should be able to move in the middle region. Just as Lin Fei was about to retreat, he saw a giant beast in front of him. It was a few 100 feet long, and its body was covered in arcs of light. It was slowly moving forward. Thunder elemental beast. Lin Fei took a deep breath. Could it be that the lightning just now was spat out by the thunder elemental beast? If it's true, this power. At that moment, Lin Fei was quite sullen. He had no choice but to be sullen. It wasn't easy for him to come in, but he was attacked by the thunder elemental beast. It was really like seeing a ghost, even though the other party was unconscious. That is, when the lightning exploded, Lin Fei saw a blurry mountain appear in the elemental destruction energy. Following the descent of the lightning, the mountain was blasted into smithereens and completely disappeared. Lin Fei did not dare to stay any longer and returned to the secret room immediately. The danger in the elemental destruction energy is even more terrifying than I imagined. Until now, his body was still numb. The thunder elemental power in the elemental beast was not simple. It seems like I should go and learn enchantment techniques and get a set of lightning-resistant armor. Even the proud sky body armor can't withstand it. That high-level region, the innermost region, should be able to withstand it. Lin Fei did not dare to look down on it anymore. Little devil, is the anti-paralysis substance ready? In the past 400 years, the slaughter god weapon had been in operation. Lin Fei did not care about it, but now it was time to take a look. It's done. Lin Fei saw a ball of blue energy. It was very gentle. This is the anti-paralysis substance? This is too little. It took 400 years to make such a ball, and it was not much bigger than a fist. Lin Fei could not help but feel a little disappointed. How many anti-paralysis armors could he make with this? Master, don't underestimate this material. Putting everything else aside, if you want to create anti-paralysis armor, you can create at least 10 anti-paralysis armor pieces. 10. Lin Fei took a deep breath. This number was more than he had imagined. 10 anti-paralysis armors. If this news were to spread, he did not know how many people would be agitated, especially those ultimate gods. Although I don't know enchantment, I have the system. It should not be a problem to make an anti-paralysis armor. Chapter 3100. What was he waiting for? Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to exit seclusion. He took out the ores he had and started crafting. He didn't want to be tricked by the hierarch of the Heavenly Feather race, who would want to experience the power of the paralysis scepter a second time. He might even lose his life. Both the Heavenly Feather race and the Temporal Temple had the ability to do so. Lin Fei didn't think that they would be able to take it lying down after suffering such a huge loss at the Sage Body Mountain. He had to craft the anti-paralysis battle armor first. He needed this ore. And this. It wasn't a bad idea to add in this ore. Piece by piece, he threw in the ores. Lin Fei's artifact crafting technique was quite good. A battle armor appeared. It was completely black and looked mighty and domineering. It wasn't difficult for Lin Fei to craft this type of battle armor. Only the last step was more troublesome. Fusing the anti-paralysis attribute. The first armor broke. Lin Fei didn't want it at all. He rested and started crafting the second battle armor. 3 pieces broke consecutively. Under the guidance of the system, Lin Fei carefully completed the crafting. He fused the anti-paralysis attribute and a dark blue battle armor appeared on Lin Fei's hands. It's done, it's really done. Lin Fei was full of smiles. He tested it and it was quite useful. Even though it could only defend against paralysis attacks, it gave Lin Fei another defensive method. If the Heavenly Feather race dares to use the paralysis scepter against me, then you guys should be prepared to bleed again. Lin Fei thought happily. After crafting the anti-paralysis battle armor, Lin Fei calculated the time. It had been more than 400 years. It was about time for him to exit seclusion. Sacred leader, you finally came out. If you didn't come out, we would have come looking for you. The moment Lin Fei came out, the 3 patriarchs flew over with anxious expressions. What happened? Lin Fei saw the anxiety on their faces. This wasn't something that had formed in a day or two. He reckoned that they had been worrying about something for a long time. Something has indeed happened. Second Old Ancestor said, the Temporal Temple and the Heavenly Feather race have joined forces to plot against us. Ever since the Heavenly Feather race and the Temporal Temple left, Lin Fei knew that they would plot against the Sacred Body Mountain. 500 years had passed since then. How did you scheme against us? The Great Ancestor recounted the events of the past 500 years in great detail, with the emphasis on the demon lord who had appeared out of nowhere. That guy is quite capable. As soon as he heard the demon lord, Lin Fei immediately thought of a person who had been violently plundered by him several times. Now, he was full of vigor again. The palace master of the Dark Shadow Palace probably hates me to the core for letting such an enemy go. In fact, when the palace lord of the Dark Shadow Palace suspected that Lin Fei had brought them out, he even had the urge to storm the sacred body mountain. However, he held back in the end. The great ancestor continued talking about the recent events. The Heavenly Feather Race and the Temporal Temple proposed to form an alliance. They will mobilize their strength to encircle the demon motherland before dealing with the demon palace. The great ancestor said, all sects must join this alliance. Otherwise, it will be considered as colluding with the enemy and we will be attacked together. Also, 9 of the 10 major sects have excluded our body-tempering sects. The great ancestor continued, those body-tempering experts outside are not having a good time now. They are too shameless. They are doing this on purpose. We have investigated it. There are shadows of the Heavenly Feather Race and the Temporal Temple behind the scenes. In addition, there are many spies outside the Sacred Body Mountain. Their concealment techniques are very good. They should be following the Sacred Lord. The 3 old ancestors were very angry. Excluded, alliance, to hell with it. Lin Fei laughed loudly, why should we listen to them? But isn't this just like their trap? Yi Xian smiled mysteriously, they want to form an alliance because there are people following them. But what if those people are not willing? They want the Sacred Body Mountain to be their weapon? Don't even think about it. The 3 old ancestors knew the Sacred Lord was going to make a big fuss when they heard this. Those spies outside are too annoying. Kill them all. There were many spies outside the Sacred Body Mountain. They were here to spy on Lin Fei. Lin Fei had not come out in the past hundreds of years. They had been very relaxed. The Sacred Body Mountain did not do anything to them, so they were even more relieved. When the 3 patriarchs personally charged out and crushed everything in their path, everyone was stunned. Very bluntly, these spies were all cleaned up. Among them, there were quite a few with decent strength. The 3 old ancestors' brazen attacks scared many people. They realized that the Sacred Lord Lin Fei must have come out of seclusion. He would only give such an order if he came out of seclusion. The forces that had arranged to spy on them were all speechless. This guy did not follow the rules at all. Sacred Lord, these are the Sacred Body Mountain Guards. They are equipped with divine weapons and armor. The Sacred Body Mountain's Sacred Body Mountain Guards were not many, but they were all 8th Order Heavenly God realm and above. The weakest among them was a venerable lord. There were not many of them, only 80 of them. They were the Sacred Body Mountain's elite force, and they could easily kill a peak venerable lord. Do you know who I am? Lin Fei saw the Sacred Body Mountain Guards after coming out of seclusion. Sacred Lord. The Sacred Body Mountain Guards looked at Lin Fei with admiration. A physique cultivator who could cultivate to such a level in such a short time was definitely their idol. Other than that, he had single-handedly blocked the gate and forced the Heavenly Feather Clan and Temporal Temple to return in defeat. Who else could do this? I am your Sacred Lord. In the eyes of outsiders, I am the Saint Spirit World's public enemy. My enemies are everywhere, but I still live freely. Lin Fei said loudly. Then, are you willing to do something big with me? Yes. We are. This time, this Sacred Lord will bring all of you out to do something big. Whoever performs outstandingly this time, I will choose 5 people, and they will be qualified to cultivate my plunder technique. Lin Fei announced loudly. The 80 Sacred Body Mountain Guards were excited, and their eyes were filled with fanaticism. That was a top-grade technique. Even if it was just the first layer, they would be stronger than others at the same level. There were rumors going around that whoever cultivated this technique would soar to the heavens in a single step. Who would have thought that the opportunity would come? 5 spots, everyone was excited beyond words. No one dared to take out such a technique before this. The Sacred Lord really took it out. The 3 ancestors standing at the side were also shocked. This was a top-grade technique, yet he was willing to take it out. Whatever the Sacred Body Mountain wants us to do, we will do it. Our sacred body mountain is not afraid of anyone. Lin Fei was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. Chapter 3101. The opportunity to obtain 5 spots stimulated all the body-tempering cultivators in the Sacred Body Mountain Guards. That was a top-grade plunder technique. Who didn't want to cultivate it? The outside world was in an uproar about how to deal with the sacred leader, but no one could come up with a way to deal with the sacred leader. Everyone knew that this was their chance. The help of a top-grade cultivation technique was unimaginable. The 5 spots were worth fighting for. Lin Fei's mobilization meeting went smoothly. The Sacred Body Mountain's elites were all roused, and they were all filled with fighting spirit. As long as Lin Fei gave the word, they would attack. Sacred leader, you won't really take out the plunder technique, right? After the mobilization meeting ended, the 3 ancestral patriarchs asked seriously. This wasn't a small matter, and they had to be very careful. They had all seen plunder techniques before. Even though they hadn't experienced it themselves, they could tell how terrifying it was. The Temporal Temple's godly venerable experts had absorbed almost all of it without being able to resist. Was it terrifying? It was definitely 10,000 times more terrifying. The outside world wasn't talking about this. Even after 400 years, it was still a topic of discussion. Almost no one had any objections to the fact that sacred leader Lin Fei was the #1 expert below the godly venerable level. It was unknown who spread the word that Lin Fei was invincible in close combat. Whoever dared to fight Lin Fei in close combat would suffer a huge loss in one move. If they were not careful, they might even die. Why not? Lin Fei smiled and said, as the leader of the Holy Lord of the Body Tempering Sect, I have to lead the Body Tempering Sect to become stronger. Moreover, I'm only giving everyone the first level to cultivate. In the future, they will need to reach a certain level of contribution before they can cultivate. Only when they have the motivation will the Body Tempering Sect become stronger. In the past 500 years, Lin Fei hadn't been idling around. He had used the system to develop a devouring technique that was similar to the plunder technique. In terms of power, there was still a certain difference. For body tempering experts, once they cultivated this technique, their combat power would increase by at least 30% to 40%. Patriarchs, these are the first, second, and third levels of the invincible devour. Each level requires a certain physical body to cultivate. At the same time, there's also the path of transformation. Lin Fei shot out 3 Jingguang rays, which landed on the foreheads of the 3 people. The 3 of them quickly revealed excited expressions. Thank you, Saint Lord. With their strength, it wasn't too difficult for them to cultivate to the 2nd level, and it would be of unimaginable help to them in improving their strength. Invincible devouring, plundering life energy. The 2nd level can suppress the 1st level, the 3rd level can suppress the 2nd level, and so on. This is to prevent the cultivation technique from leaking out and causing negative effects. This move was brilliant. 3 days later, Lin Fei personally led his people and set off. The clones of the 3 great ancestors also went out. This was the first time the Sacred Body Mountain had taken action against the outside world. The 3 patriarchs sighed. It had been many years since they had done this. It seemed that the 3 patriarchs had chosen to keep a low profile ever since the Sacred Heaven set had landed in the scattered star seas. Before that, the Saintly Body Mountain had always been very high profile, showing off their abilities to the fullest. In the eyes of outsiders, the martial artists of the Sacred Body Mountain were a bunch of lunatics. Moreover, they were a bunch of lunatics who were extremely protective of their own. Whenever something happened, they would always rush forward and would never reason with them. Ever since the Sacred Body Mountain had kept a low profile, all the sects gradually forgot about the power of the Sacred Body Mountain. They had also forgotten about the martial artists of the Sacred Body Mountain who were known as lunatics in the past. Inexplicably, the 3 patriarchs were extremely excited. Saint Lord, who is our first target? Ever since Lin Fei took the position of Saint Lord, the 3 patriarchs handed over their power as promised and supported him with peace of mind. They had all mastered the 2nd level of the invincible devour, and their strength had increased greatly. Their admiration for Lin Fei was even greater. With the help of this domineering cultivation technique, The martial artists of the Sacred Body Mountain could truly be said to be invincible in close combat. Who could withstand such a battle where they would lose their virginity? Illusory Realm Sect, Illusory Heart Island. This was the first target that Lin Fei was going to use. After the decline of the Sacred Body Mountain, the Illusory Realm Sect, as a latecomer, had always been eyeing the Sacred Body Mountain. This is good. That Huan Luyun is very cunning. He would cause trouble for us from time to time. He has always wanted to step on our Sacred Body Mountain. The three patriarchs cheered. Let's kill the Illusory Realm Sect's spirit and let everyone know that the Sacred Body Mountain is not that easy to suppress. The two patriarchs rubbed their palms together and were eager to fight. The Illusory Realm Sect was most famous for its Illusory Heart Island. It was made up of a total of 18 islands. In the middle was the place where the Illusory Realm Sect's upper echelons lived. The 17 islands on the outside surrounded the island in the middle. It was very imposing. The outer area of the Illusory Heart Island is just ahead. The three patriarchs carefully hid their traces. Lin Fei was the same. He had come to the Illusory Heart Island to catch them off guard. Before reaching the Illusory Heart Island, a huge blue lake appeared before Lin Fei's eyes. The lake was covered with clouds and mist, and the huge islands could be vaguely seen. Saint Leader, this is your first time here, so you definitely don't know that this blue lake is actually a treasure. The clouds and mist are released by the treasure to test those who enter. Without strength, it is impossible to pass through. The Grand Patriarch said. Interesting. The Sacred Body Mountain was in the possession of the Sacred Body Mountain. It would be strange if the Illusory Heart Island did not have a treasure. Fortunately, this time, Lin Fei wanted to launch a surprise attack to teach Huan Luyun a lesson. Since he dared to covet the position of the top 10 sects, he would have to pay the price. Lin Fei was not that easy to deal with. The illusory realm in the clouds and mist could not stop Lin Fei and the others at all. After passing through the clouds and mist, 17 huge islands appeared in front of them. Each island was like a huge city. The one in the middle is the Illusory Heart Island. All the upper echelons live on that island. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. The place where the upper echelons gather. It's a good opportunity to capture them all at once. Since the upper echelons of the massacre court had been killed once, it was no surprise that the Illusory Heart Island would come again. Lin Fei came to the nearest island. There was a formation activated on the island, shining resplendently. It looked extraordinary. In Lin Fei's eyes, these formations were not difficult at all. In a flash, he broke an opening. Do as you like. Tell them that the Sacred Body Mountain's body tempering school is not to be trifled with. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei released 80 elite guards. At the same time, there were 3 slaughter divine weapons. Patriarchs, I'll leave the outside to you. The 3 patriarchs nodded. Saint Leader, leave the outside to us. In the past, the Illusory Heart Island instigated the Sacred Body Mountain's martial artists to defect. This time, this old man will teach them a lesson they will never forget. Chapter 3102. This time, Lin Fei did not bring many people with him, but they were all elites equipped with divine weapons and armors. Lin Fei wanted to give them a show of strength. Alliance? I'll beat them until they're afraid, then I'll see how they're going to form an alliance. Lin Fei's plan was simple. On this island, the illusion school's experts were enjoying themselves. The grand formation set up on the 18 islands allowed the illusion school's overall strength to rise above many forces. Adding the mysterious illusory techniques, it was hard to deal with them. This made them an existence that everyone was wary of. There are 5 high lords down there, let's kill them first. The 3 patriarchs personally led the team, and each patriarch led a group. Each group had about 25 people, and they specifically selected the upper echelons of the supremacy rank. Boom! The 3 ancestors led a group of personal guards, breaking through the formation and charging in. There were 3 exalts in the mansion, and before they could even react, they were struck by an unprecedentedly terrifying attack. Saber light and sword light flashed, tearing them to shreds. The 3 divine slaughter weapons were not idle either. They were even more domineering, rushing into the manor under Lin Fei's control. Anyone above 7th Order Heavenly God realm was killed without mercy. With a single punch, they were torn to shreds. Not good, there's an enemy attack. It's the Saint Body Mountain's body-tempering cultivators. Shrill voices rang in the air. The island masters were all great venerable lords, but the moment they appeared, they were attacked by the divine slaughter weapons and were forced to retreat. In the blink of an eye, the island masters were killed. The power of the divine weapon of slaughter was too strong. With his bare hands, he could kill grand monarchs as effortlessly as slaughtering sheep. While the three ancestors were making their move, Lin Fei dashed toward the illusory Heart Island. Activating the space transformation bracelet, he transformed into space and moved forward, ignoring all the formations around him. This was a treasure that Lin Fei was very satisfied with. Since they already know, this is good as well. Now that I've attracted their attention, the illusory Heart Island's experts won't notice my presence. Experts flew out from the 16 islands one after another. Even the weakest among them was a 6th Order Heavenly God realm. With those treasures, Lin Fei believed that the three ancestors wouldn't feel any pressure for the next hour. The central illusory Heart Island was even bigger. At this moment, they had also received the news. One by one, they soared into the sky, glaring angrily. Fantasy flowing cloud. There was no need for Lin Fei to look for Huan Luyun. Lin Fei saw the group of people that Huan Luyun had brought out. All of them were great supremacies. They were a very powerful force. Sect leader, the three ancestral patriarchs of the Sacred Body Mountain are here with their men. They just breached an island and killed the island lord, a 7th Order Heavenly God realm master. 3 slaughtering divine weapons have also broken through an island. News came in one after another. Huan Luyun was enraged. Immediately activate the illusionary boundary divine formation. I want to catch them all in one fell swoop. After his avatar was killed on the Sacred Body Mountain, Huan Luyun did not dare to seek revenge on Lin Fei. With the Holy Heaven Set and Sacred Sky Domineering Blade, how could he be Lin Fei's opponent? On top of that, there were rumors that Lin Fei had the Heavenly Feather Clan's top treasure, the Paralysis Scepter. Who would be willing to be pinned down in the sky like a target? Huan Luyun arranged for people to keep an eye on the Sacred Body Mountain. He believed that he wasn't the only one who wanted to deal with Lin Fei. In the end, even the Heavenly Feather Clan and Time Temple's venerables failed to capture Lin Fei, so he temporarily gave up on the idea. Just like that, they waited for almost 500 years. The Heavenly Feather Clan, Time Temple, and Dark Shadow Palace worked together. Huan Luyun saw hope in dealing with the Sacred Body Mountain's Lin Fei. Right, immediately activate the illusionary boundary divine formation. We can't let them escape. We don't dare to go to the Sacred Body Mountain, but this is our illusion school's territory. With the illusionary boundary divine formation, they won't be able to escape. The supremacies and great supremacies who flew out revealed looks of joy. This was an opportunity to eliminate the Sacred Body Mountain's main force. The Body Cultivation School had the Sacred Body Mountain, and their illusion school also had a treasure. Have you found any traces of Lin Fei? Huan Luyun realized that he had forgotten something important. Had Lin Fei come? This was the most important thing. Sect Master, what's there to be afraid of? It's just a mere Lin Fei. Even if he comes, he will fall into our illusion school's great formation. This isn't the Sacred Body Mountain. If he comes, he'll definitely die. I heard that he has many treasures on him, and he even has a massacre divine weapon. If we kill him, our illusion school will be able to soar into the sky. The great supremacies were all very confident. Huan Luyun felt a trace of doubt. He released his powerful divine sense, which covered the 17 islands, to search for Lin Fei's location. There's no need to search. This Saint Master is here. Hua. As soon as Lin Fei appeared, he punched out fiercely and domineeringly. The condensed annihilation energy was consumed. The wave-like energy instantly crushed the illusion school's top experts. Bang, bang, bang. Wherever the energy passed, the illusion school's upper echelons died one after another. Lin Fei devoured their life energy. This feeling was too good. Lin Fei, How dare you kill my illusion school's upper echelons? This time, Huan Luyun wore a set of battle armor. It was sky blue, and layers of worlds appeared in front of him. They shattered again and again. In an instant, they shattered hundreds of times. Why is he even stronger than before? Huan Luyun's heart sank. He didn't doubt that if he didn't have the battle armor, he would have died in a single exchange. No one knew better than him how ferocious Lin Fei's punch was. His opponent had blocked it. He knew that it was either the set's powerful defensive power or some illusion school's defensive technique. What? With a whoosh, Lin Fei disappeared. Where did he go? Huan Luyun's heart tightened. He released his divine sense, but he couldn't find any trace of his opponent. He couldn't help but change his expression. This guy actually became smart. Not good, he's going to kill a great sovereign. Huan Luyun reacted quickly. In a mansion, a great sovereign screamed. He was killed by Lin Fei with a single saber strike. That was his physical body. These illusion schools' top experts were used to living like this. Their main body and avatars stayed in the same place. It didn't matter whether it was 100,000 years or 1,000,000 years. This time, Lin Fei got lucky. Sect Master Huan, if you don't come and stop me, this holy lord won't be polite anymore. Lin Fei disappeared again. Huan Luyun was flustered and exasperated. What treasure or secret technique did he use? Why did he disappear without a trace? Another miserable shriek came from another mansion. Second one. Lin Fei disappeared again. Third one. Fourth one. Fifth one. Every time Lin Fei disappeared, a high lord or great sovereign would be killed. Huan Luyun tried to stop them, but he just couldn't. He didn't even know where Lin Fei was. 23rd one. Lin Fei's voice came again. Lin Fei, you and I are irreconcilable. Chapter 3103. Sect Leader Huan, aren't you very powerful? Lin Fei's voice kept echoing. However, when Huan Luyun heard those words, they sounded exceptionally piercing. Ever since Lin Fei had barged into Illusory Heart Island and annihilated the upper echelons, those exalts and grand exalts had been out of luck. No one knew how Lin Fei found them, but he always found them accurately. Those formations could not stop Lin Fei. Once he found them, they would definitely die within 3 slashes. Huan Luyun was always one step behind and could only watch as the illusory sect's experts were killed. Those illusory sect's higher-ups and great supremacies could no longer remain calm. Before they could react, the sacred sky domineering saber slashed at them. They could not stop it at all. Everyone knew that Lin Fei was invincible in close combat. What was terrifying was that once his life-stealing energy was activated, they would immediately die. Old ancestor. Huan Luyun could not stop Lin Fei even if he had a suit on him. He gritted his teeth and crushed a token. That was the illusory sect's strongest expert. A half-step ultimate god. He was comparable to a first-class ultimate god. The illusory sect had been able to live in peace for a long time. The Illusory Heart Island's great supremacies were terrified. The experts from the other 17 islands also encountered a terrible nightmare. The 3 old ancestors started killing the middle-level experts while the 80 elite guards also attacked desperately. With a series of coordinated attacks, the illusory sect's experts were greatly weakened. What a great kill! The illusory sect is just SOSO without using illusory techniques. We're the best in close combat. The Sacred Body Mountain's guards were full of confidence. They had not been so excited for a long time. Under the Sacred Lord's lead, they really killed their way in and caught them off guard. Everyone come to me. There are 5 experts here, 3 supremacies and 2 great supremacies. Let's kill them together. The guards that he had brought began to assemble. They would kill where there were more experts. At their level, they were very powerful. In fact, those experts who were good at illusory techniques would not have any time to resist. This was also what the 3 forefathers had planned beforehand. Everything was under control. A thick aura rushed out from the lake. This aura exuded a thick and ancient aura. Before coming here, Lin Fei had learned about the illusory school. Aside from Huan Luyun, there was another patriarch who had been in charge of the illusory school for at least 500,000 years. The illusory world that he grasped was not the first level that he usually saw. Instead, it was the second level, where he could create a magnificent army that no one could defend against. He will consume all of your strength while you are still alive. Lin Fei would not give this old ancestor any chance to make a move. Shao Qun swung his saber through the air, using a condensed essence annihilation energy. The saber light was 5,000 kilometers long, chopping down on the surface of the lake. The huge lake was split apart by the saber. The lake split into two. An old man sitting at the bottom of the lake was hit in the head. It was not that easy to resist a full-powered saber attack. Even a peak first-class ultimate god expert might not be able to withstand Lin Fei's attack. Lin Fei did not plan to hold back and gave him a good one. Old ancestor. Huan Luyan was overjoyed after sensing the old ancestor's aura. The old ancestor had mastered the second level of the illusory world. Even a first-class ultimate god might not be able to escape, let alone Lin Fei. The power of this saber attack. However, when Lin Fei's saber attack released a terrifying aura, it immediately made Huan Luoyun's heart palpitate. The power of that saber attack was several times stronger than before. It was truly frightening. Huan Luoyun could not help but worry about the old ancestor. Your Excellency's saber technique is amazing. The old man in the lake opened his eyes and a dense group of experts appeared in the sky. There was no end to them as they covered the sky and the sun. They actually attacked at the same time. Lin Fei's saber light struck the illusory figures, continuously suppressing them. However, the closer he got to the old man, the weaker the might of the saber light. When he was only one step away from the old man, the might of the saber light was completely blocked by the old man. "You're not too bad yourself." Lin Fei laughed and came near the old man. The three divine slaughtering weapons came at him from across the sky with their long fists punching out in an extremely domineering manner. Old ancestor, be careful. His concealment technique is extraordinary. Lin Fei disappeared. The old man had a head full of white hair and an ancient aura. His aura was very dignified as he sat cross-legged. Layers of worlds appeared around him. No matter how the three divine slaughtering weapons attacked, they could not break through the worlds. They were special existences that could resist a first-class ultimate god when they joined forces. He also knows how to plunder techniques and absorb life energy. Huan Luoyun also caught up. Ever since he knew about Lin Fei, he had seen the changes in Lin Fei's body time and time again. The white-haired old man frowned slightly. In his perception, that person had disappeared. He really disappeared without a trace of his aura. However, there was still a sense of danger. Strange, this is really strange. The three slaughtering divine weapons suddenly disappeared into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Old ancestor. Huan Luoyun was also on guard. He went to another island. The white-haired old ancestor suddenly opened his eyes. This damned bastard. Huan Luoyun's expression changed. Old ancestor, stop him quickly. Otherwise, our illusion sect's higher-ups will all die. Even one death would cause heartache, let alone more than 40. Was he trying to catch the rest in one fell swoop? Sigh, we can't stop him. The white-haired old ancestor shook his head. His mysterious concealment ability is really incredible. It should be related to space. At the very least, he has a powerful spatial treasure on him. I'm afraid even the space-related experts of the space-related temple might not be able to discover it. Then let him continue. Be careful. The old ancestor waved his hand and layers of worlds blocked Huan Luoyun's body. A ray of cold light struck and landed on the worlds, shattering many of them. Old man, you have good eyesight. Lin Fei disappeared again. Holy Lord Lin Fei, you've successfully put on a show of strength. Why don't we sit down and talk? The white-haired old ancestor was an expert in the illusion world and had even mastered the second level. However, he did not have the slightest bit of confidence when facing this guy. There's no need to talk. I've long heard that the illusory Heart Island is not bad. Today, I've learned something new. It's time to leave. Lin Fei's voice sounded near and far. The elite guards disappeared in an instant. The three old ancestors were the same. He's gone. The white-haired old man said. Huan Luyun still had lingering fears. A guy who could appear and disappear at any time was the scariest. Old ancestor, we can't just endure this loss. Huan Luyun was unwilling. The Illusory Heart Island and even the Illusion Sect had suffered serious losses this time. They had lost at least half of their higher-ups, and their avatars and true bodies had all died. Do you have the ability to take revenge? The white-haired old man said, the Illusion Sect is the first. The 10 great sects will probably suffer a huge loss. With such martial strength, who would dare to look down on them? Chapter 3104. This feels great. Lin Fei left Illusory Heart Island with the 3 old ancestors and the elite guards. When they arrived at a safe place, the 3 old ancestors were released. The moment they came out, they exclaimed in satisfaction. It had been a long time since they had fought so fiercely, and it was against the Illusory Sect that had been eyeing them covetously. Lord Saint is still the best. Even the old ancestor of Illusory Heart Island didn't dare to make a move. Our physique tempering sect is good at protracted battles, but they can't. For a long time, the Illusory Sect won't dare to think about revenge. The 3 old ancestors could finally hold their heads up high. From the start, Lin Fei didn't plan to fight for a long time. He wanted to end the battle quickly and leave after killing the middle-level forces. At that time, they would only be dumbfounded. We did well this time. Next, let's go to the Earth Sect. The Earth Sect could be considered one of the top 10 sections. Their city was connected to the Earth, and they were always in contact with the Earth. They specialized in fighting on the ground. Lin Fei used the same method as last time, sneaking in. Last time, the Earth Sect wanted to take advantage of the situation. Lin Fei remembered it clearly. He would use them first. As soon as the Imperial Guards made their move, they struck like lightning. The martial artists of the Life Mountain are here. The city of the Earth Sect wasn't very big, and the ground was mainly under their feet. A layer of brown defense rose from their bodies, and the attacks on them were all diverted to the ground. The experts of the Earth Sect were famous for their endurance. This time, Lin Fei didn't separate from the others. He took the lead and killed his way over. Wherever his saber light passed, buildings would collapse. Great venerables would die within 3 slashes. The Earth defense couldn't withstand Lin Fei's attacks. Lin Fei was very satisfied with killing, and he was constantly plundering life energy. It wasn't until an old ancestor of the Life Sect came out that Lin Fei finally met his match. The battle lasted for the time it took to drink a cup of tea, and the old ancestor could only passively defend. The middle-level experts of the Earth Sect were heavily injured. No one could stop the attacks of the Sage Body Mountain's physique tempering experts. With the 5 spots as the reward, everyone was full of killing intent. 5 or even 10 people ganged up on one person, and the efficiency increased rapidly. Moreover, physique tempering experts were lunatics. The Illusory Heart Island and the Earth Sect. The news that 2 sects had been attacked consecutively spread throughout the Saint Spirit domain. All the sects and forces were in an uproar. Now, everyone knew how powerful Lin Fei was. He was invincible in close combat. Whoever dared to fight in close combat would be unlucky. Lin Fei had taken the initiative to attack with his experts, frightening the other sections. The Earth School and Illusory Heart Island had both suffered losses. As for how Lin Fei had attacked, they didn't say a word. Until the 3rd sect was ambushed. That was the Divine Thunder School. It was a faction that specialized in the cultivation of destruction Emperor Will. It was also the faction with the greatest destructive power among the 10 great factions. Under the tight security, Lin Fei and the other experts had appeared in their main city. As soon as it appeared, it caught everyone off guard. The strength of dozens of people was like a sharp knife, continuously cutting through all kinds of encirclement. The most terrifying thing was that no matter where Lin Fei, this divine lord, went, no one dared to fight him head-on. There were a few elders who tried to fight him, but in the end he came with the Divine Lightning Emperor's will and killed them with a single slash, leaving behind only a piece of human skin. This time, no one dared to do anything. Sacred Lord Lin Fei and the others didn't dare to attack, but what about the 3 patriarchs? Who were they afraid of? However, at this time, the three patriarchs also used the plunder technique, catching them off guard. The elders and experts of the Divine Thunder School were completely dumbfounded. Wasn't it rumored that only Sacred Lord Lin Fei knew this? What should they do now? How could they defend in a battle? Lin Fei's reputation was very frightening. The Divine Thunder School's patriarchs had no choice but to come out and attack Lin Fei with divine lightning from afar, forcing him to not dare to get close. However, this kind of thinking wouldn't work on Lin Fei. With the sacred heaven set, Lin Fei's defense also increased. The divine lightning emperor's will was very powerful, but it only made Lin Fei slightly numb. It didn't pose much of a threat. This time, the Divine Thunder School's patriarchs couldn't remain calm. Sacred Lord Lin Fei, there doesn't seem to be any enmity between our school and you. The Divine Thunder Patriarch was very angry, but he couldn't stop Lin Fei. The other party was too strong. The Divine Thunder School was still one of the top 10 sects, but it couldn't be compared to the past. Its strength was getting weaker with each generation. Lin Fei's strength was indeed terrifying, especially that plunder technique that made people extremely fearful. No, I just heard that the Divine Thunder School is interested in our Life Mountain, so I came over to take a look. Lin Fei continued to rush over. Saber light filled the air, continuously slashing apart the divine lightning and closing the distance. Misunderstanding, this is a misunderstanding. The Divine Thunder Patriarch understood what was going on. Misunderstanding? But I don't think so. The Divine Thunder Patriarch knew about the alliance. Lin Fei could be considered a new force that had risen up too quickly. With Lin Fei presiding over the Holy Body Mountain, everything would be different. While the Divine Thunder Patriarch hadn't fully erupted, he wanted to exhaust the other party's influence. It was just that he didn't expect that before the alliance started, that bastard Lin Fei would bring people to kill their way to their doorstep, continuously killing their middle-level forces. It really is a misunderstanding. With Sacred Lord Lin's Holy Body Mountain, we wouldn't dare even if we had 100 guts. I heard that Sacred Lord Lin is very interested in smithing. Our school still has some Essence Force God Sand that we can give to Sacred Lord. Lin Fei shook his head. It's not enough. I heard that your Divine Thunder School can refine divine lightning scrolls. Give me 100 of them. These things are good. If you throw them out, you can kill a large number of enemies. In the end, the Divine Thunder Patriarch reluctantly sent Lin Fei away. Heavy losses. Don't bother with the alliance. Lin Fei clearly doesn't allow you to do that. Massacre God Court, Temporal Temple, and the others want to deal with Lin Fei. We don't need to interfere. Lin Fei's surprise attack had already frightened them. The Holy Body Mountain is about to rise, and no one can stop it. Sacred Lord Lin Fei is really generous. He's even willing to take out such a technique. Those supremacies and great supremacies are probably working hard because of this. After Lin Fei's surprise attack on the Divine Thunder School, the news had also spread. This time, the news was even more shocking. The three patriarchs of the Holy Body Mountain had also grasped a plundering technique. Although it was unknown which level they were at, it was a huge threat. If it was a one-on-one fight, even a peak Great Venerate wouldn't be able to resist it. Heavens, how are we going to fight this? The Physique Cultivation School is about to rise. No one can stop it. It's too cruel. Those who knew the news were all silent. They couldn't remain calm. Temporal Temple, Massacre God Court, and Dark Shadow Palace have caused our deaths. Immediately spread the word that we can't be enemies with Sacred Lord Lin Fei. Chapter 3105. When Lin Fei arrived at the headquarters of another of the top 10 sections, the old ancestor of this city was sitting outside personally as if he was waiting for someone. This city did not have any array formation set up, and he went straight to the point. Sacred Lord Lin, I know you're here. We won't interfere in the matter between you and the top 3 factions. Lin Fei was prepared to launch another sneak attack. Before he arrived, the other party spoke first, as if he had predicted that he would come. I must have been exposed along the way. Lin Fei was very confident in the power of this space transformation bracelet. The space it created was no different from a real space. Even if he used his divine senses to search, he would not be able to find anything. Who among the top sects was not afraid? One Lin Fei was not easy to deal with. Moreover, not only did he know how to plunder techniques, but he also knew a terrifying concealment technique. Who would know if he attacked secretly? Such people were the most terrifying. No one could think of a good way to stop him. Unless a divine venerable attacked. But divine venerables did not seem to be of much use. The heavenly feather race and the temporal temple's divine venerables came, but the result was the same. They could not capture Lin Fei, and they even suffered heavy losses. This was not a secret among the upper echelons. Sacred Lord Lin, this is a small token of our appreciation. Lin Fei was no longer interested in attacking. The other party had already opened the city gates and showed his sincerity. There was no point in attacking anymore. Lin Fei did not show himself. He took the things and left. He came quickly and left quickly. A top-notch technique. I couldn't find anything with my divine senses. This is too terrifying. This is probably a top-notch spatial technique. This old ancestor was very happy to be able to pay a small price. He's finally gone. That's great. The sects behind him cheered when they heard this. At the very least, they would not suffer heavy losses. The top 10 sects also depended on who they were dealing with. Sacred Lord Lin Fei was someone they could not afford to offend. A single Lin Fei was enough to make them suffer heavy losses. Besiege and suppress? You would not even know when he would come and leave. When Lin Fei arrived at the next sect, it was the same. He also gave up on the formation and faced it honestly. The old ancestor even came out personally, as if he was not afraid of losing face. Seeing this scene, Lin Fei knew that it was impossible to wipe out the 10 great sections. These guys were too cunning. If he fought them again, he would be going too far. What happened next was simple. Benefits do not be a fool. Lin Fei scavenged them one by one. Apart from the 3 sects that he did not go, the 3 top powers were all from sects. Lin Fei visited them one by one. Everyone was completely relaxed. Although the Supreme Divinity and the others were afraid, they were not as afraid as Lin Fei. This guy was a nightmare. Just look at the School of Illusion. They had suffered heavy losses. More than half of their higher-ups had died. It was not as simple as losing their avatars. The remaining sects heaved a sigh of relief. Even though they had paid quite a hefty price, it was still worth it. He also hated the 3 top powers. If it were not for them, they would not have been targeted by Lin Fei. 500 years ago, the holy physique Lin Fei had displayed his ferocious violence. At that time, everyone remembered it clearly. In the following hundreds of years, no one thought of taking revenge on Lin Fei or the holy physique mountain. Those people were a bunch of lunatics. Now, under the leadership of Sacred Lord Lin Fei, the Sacred Body Mountain Body Tempering sect became even crazier. Who would dare to be enemies with the Sacred Body Mountain in the future? Sacred Lord, we have gained a lot from this trip. These guys are finally willing to take it out. The 3 old ancestors were very dissatisfied with the shameless way those sects lowered their heads. The Imperial Guard said that they had not fought enough. It was too boring. They were rubbing their palms and planning to go all out, but in the end, they were terrified and did not dare to fight. It was boring, really boring. Send the things to the treasury. Lin Fei was also quite unhappy. Even though Lin Fei was very violent towards his enemies, he really did not like this way of doing things. His fist was thrown out, but it landed on cotton. Anyone would be unhappy. Sacred Lord, why don't we go to the Massacre Divine Court? The 3 old ancestors now worshipped Sacred Lord Lin Fei 10,000 times. It's useless even if we go. They will definitely run away. Don't think that they are stubborn. So, even if we go, it will be a wasted trip. It's not worth it. Lin Fei shook his head. The 3 old ancestors thought about it, and it seemed that they would really do that. You guys handle this matter well. This Sacred Lord wants to let them know that anyone who plots against us will be taught a lesson. Lin Fei said, the original 5 spots will be changed to 10. We must choose the right people. Also, it's time for the Sacred Body Mountain to show off. Don't we have a few neighbors nearby? Take them all in and expand. so that no one dares to look down on us. The Sacred Body Mountain began to move. The guards and the experts of the Sacred Body Mountain moved out. In just a short year, their territory expanded endlessly. The surrounding forces were all uprooted. They either became their subordinates or were destroyed. The entire process lasted for a year. The Sacred Body Mountain's territory expanded by a lot. Their influence also increased day by day. The biggest difference was that the body-tempering style martial artists who walked out could all hold their heads high. They would no longer be looked down on. The Sacred Body Mountain had a terrifying Sacred Lord Lin Fei. The mysterious plundering technique, the mysterious concealment ability, and the spatial treasure that he carried with him were the most terrifying. It was truly impossible to guard against him. No one was willing to have such a terrifying enemy. In everyone's eyes, Lin Fei was a terrifying enemy. Whoever fought against him would be unlucky. They were all smart people, so they simply chose to lower their heads. Wasn't it just giving up some things? It was like dying. If they died in the hands of Lin Fei, they would really be dead. No one dared to say anything against the orders of Sacred Lord Lin Fei. Many body-tempering style martial artists who had submitted to other sects left and returned to the Sacred Body Mountain. That was their true roots. There were even some who betrayed them and went back. No one dared to stop them in such a situation. What a joke! If Sacred Lord Lin Fei heard of this, it would be a disaster. With Lin Fei's approval, the three ancestors also released a piece of news internally. Anyone who made contributions could use their contribution points to exchange for the Invincible Devour technique. This news spread internally, and the entire Sacred Body Mountain was in an uproar. This was a chance to ascend to the heavens in a single step. The chance is here. What a domineering name. Invincible Devour. No wonder the Sacred Lord is so awesome. Who wants to form a team with me to complete the contribution points mission? Chapter 3106. The Sacred Body Mountain's news wasn't sealed. The 10 great sects were the first to know. After finding out, they were even more wary of the Sacred Body Mountain. They didn't dare to stop the disciples of the Sacred Body Mountain from leaving. Who knew if the Sacred Body Mountain would come looking for them? No one dared to take that risk. At this moment, the Sacred Master Lin Shanfei, who had a sacred physique, was like a great demon king in their eyes. After Lin Fei's sneak attack on several big sects, the Sacred Body Mountain's morale rose. The appearance of the Invincible Devour art also gave everyone hope. The disciples of the Sacred Body Mountain became hot-blooded. The contribution points were either in teams or solo missions. Everyone was excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The Sacred Body Mountain's disciples displayed their sharpness. The 10 great venerables who had obtained the first stage of the Invincible Devour art began to cultivate. When they appeared again, each of them had grasped the first stage of the Invincible Devour art. After killing a top great venerable, everyone believed that it was true. The Sacred Body Mountain's disciples went crazy. The experts who had been hunted were all crying for their parents. This was especially true for those blacklisted cultivators. Each and every one of them had gone crazy. The peaceful days of the past were gone forever. In order to obtain contribution points, these people had become targets for others. Everyone attack. When more than a dozen 7th Order Heavenly God Realm Masters killed their way into a great Venerable Lord's lair and chased after a great Venerable Lord, that great Venerable Lord was scared out of his wits. After chasing for half a month and killing a great Venerable Lord, those people couldn't remain calm anymore. After the successful sneak attack, the Sacred Body Mountain underwent a huge change. This was exactly the result that Lin Fei wanted. He had not used the Invincible Devour skill for nothing, and it was to motivate everyone. As long as they were given a goal, everyone would be excited. About a month later, a 7th Order Heavenly God Realm Master exchanged for the first stage of the Invincible Devour art, giving everyone hope. After cultivating the first stage of the Invincible Devour art, not only would one's strength increase, it could also strengthen one's physical body. Everyone was excited. The top 3 forces can really endure this. Lin Fei was very relaxed as a holy lord. There were people taking care of all the big and small matters, so he didn't need to worry about them. With the Invincible Devour version for them to cultivate, all of them were extremely busy, whether it was the elders or the supremacies. As for the Invincible Devour being secretly learned by others, Lin Fei wasn't worried. In fact, he was more than happy to see those peak-level great sovereigns learn it. In the end, they would just end up as nourishment for him. That's right, Lin Fei's Invincible Devour had a flaw in it. Once it encountered Lin Fei's authentic plunder technique, he wouldn't be able to use it, and he wouldn't even be able to control himself. This was something that Lin Fei had purposely created. Lord Devil Lord, are we really going to look for that guy Lin Fei? The black-armored demon monarch was flying towards the sacred body mountain with a trusted aide. That guy is extremely cunning and sinister. Now, other than those three, the rest of the 10 great sects are so scared that they don't dare to act recklessly. The demon monarch's emotions were very complicated. That guy who had taken advantage of him now had a reputation that was not inferior to his own in the Saint Spirit world. People called him the Invincible Great Demon King. This title wasn't fake, it was real. The demon monarch knew it himself. He, Lin Fei, is now the public enemy of the Saint Spirit world. The 3 top powers hate him to the bone, especially the Temporal Temple. They just lost a lot of money not long ago. There's also the Heavenly Feather race. As long as he isn't stupid, he will definitely know to cooperate. The demon monarch hated Lin Fei very much. Of course, he wouldn't say it in front of his trusted aide. However, the demon monarch had no choice but to make this trip. This was an ally worth roping in. Other than that, the demon monarch also wanted to obtain the Invincible Devour technique. He had personally experienced it, and it was extremely tyrannical. With this technique, he would be like a tiger that had grown wings. Even if he had any hatred from before, he could put it aside for now. The demon monarch quietly arrived at the sacred body mountain. The Saint Body Mountain's heavenly god experts all revealed looks of excitement and joy. They were no longer as lifeless as before. A single, Invincible Devour technique was able to awaken the desire in their hearts. That Lin Fei is really good. He's really showing off his abilities now. Once the Invincible Devour technique became common, even if it was only the first level, the Saint Body Mountain's heavenly god experts would be able to crush all their enemies. I have to pay a visit to Lin Fei as soon as possible. The demon monarch knew that he had to come. In his eyes, Lin Fei was full of secrets. Demon monarch, you really have guts? When the demon monarch arrived at the Saint Body Mountain, Lin Fei knew. The system's surveillance system covered the entire Saint Body Mountain. This was also set up by Lin Fei to prevent the 3 top powers from launching a sneak attack. If they could carry out a decapitation operation, so could the 3 top powers. Activating the Saint Body Mountain's absolute gravity consumed a lot of energy. Lin Fei naturally wouldn't be so extravagant. It was best not to activate it. Surveillance was a must. When he first brought the demon monarch out, Lin Fei purely wanted to discuss the Umbra Palace Lord. He didn't expect this guy to be so capable. He forcefully split the demon country. The demon country Lord 33 must be crying in the toilet. Should I suck him dry? Lin Fei pondered and finally shook his head. Let's see what he does first. On the Saint Body Mountain, if the demon monarch dared to be disobedient, Lin Fei wouldn't mind sucking him dry. In the evening, the demon monarch came to visit. He came to visit openly. When the 3 patriarchs heard that the demon monarch had come, they were shocked. This was a godly venerable expert who had shaken the Saint Spirit domain. He had split from the demon country and formed his own force. His strength was terrifying. There's nothing to be afraid of. Even if a godly venerable is here, you have to behave yourself in the Saint Body Mountain. Lin Fei said nonchalantly. The 3 patriarchs were still very afraid of a godly venerable. It was ingrained in his bones. Subconsciously, they were afraid of a godly venerable expert. Hearing Lin Fei's words, they thought that it made sense. Now that the Saint Body Mountain had a sacred lord, who was invincible in close combat, the Heavenly Feather Clan and the Space-Time Temple's godly venerables had retreated obediently. No matter how capable a mere demon monarch was, what could he do? You don't have to be afraid of a godly venerable. Here, your sacred lord is the strongest. Whoever comes must behave. Lin Fei said very domineeringly. If you don't behave, do it until they are convinced. Do you understand? The three patriarchs were quite ashamed. With the sacred lord around, what was a godly venerable afraid of? Sacred lord, we understand. If a godly venerable is here, do it? Lin Fei nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 3107. On the highest level of the Sacred Body Mountain. This Lin Fei is really unruly. He didn't come out to greet the Lord, but instead asked the three ancestors to come out. A great sovereign confidant beside the demon king said unhappily. In the sacred spirit domain, godly sovereigns were existences that could only be looked at from afar. Now that they were at the Sacred Body Mountain, only the three ancestors came out to greet them. No one would be unhappy. The black-armored demon king said lightly, "Don't say that. When you meet Lin Fei, you'd better behave yourself. That guy wants to kill you, so you'll die for nothing." The confidant great sovereign shivered. This was the first time he had heard the demon king speak so harshly. Under the guidance of the three ancestors, the demon king met Lin Fei again. "My old friend, we meet again." Upon seeing the demon king, Lin Fei greeted him with a smile. Those who didn't know would think that they were old friends. "Yes, long time no see." The demon king gritted his teeth when he saw Lin Fei. His life energy had been stolen by him twice, and he would never forget it. 3 days, and I see you in a different light. This guy was bad, and it was always good to be on guard. It's the same for you. You're now a big shot in charge of a region, hee. Same for Sacred Lord Lin. The other party was complimenting, and the demon lord also knew how to compliment, so the two were all smiles. The three ancestors and the demon king's confidant left. Soon only the two of them were left. "Demon king, why don't you run your demon palace? Why do you have time to come here? Do you want to take revenge on me? After all, you're a godly sovereign now." Lin Fei stared at the demon king with a smile. The demon king didn't like the look in Lin Fei's eyes. It made him feel very uncomfortable, as if he was a fat sheep. "Sacred Lord Lin, you must be joking. You're a sacred lord now, the dark horse of the 10 great sections. Do you think I'll take revenge on you?" The demon king laughed. "Can't I come to see you?" Lin Fei shook his head. "Don't be so hypocritical. Just say what you want to say. I can guarantee that if we weren't in the Holy Body Mountain, you would have definitely attacked me. I know what kind of person you are." The demon monarch was very displeased. "You are a dignified holy master. Can't you be a little more reserved with your words? This is too vulgar." The feeling of not being able to take the initiative and go straight to the point was also very unpleasant. However, the demon king did not dare to make a move, especially in the territory of the Sacred Body Mountain. In the past, he couldn't withstand the power of Lin Fei's powerful technique. Now that Lin Fei had the Sacred Heaven suit and Sacred Sky dominating blade, his strength had skyrocketed. In addition to the mysterious plundering technique, he had no chance of winning even though he was an ultimate god. "Sacred Lord Lin, since you've put it that way, I'll get straight to the point." The demon monarch said, "How is the alliance between my demon palace and your Sacred Body Mountain? Your enemy is also my enemy. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. We are friends." Lin Fei had already guessed it. After the little devil's analysis, he concluded that the demon monarch was definitely here to rope him in or form an alliance with him. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Lin Fei went silent for a moment. "Do you think I will agree to your request?" The demon monarch said very seriously, "You will. None of your enemies are easy to deal with. However, if you form an alliance with me, even the 3 top powers will be overturned by us. The same goes for the Heavenly Feather race." Lin Fei shook his head. "Your words are not attractive at all. Although I have enemies all over the world, they won't dare to come. In this territory, if I say one thing, they won't dare to say another. At most, I'll just stay here." From the very beginning, the demon monarch knew that it would not be easy to convince Lin Fei. This guy was indeed not easy to talk to. Fortunately, the demon monarch was prepared. "Sacred Lord Lin, an alliance is beneficial to everyone. Let me reveal a piece of news to you. The Heavenly Feather Race and the Temporal Temple are currently researching a treasure that can resist the plundering technique. It is said that they have made some progress. Once they succeed, even if it can resist 30 to 40% of the power, I'm afraid Sacred Lord Lin will not feel good. The demon monarch said. The sacred body mountain had risen again. However, there were some aspects that were not good enough. For example, in terms of intelligence, the sacred body mountain was far inferior. Lin Fei was not surprised that they were researching a treasure that could resist the plundering technique. Lin Fei would not reject an alliance. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to agree to it just like that. At the very least, they had to give him something that could move his heart. Lin Fei smiled very calmly. So what? This kind of nonchalant attitude made the demon monarch very unhappy. Information wasn't important. He was just selling a favor. I know that Sacred Lord Lin doesn't care about this. However, I do have a piece of news that I can share with Sacred Lord Lin. A top-notch sex array formation in the scattered star sea is about to collapse. After my people analyzed it, they found out a big secret. This top-notch sect has an origin destruction technique that only Hierarch Realm experts can cultivate. I want to move together with Sacred Lord Lin and cultivate this master-grade technique together. Lin Fei was no longer a newbie. He had copied all the ancient books in the Sacred Body Mountain, and a large amount of information was no longer a secret. After hearing the demon monarch's words, Lin Fei retrieved the relevant information and understood how tempting the news was. The origin destruction technique involved the mastery and use of the origin destruction power. When Lin Fei encountered the Dark Shadow Palace Master in the Dark Shadow Palace, his last attack was an origin destruction talisman attack. It was a kind of transformation of power that perfectly exerted 100% of its power. This primordial destruction level cultivation technique is at least a second-grade primordial destruction level cultivation technique. Even a second-grade ultimate god would have to behave after cultivating it. The demon monarch said, in addition, there might be an origin-destroying shield there. That's a top-notch item that can defend against all kinds of attributes. You can't find 10 complete origin-destroying shields in the entire sacred spirit domain. Lin Fei was not too sure about that. Origin-destroying shield? It sounded very impressive. Ever since he was struck by the divine thunder released by the meta beast in the origin destruction world, Lin Fei realized that the origin destruction power was not as simple as he thought it was. I heard that many experts are preparing to go there. If you and I join forces, we'll split everything equally. The demon monarch said, there might be other treasures in the top-notch sects apart from these things. If we join forces, we'll have a much better chance than them. Lin Fei really had some ideas. Although he had become the sacred lord of the Sacred Body Mountain and possessed the treasure of the Sacred Body Mountain, he could not use it under normal circumstances. Many people knew about the techniques he had, so it would be good to get more treasures. Lin Fei knew about the scattered star seas. For example, the expert from the Vajra sect was extremely cruel, let alone the other sects. Chapter 3108. The demon monarch's first task was completed. As long as the first cooperation went well, the subsequent alliance wouldn't be a problem. The second task was even more important. I believe that our cooperation will be very pleasant. The demon monarch smiled. If you cooperate with me with your invincible close combat, we will have a better chance of obtaining the primordial destroyer cultivation technique and the extremely rare primordial destroyer shield. Lin Fei didn't believe that the demon monarch was only here for the cooperation. This guy wasn't that kind. It would be strange if this guy from the Umbra continent was honest. If there's nothing else, you can leave. When you go to the Disarray Star Sea, just inform me. Lin Fei was going to reject the guest. The demon monarch panicked. This guy was definitely doing it on purpose. Holy Lord Lin, I still have something to discuss with you. It's also very important. The demon monarch said seriously. Didn't we agree on the cooperation? Lin Fei said, cooperation is cooperation. There's another matter that I feel is also very important. The demon monarch went straight to the point. Actually, it's about the invincible devour. I'm very interested in this cultivation technique. I wonder if Holy Lord Lin is willing to part with it? I also have some top-notch cultivation techniques. We can exchange them. The fox's tail has finally been revealed. Lin Fei knew that the demon monarch would have such a thought. Exchange for the invincible devour? Lin Fei's face darkened. He looked very unhappy. The demon monarch said, "Yes, Holy Lord Lin didn't hear wrongly. I'm willing to exchange top-notch cultivation techniques. For example, the primordial destroyer cultivation technique. I can even give you the treasures obtained in the disarray star sea. I can even give you the primordial destroyer shield." Lin Feimian suddenly smiled. These are all illusions. Who knows if I can obtain them or not? It's not impossible to take out the invincible devouring art. Unless you take out something that can move my heart, perhaps this Saint Lord can give you the first level, or even the second level. The demon monarch taking the initiative to ask for the invincible devour cultivation technique was indeed out of Lin Fei's expectations. This guy did have a good eye. Lin Fei was also overjoyed in his heart. This is really a big fat sheep. I haven't even prepared yet, and you took the initiative to come to me. It would be a pity if I don't suck you dry. In truth, the demon lord was also worried that Lin Fei would be reluctant to take it out. Now, in the entire Saint Spirit domain, everyone knew that Lin Fei was known to be invincible in close combat. He was not exaggerating at all. Whoever got close to him would be unlucky. Apart from long-range attacks, there was currently no other way to deal with Lin Fei. The first 2 floors aren't bad either. The demon lord was not confident in obtaining everything, but having 1 or 2 levels wasn't bad either. His fighting strength would also increase, and it would also be a nightmare for his enemies. I can take out the 6th stage of the 5-stage strength technique. In other words, it's a first-grade annihilation technique. The demonic king said with a pained expression, "As long as Sacred Lord Lin's physical body reaches the ultimate god level, you'll be able to cultivate and become invincible among the first-class ultimate gods." In order to exchange for the invincible devour technique, the demonic king endured the pain and took it out. Lin Fei had always thought that the 5-stage strength technique only had 5 stages. He did not expect there to be a 6th stage, which was the so-called annihilation technique. This fellow really knew how to hide it. I'm now at the proud Sky 12 levels physique, which is also an ultimate god physique. It's great that you're giving me such a technique. It's like adding wings to a tiger. Lin Fei guessed that the fellow must have calculated that his physical body had not reached the ultimate god level, and he would not be able to cultivate it even if he had it. It's not enough. Lin Fei shook his head. You should have experienced the power of my invincible devour technique. Even the first 2 levels power is not something a normal ultimate god can handle. You want me to have an ultimate god level physical body for this technique? Aren't you asking me to watch? Sacred Lord Lin is right. The demonic king pretended to be enlightened. How about this? I'll add another shadow stealth technique to the annihilation technique. Not enough. Lin Fei still shook his head, his tone very firm. The demonic king had come this time to discuss how to obtain the invincible devour technique. Even if it was only the 1st and 2nd levels, he did not believe that he could not decipher it. I can give you another batch of vitality crystals, a total of 10 million pieces. Lin Fei still shook his head. 20 ultimate god level scrolls, any one of which can kill a top-notch grandmaster. Not enough. Lin Fei believed that the demonic king had brought more than this. The demonic king paid a huge price and finally obtained the 1st and 2nd levels of the invincible devour technique. When he started cultivating the 1st level, the demonic king finally realized how powerful this technique was. It was worth it to spend so many things on it. Sacred Lord Lin is really a straightforward person. The demonic king also took out all the things that he had promised. Although it was painful, he was very happy. At least he had obtained the invincible devour technique. As long as he wanted an ally, he would definitely be willing to give it out. This will not change. The demonic king left, satisfied. This guy really has a lot of good things. You are scheming against me, but I am also scheming against you. Lin Fei did not think that the demonic king was a kind-hearted person. Once this guy had the strength to suppress him, he would definitely act against him. The things that he gave him now would fall into his hands sooner or later. 5-stage power art and origin destruction level. No wonder he can fight against the experts of the Temporal Temple. With enough power, he can break through everything. The Temporal Temple's time and space powers looked terrifying, but as long as the opponent was stronger, they could still break through it. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this technique. The origin destruction level shadow stealth was also very good. Although it was still a distance away from the space transformation bracelet's incarnation space, it was still very powerful. As for the other things, such as the ultimate god-level scrolls, those were also good things. The Sacred Body Mountain's foundation was still lacking. If he could make a fortune, he would. The news of the Demon Palace's demonic king personally visiting the Sacred Body Mountain spread quickly. The forces of the Saint Spirit world were furious. Are you, Lin Fei, colluding with the Demon Palace? Everyone had their own thoughts, but no one dared to question the Sacred Body Mountain. Even until now, no one had forgotten that Sacred Lord Lin Fei had ambushed the various large sections. Sacred Lord, the special envoys of the 3 top forces are here. The 3 ancestral patriarchs now had another life-saving treasure, 2 godly venerable level scrolls each. Now, they were more confident. Let him in. The special envoy was a middle-aged heaven god with the strength of a supremacy. Since he had the backing of the 3 top forces, this special envoy's status was not low. This special envoy did not dare to put on airs in the Sacred Body Mountain. When he saw Lin Fei, he respectfully took out an invitation. Chapter 3109. Go back and tell them that I, the Sacred Leader, will definitely come. How can we, the Sacred Body Mountain, miss out on such an important matter? Everyone has a responsibility to deal with the Devil Nation. Lin Fei laughed. This reply was out of the envoy's expectations. Since when did Holy Lord Lin Fei become so easy to negotiate with? Not long ago, he had even launched a sneak attack on the 3 top factions. The other party could go. The envoy's mission was also completed. If there were no special circumstances, who would be willing to come to the Sacred Body Mountain? This place was filled with a bunch of lunatics, especially those who had started cultivating the invincible engulfment technique. The first batch of heavenly gods had cultivated the first level, and their strength had increased greatly. Those who fought with them were all terrified. Once the other party got close to them and injured them, their life energy would be sucked away. It was extremely domineering. The Sacred Body Mountain's body tempering experts also became crazy. They formed groups of 3 to 5 to complete missions and obtain Sacred Body Mountain's contribution points. There were people flying in the sky, running on the ground, swimming in the water, and all kinds of dangerous places. More and more heavenly gods learned the first level of the invincible engulfment. Those heavenly gods who met the Sacred Body Mountain's body tempering experts did not dare to look them in the eye, afraid that they would be targeted. Along the way, the heavenly gods of the Sacred Body Mountain looked at the Sacred Body Mountain's body tempering experts with unfriendly gazes. Holy Lord, are we really going to attend this conference? The 3rd old ancestor did not want to go. I don't think there's a need. Anyway, we don't count on them. It'll be a waste if we go. Our Sacred Body Mountain's influence is growing. If we attend the conference, who knows what they will say about us? The 2nd old ancestor had the same thought as the 3rd old ancestor. They should not go to this conference. The 1st old ancestor laughed. You are wrong. We really have to attend the Alliance conference. If we don't go, we will give them an excuse to attack us. If we go, they won't dare to say anything. Now, our Sacred Body Mountain is no longer a pushover. Lin Fei laughed. We are part of the Sacred Spirit world. Why shouldn't we go? We have to attend such a big event. The 3 ancestors understood what the Holy Leader was trying to do. Lin Fei had mastered the 6-stage origin destruction grade power technique. He had also mastered the shadow stealth. His strength had increased once again. In addition to his godly venerable physical body, anti-paralysis armor, and godly venerable scrolls, he could be considered wealthy. As Lin Fei waited for news from the Demon Lord, he flipped through a few books. Ever since the Demon Lord had arrived, Lin Fei had carefully browsed through the relevant information, such as the origin annihilation technique. From first-grade annihilation cultivation techniques to ninth-grade annihilation cultivation techniques. According to the records, most of the primordial destruction grade cultivation techniques that were passed down in the Saint Spirit domain were first-grade incomplete. Even the primordial destruction grade cultivation techniques left behind by the Sacred Body Mountain were first-grade. The more Lin Fei looked, the more confused he became. This Saint Spirit domain was quite interesting. Apart from this, Lin Fei also found some information regarding the Origin Extinguishing Shield. If he didn't read it, he wouldn't have known. But after reading it, he was shocked. According to the Demon Lord, the Origin Extinguishing Shield was a special defensive shield. It was truly priceless. The creation of the Elemental Extinguishing Shield had long been lost. At the very least, that was the case in the Saint Spirit domain. According to the analysis, the Heavenly Feather Race and the Temporal Temple might still have the Origin Extinguishing Shield, but the other powers might not have it. This didn't include the Black Region. Those powers were even more mysterious. The Origin Extinguishing Shield. Just the name alone sounds domineering. If even the Demon Lord is tempted, it must be extraordinary. When the time comes, should I go to the Vajra sect and trick that elder? Lin Fei rubbed his chin. The Alliance Conference was held in the Temporal Temple. After all, the Temporal Temple had the greatest influence and was also the strongest. Lin Fei set off with the 3 patriarchs. The 3 patriarchs sent their avatars, while Lin Fei set off with his true body. Currently, his true body was the strongest. As for whether the Temporal Temple would make a move, Lin Fei was very assured. The Temporal Temple couldn't afford to lose face. The present was different from the past. He was no longer a nameless person. Instead, he was a divine lord who controlled a faction. No matter how angry the Temporal Temple was, they wouldn't dare to deal with Lin Fei in public. If this matter were to spread, they would become a huge joke. Lin Fei left with a clear conscience. On the way to the Temporal Temple, Lin Fei and the 3 patriarchs were swaggering. They didn't try to hide their tracks at all. They told everyone that they were going to the Temporal Temple. Along the way, all the heavenly gods and powers that saw the symbol of the Saint Body Mountain stepped aside without saying a word. It was as if the Saint Body Mountain was some sort of dreadful beast. Is our Saint Body Mountain so scary? Lin Fei was speechless. The 3 patriarchs laughed. Divine Lord, under your leadership, our Saint Body Mountain is no longer the same. In their eyes, we are a bunch of lunatics. Especially after Divine Lord took out the invincible Devourer to give everyone a chance to cultivate. In order to complete the mission, everyone became extremely crazy. Whoever obstructed them would be swarmed by them. Therefore, everyone is afraid. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. So this was the case. The invincible Devourer was indeed tempting. It killed both men and women. Divine Lord Lin Fei, how have you been? Congratulations to your Saint Body Mountain. You have become a force to be reckoned with. When they first entered the Temporal Temple's territory, Lin Fei met an unfamiliar power. Master, they are from the Jianghu race. They are also one of the sections. They walk the path of the body cultivation path. Their race is born with a certain sacred art. It is an extraordinary sect. The first patriarch said. Lin Fei remembered this person. The last time he came to the ceremony, he didn't fight at all. So it's the Jianghu race's invincible gene. We are truly fated. Lin Fei greeted. I didn't expect you to come to the Alliance Conference. Invincible Gene was purely here to watch the show. He didn't expect that in a few hundred years, the Saint Body Mountain would change so much. Now, it had become a dreadful beast in the eyes of the other sections. Especially that invincible Devourer. Even he was drooling over it. The Saint Body Mountain had also changed the power structure of the Saint Spirit world. Now, who wouldn't be afraid of the Saint Body Mountain? As more and more heavenly gods cultivated the invincible Devourer, the Saint Body Mountain's influence would also increase. Invincible Gene was very glad that he didn't attack Divine Lord Lin Fei. That's right. We are fated. Why don't we sit together? Invincible Jean took the initiative to invite Lin Fei. No problem. Lin Fei smiled as he boarded Invincible Jin's battleship. After boarding the battleship, Invincible Jean took out some good wine and dishes. These are the delicacies of our Jianghu race. Ordinary people don't have the right to enjoy them. Invincible Jean was very enthusiastic. Chapter 31:10. Lin Fei and the Jianghu race's Invincible Jean had a pleasant conversation along the way. We're here. Over the past few days, Lin Fei and Invincible Jean had exchanged a lot of cultivation insights, such as body tempering. Although the Jianghu race wasn't a body tempering cultivator, there were many similarities between them. Lin Fei had benefited a lot from Invincible Jean. It was the same for Invincible Jean. On the battleship, Lin Fei and Invincible Jean stood on the deck. There was a huge gate in front of them. The gate was shrouded in spatial and time energy, making it impossible to determine its exact location. The entire temporal temple was hidden in the depths of space and was also shrouded in time energy. Even hierarch experts wouldn't be able to find their nest easily. The temporal temple has hidden itself quite well. Lin Fei could tell that the gate was extraordinary with a single glance. The temporal temple was just lucky to have obtained a castle-shaped treasure in the past. That's how it became today. There's nothing strange about it. Invincible Jean said disdainfully. Lin Fei fell into deep thought. Let's go in. There were supremacies standing guard outside the gate of the temporal temple. When did the Jianghu race's Invincible Jean hook up with the Sacred Body Mountain's Lin Fei? One of the supremacies noticed the figure on the battleship. Is that Lin Fei of the Sacred Body Mountain? He's quite daring to come to our temporal temple. Another supremacy said with a sullen expression. The temporal temple didn't welcome Lin Fei of the Sacred Body Mountain the most now. Their strongest prodigy, Great Paragon Kongwen, had suffered at the hands of Lin Fei time and time again. Last time, he even extorted a huge sum of money from the temporal temple. This matter wasn't a secret among the supremacies. No one liked the Sacred Body Mountain's Lin Fei. Sacred Lord Lin, you're really unpopular. The battleship passed through the space-time gate. Bulky Jean said with a smile. Look at their expressions. They want to gang up on you and cut you into pieces. Lin Fei naturally noticed the expressions of those supremacies. They were extremely dark, and it was as if the words "we don't welcome you" were written on their faces. Brother Jean, it seems like you're the same. Lin Fei replied. I wonder what you did to make the temporal temple hate you. He was quite curious about this Lin Fei. Invincible Jean chuckled and said, Actually, it's nothing much. It's just that I accidentally killed 2 peak great monarchs of the space-time temple. Compared to Sacred Master Lin, a dozen or so exalts are nothing. Lin Fei laughed. 2 gigantic warships flew through space. In this space, there was no sense of direction. Standing on the battleship, the direction became chaotic. It was clearly east, but in the next second, it became west, then south, and then north. In this space, everyone had lost their sense of direction. How is it? It's very special, right? Invincible Jean laughed and said, The temporal temple isn't the leader of the 3 peak powers for nothing. They have a deep foundation, and what we've seen is just the tip of the iceberg. Are you afraid? Lin Fei said indifferently, Since we've already offended them, there's nothing to be afraid of. At most, we'll just fight it out. Who's afraid of who? Invincible Jean glanced at Lin Fei and said, These words are too domineering. Sacred Lord Lin, there's no need to be so worried. Although the temporal temple is powerful, they don't dare to go overboard. Do you know why? Please enlighten me, Brother Jean. Lin Fei asked humbly. Lin Fei knew quite a lot about the Saint Spirit domain. He had learned many secrets from the 3 patriarchs and ancient records. However, to be honest, he didn't know much about the entire Saint Spirit domain, including the Black Domain. The Jianghu race was different. It was an independent race that had existed on the continent for a long time. I wouldn't dare to enlighten you. I just know a little more than Sacred Lord Lin. Invincible Jean smiled and said, You also know that the Saint Spirit world is very big. The 3 peak powers are famous outside, but you don't know that their influence only covers the outside world. They can't penetrate deep into certain places, such as the Black region. Lin Fei listened with great interest. He had discovered this problem a long time ago. The three peak powers' influence was only in the periphery and never involved the Black region. In the Black region, the three peak powers' reputation wasn't that useful. Lin Fei had always been curious about this problem. Was the Black region an independent force? The Black region is actually an external force. Some sects from the continents that were engulfed by Yuan Mie sought protection and came to the Saint Spirit world. In the past, the three peak powers were very powerful and dominated the Saint Spirit world. All the external forces had to bow their heads to them. Later on, the external forces joined forces and launched a large-scale, long-lasting war. The three peak powers suffered losses and coincidentally, the Black region and the Saint Spirit world met at that time. Under the Grand Ultimate God's cooperation, the Black region became another independent force. The three peak powers no longer interfered and formed the current situation. Invincible Jean slowly said, "Isn't it very melodramatic? The current space-time temple is just showing off their strength outside." Lin Fei really didn't read any relevant records about this. It can't be. There's such a thing? Why aren't there any records? Invincible Jean looked into the distant space and sneered. They're afraid of embarrassing themselves, so this part of the information was blocked. After a long time, no one knew about it. The space-time temple's status in the Black region is only the same as the five peak powers. In fact, it's even lower than them and can only be said to be at the bottom. The forces in the Black region have never interfered with the outside world. Lin Fei asked, "Why would they interfere? There aren't as many good things outside the Saint Spirit world as there are in the Black region. Apart from a few places like the chaotic star seas, there really aren't any good places. Naturally, the forces in the Black region are disdainful." Lin Fei thought about it and agreed. The situation in the Black region was different from the outside world. In general, the Black region was much stronger than the outside world. What are the five peak powers in the Black region? Lin Fei had been to the Black region before. Time did not stop here. Xiao Chen had not heard of the five peak factions, so he could not help but feel surprised. "You don't know?" Invincible Jean asked in surprise. Lin Fei revealed a trace of embarrassment. "I've been to the Black region a few times, but I'm not very familiar with the situation there. Therefore I don't know." Invincible Jean suddenly understood. Thinking about Lin Fei's rise, it seemed normal that he didn't know. Chapter 31:11. How do you compare the Heavenly Feather Clan to them? Lin Fei suddenly asked Jean Buhua. The Heavenly Feather Clan is also very tyrannical. Their overall strength isn't any weaker than the Temporal Temple. They also have a great influence in the Black Domain. You kidnapped Great Paragon Heaven Vast last time. Sacred Master Lin's guts aren't ordinary. Fortunately, you handed over the Paralysis Scepter. Otherwise, you would be in big trouble. Lin Fei frowned slightly. Can you be more specific? Jean Buhua chuckled. The Heavenly Feather Clan is also an ancient clan. Don't be fooled by the two ultimate gods that came last time. They have a strong foundation and won't stoop to your level. If you don't hand over the Paralysis Scepter, a second-class ultimate god will come for you at any time. Lin Fei secretly took a deep breath. Second-class ultimate god? So far, Lin Fei had seen first-class ultimate gods with varying strengths. He had never heard of a second-class ultimate god. Yes, don't be fooled by the fact that you have the Sacred Body Mountain. Your treasure is only a first-class ultimate god treasure. If you encounter a second-class ultimate god, you might be slightly affected, but it won't be difficult for them to kill you. You should feel lucky now. Jean Buhua smirked. Rumor has it that the Heavenly Feather Clan has a third-class ultimate god. Third-class ultimate god. Lin Fei had underestimated their strength. A third-class ultimate god had appeared. Each of the 5 top-tier forces in the Black Domain has a third-class ultimate god. They are the Primordial Sect, Black Prison Mountain, Divine Sword Sect, 8 Wilderness Hell Palace, and the Holy Sect. Jean Buhua's tone became a little more serious. These 5 top-tier forces are the real top forces in the Black Domain. It's not an exaggeration to say that they are the giants. I'll get someone to prepare a document for you after we leave the Space-Time Temple. You'll know how powerful these 5 top-tier forces are after reading it. Lin Fei said gratefully. Thank you, Brother Jean. The Black Domain is much more complicated than I thought. Jean Buhua smirked. In fact, there's basically no problem as long as I don't offend them. Anyway, I'll leave the place as soon as I see them. About an hour later. The space in front of him was no longer chaotic. Time and space returned to normal. Lin Fei, Invincible Jean and the others arrived at the Temporal Temple. Space and time are not normal. It's really uncomfortable. When everything returned to normal, Lin Fei was no longer as depressed as before. We're not too late. When they came out from that space, they looked down at a piece of land. Compared to the Saint Spirit domain outside, it was many times smaller. Apart from that, many warships were docked at their designated locations. The Jingguang clan's Jin Unspoiled has arrived. Sacred Lord Lin Fei of the Sacred Body Mountain has arrived. 2 sharp voices resounded within the Temporal Temple. At the exit of the space, there was someone waiting there. After recognizing Invincible Jean and Lin Fei, the High Lord in charge couldn't help but reveal a hostile aura. This was Lin Fei's first time coming to the Temporal Temple. The moment he exited the spatial zone, the system notified him that there were existences threatening him within the Temporal Temple. There were at least a dozen of them. Wow, the Temporal Temple is really good at hiding. The dozen or so auras were at least first-class ultimate gods and the weakest were peak first-class ultimate gods. It was not impossible for them to be second-class ultimate gods. This was completely different from what was recorded in the information. Luckily I'm here. Lin Fei thought to himself. More than a dozen existences that can threaten me. I wonder how everyone will react if this news gets out. Invincible Jean glanced at him. What's wrong? Are you scared by the Temporal Temple? Lin Fei laughed. Scared? How is that possible? I'm not afraid of anything. If the Temporal Temple dares to make a move, I'll make them regret it. Invincible Jean really believed what Lin Fei said. Lin Fei was not a law-abiding person. Both of you, please come in. The Temporal Temple's High Lord came over expressionlessly. Lin Fei's purpose of coming to the Temporal Temple was to attend the Alliance Conference. However, it was impossible for him to behave. Do you have a grudge against this Holy Lord? Lin Fei's face suddenly darkened as he sent a palm towards the High Lord. Now that proud heaven was at the peak of the 12th layer, his strength was unimaginable. With a single palm, he sent the head sovereign flying. Even though the head sovereign had controlled the surrounding space, he still couldn't block the power of Lin Fei's palm. The people from the Temporal Temple who were in charge were dumbfounded. Someone actually dared to make a move on the Temporal Temple's territory and sent a High Lord flying with one slap. It was obvious that he did not take the Temporal Temple seriously. Get someone else here. Lin Fei snorted at them. The other exalted lord present was also extremely angry. No one had expected that Lin Fei would actually dare to make a move here. His guts were not ordinary. Sacred Master Lin, what is the meaning of this? Another High Lord came over with a sullen face. Lin Fei snorted, this Sacred Master is here to attend the Alliance Conference. Not just anyone can be casually invited. It was not easy for me to come, but this High Lord of yours seems to have a grudge against me. This Sacred Master is very unhappy. Not killing him with one slap is already giving you face. This Sacred Master was very angry. This fella's skin was too thick. This Sacred Master is here to attend the Alliance Conference. Get someone smart and smiling. If you provoke this Sacred Master again, I will kill you with one slap. The Temporal Temple's Sacred Master suppressed his anger. He knew that the other party was doing this on purpose. If he really dared to make a move, the other party would definitely kill him. Sacred Master Lin, please wait a moment. I will get you another one immediately. As he spoke, he immediately sent a message to the upper echelons. Jean Bubao could not help but admire Lin Fei's guts. You are really daring. You attacked a High Lord of the Temporal Temple the moment you arrived. Aren't you afraid that they will attack you? Lin Fei snorted. We are here to attend the Alliance conference. We are not their enemies. You know how I am. After killing so many people, I have a natural reaction. I can't even control myself. Jin Bubao was convinced by Lin Fei. This was a good reason. The moment Lin Fei arrived at the temporal temple, the upper echelons received the news. I dare say that this fella did it on purpose. That bastard. When the upper echelons received the news, all of them became unhappy. This Lin Fei was really daring. He did not give them any face at all. Temple Master, Lin Fei is acting recklessly. He even dared to make a move on our territory. He is too arrogant. This old man suggests that we immediately send people to suppress Lin Fei. I believe that no one will dare to say anything then. An elder said, I agree to suppress that kid. When has our temporal temple ever suffered such a loss? Previously, he extorted a large sum from our temporal temple. This time, we will capture him and annex his Saint Body Mountain.